I worked the night shift at a small, dimly lit pizzeria called Slice of Heaven. It wasn't a heaven by any stretch of the imagination, especially after hours, when the place was shrouded in a silence broken only by the hum of the industrial ovens and the squeak of my worn sneakers against the tiled floor. My coworker, Liam, was a tall, lanky guy with a perpetual smirk that felt more like a predatory leer, a constant reminder of the power imbalance that existed between us. At first, our routine was simple: mop, sweep, tidy up, and lock up. But lately, our alone time had taken a darker turn, fueled by Liam's increasingly aggressive suggestions, his playful dares morphing into something sinister. The security system was offline that night, undergoing maintenance. "This is our chance," Liam whispered, his voice a low, predatory growl. His eyes glinted with a malicious excitement, a hunger that chilled me to the bone. The cameras were out, the place was ours. He knew I was afraid, but he seemed to relish in the power it gave him. "What are you thinking?" I asked, my voice a mere whisper, barely audible above the rhythmic whirring of the pizza oven. He leaned in, his breath hot and stale against my ear. "Don't be a scaredy cat," he murmured. "Let's have some fun." It started with a simple dare, a push into the darkness that lurked behind the pizza counter. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. "Go on, get undressed," Liam urged, his grin widening as he watched me struggle with my clothes, my trembling hands fumbling with the buttons. Soon, I stood naked, shivering in the cold night air filtering through the open kitchen door. The air was thick with a mixture of stale pizza dough and fear. Liam led me into the main lobby, his hand a heavy weight on my shoulder, his touch sending a wave of panic through me. The place was eerily quiet, the fluorescent lights casting long, distorted shadows that danced across the walls. He pushed me down onto the worn leather of the booth closest to the front counter. He knelt before me, his eyes burning into mine, a dark, unyielding hunger reflected in their depths. He demanded things I couldn't even voice, his words a harsh rasp against the silence. The initial thrill that had spurred me on was quickly replaced by dread. Liam's touch became rougher, his demands more aggressive, his voice laced with a sadistic pleasure that sent shivers down my spine. It was a nightmarish scene, playing out in the dimly lit pizzeria, the smell of pepperoni and oregano assaulting my senses, a grotesque contrast to the horror unfolding before me. The fear was palpable, a suffocating weight that pressed down on me, but Liam seemed to feed off it, his eyes gleaming with a primal pleasure. He pulled me towards the front counter, a cold, smooth surface that offered no solace. He shoved me down, the harshness of the movement jolting me. The floor felt cold and hard against my skin, sending a wave of nausea through me. He took me by force, his movements rough and brutal, a stark contrast to the tenderness I craved. The horror of it all was compounded by the knowledge that we were in plain view of anyone passing by on the street. It felt like an eternity, the darkness swallowing everything around us, the only sounds the rasp of Liam's breath and the frantic pounding of my heart. Then, through the open front door, I heard the sound of a cough, a single, guttural sound that shattered the silence. A stranger stood just outside the door, his face obscured by the shadows, but his eyes, locked onto us, were like twin beacons in the darkness. I froze, my body locked in a paralyzing fear, my mind screaming a silent plea for escape. But Liam, fueled by a twisted sense of triumph, reveled in the audience. He seemed to enjoy the horror in my eyes, the way my body trembled, the way my voice choked in my throat as I tried to scream. He pushed me against the counter, his hand clamping down on my mouth, stifling the sounds I desperately tried to make. I felt a surge of desperation, a desperate need to break free, to scream, to run, to disappear. But Liam was relentless, his gaze fixed on the man in the doorway, a challenge in his eyes, a cruel game that only he understood. The man in the doorway remained frozen, his face a mask of horror, his gaze flitting back and forth between us. It was like a tableau, a morbid scene frozen in time. Suddenly, the back door swung open, the clang of the bell jarring us back to reality. It was the morning cook, a burly man named Carl, his face etched with concern as he saw the scene unfolding before him. I was paralyzed, unable to move, my voice caught in my throat. Liam, his eyes wide with a manic glee, made a move to shove the man away, his hand reaching out in a threatening gesture. But Carl, a seasoned veteran of the city's late-night kitchens, was not intimidated. He saw the fear in my eyes, the terror in my frozen stance, and the sadistic delight in Liam's gaze. He lunged, his fist connecting with Liam's jaw, the sound echoing through the silent pizzeria. Liam crumpled to the floor, his head bouncing off the tile floor with a sickening thud. The man in the doorway, finally snapping out of his stupor, took a step back, quickly disappearing into the night. Carl stood over Liam, his face a mask of rage. "You sick bastard!" he growled, his voice thick with disgust. "You should have left her alone." He leaned down, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. "I hope you rot in hell." As Carl ushered me out of the pizzeria, the cold air biting at my exposed skin, I was left with a profound sense of dread and humiliation. Liam, my once friendly coworker, had transformed into a predator, leaving me shattered, broken, and exposed. My nightmarish encounter with Liam had left an indelible mark on me, a dark stain that threatened to consume me. I found myself reliving those moments, the fear, the pain, the helplessness, the humiliation. The pizzeria had become a place of terror, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked within Liam. I tried to move on, to escape the memories, but the haunting visions kept returning, the stench of stale pizza and fear following me, a suffocating presence that refused to be silenced. Every night, as I closed my eyes, I was thrust back into that nightmarish scene, the cold, unforgiving floor beneath me, the darkness that seemed to close in on me, the chilling pleasure in Liam's eyes as he violated me. The fear had become a constant companion, a lurking shadow that followed me everywhere. I was afraid to be alone, afraid to be vulnerable, afraid to trust anyone. My once vibrant spirit had been crushed by the darkness that had consumed me. One night, as I walked home from a late shift at a different pizzeria, I saw a familiar figure in the doorway of Slice of Heaven. It was Liam, his face pale and drawn, his eyes filled with a haunting emptiness. He looked at me, his gaze a mixture of fear and resentment. He didn't speak, but his eyes spoke volumes. They spoke of remorse, of regret, of the monster he had become. But they also spoke of a terrifying truth. The darkness that had consumed him still lingered, a dormant beast waiting to be unleashed. As I walked on, the pizzeria fading into the distance, I realized that the nightmare had not ended. It had merely shifted, taken on a new form, a deeper, more sinister dimension. The fear that had once been confined to the pizzeria now followed me everywhere, a constant reminder that the darkness could return, that the monster within Liam could awaken at any moment. I walked with a newfound sense of urgency, a desperate need to outrun the shadow that loomed over me. But I knew in my heart that there was no escaping the truth. The night at Slice of Heaven had forever changed me, shattering my trust, my innocence, my sense of security. The pizzeria still stood, a silent testament to the darkness that had consumed it, and the monstrous transformation that had occurred within its walls. Every time I passed by it, I felt a shiver run down my spine, a tangible reminder of the night that had irrevocably altered my life. The fear lingered, a constant presence that haunted my dreams and shadowed my waking moments. It was a fear not just of Liam, but of the darkness that resided within him, a darkness that reflected a truth that within every human being, there lurks the potential for both good and evil. And sometimes, the evil wins. It was February 13th, just before Valentine's Day, and I found myself on my last delivery of the night to apartment number 5 in Wick Tower, Youngstown, Ohio. The late hour and the ominous stillness of the building sent a shiver down my spine, but the promise of a generous tip urged me forward. As I approached the door, a sense of unease gnawed at me, but I pushed aside my apprehension and rang the doorbell. Silence greeted me, intensifying the feeling of dread that coiled in the pit of my stomach. Ignoring the warning signs, I knocked on the door, hoping for a response. But there was none. With a deep breath, I reached for the doorknob, hesitating for a moment before pushing the door open. The apartment was cloaked in darkness, the only light filtering through the curtains casting eerie shadows across the room. A musty odor filled the air, sending a shiver down my spine as I stepped cautiously into the apartment. The silence was deafening, broken only by the faint sound of my own footsteps echoing through the empty space. Suddenly, a whisper pierced the silence, causing me to freeze in place. It was as if the very walls were speaking to me, their words filled with a chilling sense of foreboding. Panic surged through me as I searched frantically for the source of the sound, but there was nothing to be seen. Before I could gather my wits, a figure materialized before me, a specter cloaked in shadow and despair. Its eyes gleamed with malevolence as it advanced towards me, its form twisting and contorting in the darkness. Terrified, I stumbled backwards, my heart pounding in my chest as I sought escape from this nightmare. But the apartment seemed to shift and warp around me, trapping me in its sinister embrace. In a desperate bid for help, I reached for my phone and dialed 911, praying that someone would answer. To my relief, a voice answered on the other end, and I struggled to convey the details of my situation before darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by the sterile scent of antiseptic and the muted sounds of medical equipment. A police officer stood nearby, his expression grave as he questioned me about the events that had led me there. As I recounted my harrowing ordeal, the officer exchanged a solemn glance with his colleague. It was then that they revealed the chilling truth, that the apartment I had ventured into was the scene of a brutal murder that had occurred just a year prior. The victim, a young woman, had been slain by her own partner in a fit of jealous rage, her tragic fate echoing through the halls of Wick Tower. As the reality of my brush with death sank in, I couldn't help but feel a profound sense of gratitude for the unseen forces that had intervened on my behalf. But even as I lay there, recovering from my ordeal, I knew that the horrors of that night would haunt me for the rest of my days, a chilling reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead, and the darkness that lurks within us all. I had always been confident in my nursing skills. Years of training, countless hours spent in the sterile, brightly lit wards of the city hospital, had instilled in me a calm efficiency, a sense of being in control. But my first night on the night shift at the old St. Michael's Hospital was a stark departure from the familiar. The building, an imposing Victorian structure, was vast and dimly lit, the corridors echoing with an unnerving silence. The air hung thick with a musty scent I couldn't quite place, a blend of old medicine and forgotten time. The worn marble floors felt cold beneath my feet, each echoing step a stark reminder of the loneliness that permeated the place. My initial task, finding a missing syringe pump, seemed simple enough. But as I wandered the labyrinthine corridors, the silence became oppressive, the shadows lengthening into menacing shapes. It was as if the building itself was watching me, its ancient walls whispering secrets only it knew. I found myself in an abandoned wing, its doors creaking open with a groan of protest. The air here was heavy with dust and neglect, the smell of forgotten things overwhelming. Sunbeams slanted through grimy windows, casting long, skeletal shadows across the dust-laden furniture. The old wards were eerily quiet, the beds stripped bare. I moved through them, my footsteps echoing in the vast, empty space. My heart pounded against my ribs, a drumbeat of fear punctuated by the creak of the ancient floorboards. Finally, in a dusty, cobweb-draped room, I discovered the missing pump, tucked away on a forgotten shelf. As I reached for it, a shadow fell across the doorway. Lucas. Lucas was a fellow nurse, a man with a disarmingly charming smile and eyes that seemed to hold a secret, a flicker of something I couldn't quite define. He had always been overly friendly, too eager to engage in conversation, but there was something about his demeanor, a touch of intensity, that made me uneasy. He smiled at me now, a slow, predatory curve to his lips. His eyes, a deep, unnerving blue, lingered on me, holding me captive in their gaze. "Megan," he breathed, his voice low and husky. "What are you doing here?" my breath hitched in my throat. I felt a prickle of unease, a sudden awareness of his presence, the way his body filled the doorway, blocking my escape. Just, looking for something, I stammered, my voice betraying my fear. He took a step forward, his movements fluid and predatory, a big cat stalking its prey. I felt trapped, pinned against the wall by his gaze. You shouldn't be here alone, he said, his voice a dangerous purr. He moved closer, his hand brushing my arm, sending a jolt of electricity through me. The air around him felt thick, charged with an unspoken tension. You're so beautiful, he whispered, his breath warm against my skin. I've wanted you for so long. Why won't you notice me? I tried to pull away, my heart hammering in my chest. But he held me fast, his grip tightening on my arm, his fingers tracing the curve of my shoulder, sending shivers down my spine. His touch was invasive, his eyes burning into mine with a possessiveness that made my blood run cold. His fingers, strong and sure, traced a path down my neck, lingering on the sensitive skin just below my ear. Megan, he murmured, his voice a seductive whisper. Don't fight me. I tried to speak, to scream, but no sound came out. My body felt heavy, my voice trapped in my throat. His hands slid beneath my scrubs, his fingers exploring my body with a disturbing mix of desire and aggression. The rough fabric of my uniform offered no protection against the heat of his touch. I felt a strange, conflicting mix of fear and arousal. My body responded to his touch, a betraying warmth spreading through my core. It was a confusing sensation, a terrifying, forbidden excitement that I didn't understand. I was afraid, terrified even, but there was a part of me that was drawn to him, captivated by his dark, possessive energy. His other hand found my throat, his fingers pressing firmly against my windpipe. I struggled for breath, gasping against his touch. My body felt paralyzed, a captive in his grasp. Don't make me hurt you, Megan, he whispered, his voice a dangerous growl. I closed my eyes, tears stinging my lids. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of the chaos that was engulfing me. I was trapped, a prisoner in this abandoned ward, in his grasp, and I didn't know what to do. In that moment, fear and desire warred within me, a dark, intoxicating cocktail that left me breathless and desperate. He was a predator, I knew that, but I couldn't escape his gaze, his touch. He leaned closer, his lips brushing my ear. You're mine, Megan, he breathed. And I'm going to have you. His words pierced through my terror, igniting a flicker of defiance within me. I pushed against him, my strength fueled by the fear that was coursing through my veins. No! I screamed, the word a desperate cry for help. Get away from me! But he was too strong. He held me fast, his grip tightening on my throat, his lips pressing against my neck, his breath hot against my skin. I felt a surge of panic, a desperate need to survive. I struggled, my body flailing against his, but he held me immobile, a predator with its prey. His lips found my ear, a hot, demanding kiss that sent shivers down my spine. My mind raced, trying to find a way to escape this nightmare. And then, in the silence of the abandoned ward, I felt it. A flicker of something new, a spark of resistance. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. I stopped struggling, my body going limp in his arms. I focused on the spark, amplifying it, feeding it with the desperation that filled me. He seemed to sense the shift within me, his grip loosening slightly. What are you doing? He asked, his voice laced with confusion. I looked up at him, my eyes filled with a chilling resolve. I'm not yours, I whispered. And you can't have me. He scoffed, his hand tightening on my throat once again. Don't be foolish, Megan, he sneered. You can't fight me. I met his gaze, my heart pounding against my ribs. I felt a surge of power, a realization of the strength that lay within me. This wasn't just about survival, it was about reclaiming my body, my autonomy. I'm not afraid of you, I whispered, my voice a defiant whisper. And I'm not going to let you hurt me. He was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He released his grip on my throat, his face contorted with anger. "You're playing a dangerous game," he growled, his voice laced with a threat. I ignored him, focusing on the spark of resistance within me, fueling it, empowering it. My body, that had felt so vulnerable, so trapped, began to stir, gaining strength. He moved closer, a predatory gleam in his eyes. I stood my ground, my body a fortress against his advances. "Don't test me, Megan," he hissed, his voice dangerously close to my ear. "You won't like what happens if you do." I felt a surge of primal fear, but I pressed on, my resolve hardening. I was not going to submit, not to him, not anymore. His movements became frantic, his touch less confident, as if he sensed the shift in the power dynamic. He stumbled back, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and fear. "You're insane," he choked out, his voice trembling. I shook my head, a silent defiance. I would not let him break me. "You won't get away with this," he snarled, his eyes burning into mine with a hatred that made my blood run cold. I took a step forward, my gaze unwavering. "I'm not afraid of you," I whispered, my voice a steady, potent force. "You will never have me." He backed away, his movements jerky and uncertain. He was defeated, his power broken by the strength that had risen within me. He turned and fled, disappearing into the shadows of the abandoned wing. I stood there, my body trembling, my heart pounding, but I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I had survived. I had faced my fear, confronted the darkness, and emerged victorious. The experience had left me shaken, changed. The line between terror and forbidden attraction had blurred in a way I hadn't expected. But I had survived. And I had learned something about myself, about the strength that lay dormant within me, waiting to be unleashed. I left the abandoned wing, the silence that had felt so oppressive now a comforting blanket. The building, the darkness, the shadows, they no longer held any power over me. I moved through the old hospital with a renewed confidence, my steps sure, my heart pounding with a new rhythm, a newfound strength. I would not let fear paralyze me. I would not let darkness consume me. I would face my fears, confront the shadows, and emerge stronger, more resilient, every time. The memory of that night, the terror, the desire, the confusion, it would forever be etched in my mind. But it would also serve as a reminder, a testament to the power that resided within me, a power that no darkness could extinguish, a power that would guide me through the shadows and into the light. I was a successful businesswoman, confident and in control in all aspects of my life. But when it came to the demon, all of that went out the window. I was completely at his mercy, and I couldn't get enough of him. At first, I tried to resist. I told myself that this was wrong, that I needed to stay away from him. But every time I saw him, every time he touched me, I was overcome with a wanton desire that I couldn't deny. As time went on, the demon became more and more demanding. He wanted me to do things that I never thought I would be capable of. Things that seemed impossible, even. But with each new challenge, I found that I was capable of more than I ever thought possible. I started to change. My once pristine appearance became disheveled, my clothes torn and blood-stained. I stopped caring about what people thought of me, and instead, I focused on pleasing the demon. One day, as I was kneeling at his feet, offering myself to him, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I looked down to see that the demon had plunged his claws deep into my heart. I should have been terrified, but instead, I felt a strange sense of calm. I could feel my life slipping away, but I didn't care. I was finally free. Free from the expectations of society, free from the constraints of my former life. As I took my last breath, I looked up at the demon and smiled. He smiled back, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. And then, as quickly as he had appeared, he was gone. But even in death, I couldn't escape the demon's grip. I found myself in a dark, empty void, unable to move or speak. I was trapped, a prisoner of my own desires. As I floated there, alone and lost, I realized that the demon had not just taken my life, he had taken my very soul. I was left with nothing but the memory of the pain and pleasure that he had brought me. I was left to wander in the darkness, a mere shell of my former self. But even in the depths of despair, I couldn't help but crave the demon's touch. And so I wait, trapped in this eternal void, my body and soul forever intertwined with the demon. And I know that I will always crave his touch, no matter how much it burns. It was a twisted and gruesome experience, one that I will never forget. But in the end, I can't help but wonder if it was all worth it. If the pleasure and pain that the demon brought me was worth the price of my very soul. The demon and I were an unlikely pair, but our twisted love was one that I couldn't deny. Even in death, I am still his, and he is still mine. And I wouldn't have it any other way. But the story doesn't end here. Even in death, there are still more turns and twists to come. For just as I was about to give in to the darkness, I felt a presence. A warm, familiar presence. It was him, the demon. He had returned to me, and this time, he brought with him a chance at redemption. But at what cost? I couldn't help but wonder if this was just another one of his tricks. Another way to keep me trapped in his grasp. But as I looked into his eyes, I saw something that I hadn't seen before. Something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was regret. He was sorry for what he had done to me. And in that moment, I knew that I had to take the chance. So I reached out to him, and as our fingers touched, I felt a jolt of electricity. I could feel my body being pulled back together, my soul being stitched back into place. And then, as suddenly as it had all begun, it was over. I was back in my own body, alive and well. But I was different. I was changed. I was no longer the confident and in-control businesswoman that I had once been. I was someone new, someone who had been to the depths of hell and back. The demon was gone, but his touch would always remain with me. And I will always remember the twisted love that we shared, even if it was doomed from the start. In the end, I realized that the demon wasn't just a monster, but he was also my savior. He had given me a chance to start anew, and for that, I will always be grateful. But even with this new chance, I knew that I would always carry the scars of our love with me. The searing marks on my skin, the hole in my heart. But they were worth it, for the love that we shared was like no other. It was a twisted and terrifying love, but it was ours. And no one could ever take that away from us. The demon may be gone, but his memory will always live on in my heart. And I will always cherish the time that we had together, no matter how short or how gruesome it may have been. For in the end, love always finds a way. Even in the darkest of places, even in the depths of hell. Love will always find a way. And with that, I closed my eyes and let the memories of the demon wash over me, letting go of the pain and embracing the pleasure that we had shared. For in the end, that's all that truly mattered. Stayed in a hotel with my girlfriend, Sarah, last weekend. We needed a quick getaway, some time away from the city's noise and the endless emails piling up on my desk. So, we headed for the coast, booked a room at the Grand Ocean View Hotel, and hoped for a relaxing weekend. It seemed like a good choice at first. The Grand Ocean View was a beautiful old building, perched on a cliff overlooking the sea. The rooms were spacious, decorated in a classic seaside style, and the ocean view from our balcony was breathtaking. Sarah, ever the romantic, insisted on having a picnic lunch on the balcony, and we spent a blissful hour, eating strawberries and cheese, while the sun dipped below the horizon. Later, we decided to take a dip in the hotel pool. It was a gorgeous, saltwater pool, built into the cliff face, and we spent a lazy hour swimming and chatting. The sun was starting to set by the time we got out, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. We felt refreshed and happy, and we couldn't wait to get back to our room and watch the sunset from our balcony. As we stepped into our room, it felt different somehow. Not wrong exactly, but just not right. It was like the air had shifted, becoming heavy and strangely still. We both noticed it, but neither of us voiced our unease. We just walked to the balcony, eager to resume our romantic sunset watch. That's when we saw them. A dozen, maybe more, tiny handprints were smeared across the window. They were small, barely bigger than a child's hand, and they were all the same, smeared with a ghostly white residue that seemed to seep into the glass. The prints were so perfectly aligned, so uniformly spaced, that it looked as if a tiny hand had been dragged across the pane, leaving a trail of milky white ghosts. We stared at the prints, hearts pounding, a cold wave of fear washing over us. It was impossible that the prints weren't there when we left the room. We would have noticed them, even if they were just smudges, right? It was like they appeared out of thin air, like someone had tried to reach out from the other side. What is that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I said, my voice just as shaky. "But someone was in here. And they seemed to like leaving their mark." We spent the next few hours in a state of nervous tension. We tried to ignore the handprints, pretending they were nothing more than a strange trick of the light. But it was impossible. They were everywhere, on every window, as if the room was being watched, its every corner scrutinized by unseen eyes. We decided to call the front desk. Maybe they'd seen this before, maybe they had an explanation for the ghostly handprints. Maybe it was just a prank, a harmless joke by some mischievous children. The man who answered the phone was polite but unhelpful. He said he'd never heard of anything like it before, and suggested it was probably just dust or some other kind of residue. He offered to send someone to clean the windows, but we declined. Part of us was terrified of what might happen if someone else entered our room, and what they might find. We tried to relax, but the tension in the room was thick as fog. Sarah kept fidgeting, her eyes darting nervously around the room as if she was expecting something to leap out at her from the shadows. I tried to reassure her, telling myself it was all in our heads, that we were just exhausted and stressed. But the handprints were undeniable. They were on the mirrors, on the glass of the pictures hanging on the walls, even on the glass of the wine glasses we had used for our balcony picnic. It felt as if someone had been in the room, not just touching the glass, but pressing their hand against it, leaving their mark. We decided to try and sleep. We switched off the lights, the room plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the moon casting an eerie glow through the window. The handprints were invisible, but we could still see them, feel them, sense their presence. I tried to focus on Sarah's breathing, on the comforting rhythm of her sleep. But the images of the handprints kept flashing in my mind, the little hands reaching out, like a desperate plea for help. Later, I woke up with a start, a cold sweat clinging to my skin. Sarah was sleeping soundly beside me, her face peaceful in the moonlight. I looked around the room, searching for the handprints, but they were gone. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, followed by a strange sense of unease. I lay back down, trying to get some sleep, but the feeling of being watched lingered. It was like the handprints were still imprinted on my mind, a constant reminder of the unseen presence in our room. The next morning, we decided to talk to someone at the hotel about the handprints. We got dressed and headed downstairs, hoping to find someone who could shed some light on the strange phenomenon. The front desk was deserted, but there was a guy lounging on a chair near the entrance, reading a newspaper. He looked up as we approached, his eyes narrowing slightly at us. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gruff. "We were wondering if anyone else has reported any strange activity in the rooms," I said, choosing my words carefully. I didn't want to sound like we were paranoid, but I also didn't want to dismiss the handprints as a mere hallucination. He looked at us for a moment, then let out a low chuckle. "You guys staying in room 405? he asked, raising an eyebrow. I nodded, feeling a shiver run down my spine. "That room's got a bit of a reputation," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. People have been known to see things in that room. He leaned forward, his eyes glinting with a mixture of amusement and a strange, unsettling intensity. You know about the story of the lady who jumped from the balcony, right? We shook our heads, our hearts sinking. Well, it happened on this floor, he said, gesturing vaguely towards the upper floors. She took her kids with her. Tragic story, really. They say she haunts the floor now, especially room 405. He paused, letting the information sink in. They said she used to walk around with her kids, leaving little handprints all over the place. He gave us a knowing smile. Never believed in ghosts myself, he said, but some things are hard to explain. He stood up, stretching, and looked at us with a new intensity. You guys okay? You look a little pale. The handprints were gone, but their memory lingered, a cold, ghostly presence that refused to be shaken off. The man's words, the stories of the haunted floor, the tragic story of the woman and her children, all coalesced into a single, terrifying truth. We didn't stay in room 405 for the rest of our trip. We checked out early, the beauty of the ocean view lost on us, the joy of our romantic getaway replaced by a creeping, persistent fear. As we drove away, the Grand Ocean View Hotel loomed on the cliff top, a majestic, yet menacing silhouette against the fading light. We could almost see her, the ghostly woman, standing on the balcony, her children clinging to her skirts, their tiny hands reaching out through the glass, leaving a trail of ghostly white handprints in their wake. We never spoke of the handprints again. But the memory of them, the chilling story of the woman and her children, and the unsettling feeling of being watched, stayed with us long after we left the Grand Ocean View Hotel. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I can still feel the ghostly touch of those little hands, reaching out from the darkness, whispering a haunting, unanswered question. And I know, deep down, that the handprints will always be there, a ghostly reminder of the tragedy that unfolded on that fateful day, and the chilling truth that some stories, no matter how tragic, never truly end. It was late, well past 2 in the morning, when my boyfriend and I were driving back to my house. The streets were empty, bathed in the eerie glow of streetlights, the kind that make everything look slightly off, casting long, stretched-out shadows that seemed to move on their own. The night was humid, clinging to our skin like a second layer, making us drowsy despite the occasional burst of wind from the open car windows. We had spent the evening at a friend's place, nothing out of the ordinary, just some late-night TV and conversation. But as we approached the final stretch of road before my house, something made me sit up straighter, my drowsiness evaporating in an instant. There, on the side of the road, was a man. At first, I couldn't quite make sense of what I was seeing. He was kneeling, but his head was pressed to the ground at such an unnatural angle that it made my stomach twist. He was bent forward, his forehead nearly touching the pavement, yet his face was turned toward the street, fully visible in the dim light. I inhaled sharply. "Did you see that?" I asked, nudging my boyfriend's arm. He had already started slowing down, his knuckles tightening on the steering wheel. "Yeah." We pulled up a few feet ahead of him, and I hesitated before stepping out of the car. I glanced at my boyfriend, who was just as wide-eyed as I felt. Neither of us spoke. I swallowed hard and opened the door. The moment I stepped onto the pavement, the night seemed heavier, like a thick, oppressive weight pressing down on me. I moved cautiously toward the man, my breath coming out in short, uneven bursts. My skin prickled as I got closer. His eyes were open. Wide open. They were glassy and unfocused, yet somehow pleading. His face was slick with sweat, his clothes damp with it, clinging to his hunched form. But it wasn't just his posture that was unnatural. It was the stillness. He didn't blink, didn't twitch, didn't react to my presence at all. I crouched beside him, my heart hammering. "Sir?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I reached out, hesitating just before my fingers brushed against his arm. Cold. Ice cold. Every hair on my body stood on end. He wasn't shivering, wasn't moving at all. I swallowed the lump forming in my throat, I couldn't see his chest rising or falling. My breath caught. He wasn't breathing. I pulled my hand back, my skin still tingling from the unnatural coldness of his body. I don't think. Before I could finish, a noise startled me. A sharp rustling sound. My boyfriend had gotten out of the car, his sneakers scuffing against the pavement as he walked toward me. "Is he okay?" he asked. I shook my head, unable to form words. Something about this felt wrong. Deeply, deeply wrong. "We need to call someone," I finally managed to say, stepping back. My boyfriend nodded quickly. "Let's go. We'll call from your house." We jumped back in the car and sped the remaining blocks to my house. As soon as we got inside, I grabbed the phone, my fingers shaking as I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency?" I exhaled sharply. "There's a man on the side of the road. I don't think he's breathing. He's just kneeling there. His head is on the ground in this weird way, and he's ice cold. I think he's dead." The dispatcher's tone remained calm. "What's your location?" I rattled off the intersection as my boyfriend hovered next to me, eyes darting toward the front window. We half expected to hear sirens immediately, but the street outside remained eerily silent. "We're sending officers now," the dispatcher assured me. "Please stay on the line." A few minutes passed in tense silence before the police arrived at the scene. Then, after what felt like an eternity, my phone rang. I lunged for it. "Hello? Ma'am, are you sure about the location?" the officer asked. I frowned. "Yes. We just left there 10 minutes ago. He was right on the side of the road." There was a brief pause. "We don't see anything." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What?" "There's no one here. No sign of anyone." "Are you sure he was?" "I know what I saw," I interrupted. "He wasn't breathing." "He was." I stopped myself. My pulse pounded in my ears. There was no way he could have moved. No way. Unless someone took him. Or something did. "All right," the officer said finally. "We'll keep checking around. If you remember anything else, call us back." I hung up, my hands shaking. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I checked the newspapers, expecting some mention of an unidentified body found near that intersection. But there was nothing. No police reports, no missing persons alerts, nothing. Over the next few weeks, I kept checking. I called the police again to follow up, but they had no record of anything strange that night. It was as if he had never existed. My boyfriend and I talked about it a few times after that, but eventually, we just stopped. It was easier to let it fade into the back of our minds, to pretend it hadn't happened. But every so often, I find myself thinking about that night. About his wide, unblinking eyes. The silent, desperate plea on his frozen face. And I wonder, did I see a man who had already died? A ghost, trapped in his final moment? Or was it something else entirely? Something that didn't want to be found? I'll never know. And that's what scares me the most. My first serious boyfriend stalked me for about 5 years after I broke up with him. It started innocently enough, or so I thought at the time. He was charming, handsome, and older than me, which back then seemed like a good thing. He swept me off my feet with grand gestures and romantic declarations, painting a future of shared dreams and a love that would last a lifetime. But as the months turned into years, the cracks began to show. His possessiveness morphed into a suffocating control. My friends became bad influences. My family became overbearing. And my desire for independence became disloyalty. He insisted on knowing my every move, scrutinized my every word, and demanded constant reassurance of my love. He wanted me to be his entire world, and it felt like my own world was slowly shrinking around me. The breaking point came when he started demanding I quit my job because he felt it distracted me from our relationship. By then, I was already having nightmares about him, waking up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering in my chest. It wasn't love anymore, it was fear, a crippling fear that had taken root in the core of my being. I broke up with him, a decision that filled me with a mixture of relief and dread. He didn't take it well. He cried, screamed, begged, his face a mask of raw agony. He pleaded for another chance, claiming he would change, that he loved me more than anything. But the fear was too deep, the trust shattered beyond repair. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I had to get away. The initial aftermath felt like being caught in the aftermath of a storm. He bombarded me with texts and calls, his voice thick with desperation and a hint of something darker. He sent flowers to my workplace, each bouquet a silent plea for forgiveness. The attention was overwhelming, suffocating, and utterly terrifying. 6 months later, it became clear this wasn't just the heartbroken ramblings of a rejected lover. I started seeing him everywhere. On my way home from work, he'd appear at the bus stop, his eyes burning into me, sending shivers down my spine. At the supermarket, he'd be in the same aisle, his gaze lingering on me, his presence a suffocating cloud. His face, once a symbol of love, had become a symbol of fear. Panic seized me. I couldn't live like this, constantly looking over my shoulder, fearing his next move. I moved, hoping to escape his grasp. I left behind my old life, my friends, my job, everything familiar, hoping to find a haven where he couldn't find me. It didn't work. He found my new apartment, the address seemingly appearing out of thin air. Again, he started appearing in the most unexpected places. At the local coffee shop, he'd be sitting at a table by the window, his eyes tracking my every movement. On the street, he'd emerge from the shadows, his presence a sudden, unwelcome apparition. Moving wasn't the answer. I needed to cut off all ties, sever the connection. I changed jobs, taking a position where I could avoid contact with the outside world. I deleted my social media accounts, cut off communication with anyone who might inadvertently reveal my location. I lived a life of isolation, the only human interaction I had being with my colleagues who didn't even know my real name. But the shadow of his presence still loomed over me. He found my new work address, appearing in the parking lot, his eyes cold and predatory, his presence a silent threat. His face, once a beacon of love, now a mask of obsession. Fear became my constant companion. I couldn't sleep, my mind racing with images of him, his eyes following me, his voice whispering threats in the dark. I couldn't eat, the food tasting like ash in my mouth, the fear turning my stomach into a knot of anxiety. I couldn't concentrate at work, my mind too consumed with the constant fear of his next appearance. I was a shell of my former self, a broken, hollowed-out vessel, the joy and laughter drained from my soul. My world shrank to the four walls of my apartment, a prison of my own making. I became a prisoner of my own fear, every sound, every shadow, a potential harbinger of his return. The police were reluctant to help. They dismissed my concerns as exaggerated and harmless, failing to grasp the horrifying reality of my situation. They seemed to think it was just a case of a jilted lover, failing to comprehend the depths of his obsession, the chilling, calculated nature of his actions. He was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing at will, leaving behind a trail of fear and unease. He seemed to know my every move, my every thought, my every fear. It was a game, a twisted game, and I was the helpless, terrified pawn. Time became a blur of endless paranoia and anxiety. Each day was a constant battle against my own fear, trying to hold on to some semblance of normalcy. But it was a losing battle. The fear was always there, lurking in the shadows, a constant, gnawing presence. It felt like I was drowning in a sea of fear, pulling myself up on a rope of hope, only to have it snapped away, plunging me back into the cold, dark depths. The worst part was the feeling of betrayal. I began to suspect everyone, my friends, my colleagues, even my family. Was one of them the weak link in my defenses, allowing him to find me? Was I surrounded by a conspiracy of silence, everyone complicit in his stalking? I started carrying pepper spray, avoiding dark alleys, looking for escape routes in every room. My world became a maze of paranoia, my every action dictated by the fear of his next move. Then came the phone call. It was a day like any other, shrouded in the usual fog of anxiety. I was working, trying to focus, but my mind was elsewhere, replaying his face, his cold, calculating eyes, his voice filled with an unnerving calm. The phone rang, breaking the silence. It was an unknown number, but I answered, my voice trembling. "Hello?" I whispered, my hand shaking as I clutched the receiver. The voice on the other end was quiet, almost a whisper, but a sinister undercurrent ran beneath the words. "I know where you are." The words sent a shiver down my spine, a cold dread creeping into my heart. "How? How did you find me?" I managed to ask, my voice barely a croak. The voice on the other end chuckled, a low, menacing sound that sent shivers down my spine. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm watching you. I'm always watching you." The phone line went dead. My heart was pounding against my ribs, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The world around me seemed to shrink, the walls closing in, suffocating me with fear. He knew where I was. He was watching me. I felt like a hunted animal, trapped in a predator's game, the fear a heavy weight in my chest. The next few months were a blur of fear-fueled paranoia. I felt like I was living in a nightmare, the reality of my situation becoming increasingly terrifying. But this time, something had changed. This time, I knew something had to be done. I reported him to the police again, this time with a newfound determination. I told them everything, the constant stalking, the threats, the phone call. This time, the fear in my voice was laced with a glimmer of defiance, a determination to fight back. The police, initially reluctant, this time took some action. They assigned me a caseworker, a detective who listened to my story with a sympathetic ear, a genuine concern etched on her face. She believed me. The detective, a woman named Laura, was relentless. She followed every lead, interviewed every witness, poring over evidence and piecing together the puzzle of my stalker's actions. I was still terrified, constantly looking over my shoulder, but Laura's determination gave me a sliver of hope. Then came the breakthrough. Laura called me one morning, her voice filled with excitement. They had finally found a connection, a link that tied everything together. He had been accessing my personal information through his job. He was working for the National Tax Office, and he had been using his position to get my new addresses and phone numbers. My heart sank. I had thought it was my friends, my colleagues, my family. I had suspected everyone, but I had never imagined it was him, using his job, his power, to track me down. The revelation was horrifying. He wasn't just a jilted lover. He was a calculating, obsessive stalker who had used his position to manipulate the system, to control my life, to hunt me down. He had a network, a web of connections, that allowed him to access information that was supposed to be private, confidential, hidden from prying eyes. He had used that power to track me down, to control my life, to make me his prisoner. The thought of him sitting at his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard, accessing my information, knowing everything about me, sent a wave of nausea through me. The feeling of being violated, exposed, completely powerless, was overwhelming. Laura told me they were building a case against him, gathering evidence to expose his crimes and bring him to justice. My nightmare was finally coming to an end. Justice was on its way. But instead of a sense of relief, I felt a wave of dread. He was dangerous. I am originally from northeastern Ohio, a very small, rural agricultural community. So small, in fact, it is from a bygone era. When I describe what the area was like in a common day from that life, young people have difficulty understanding. Our house had a full basement. Image a large square divided into sub-squares. Each had a light fixture on the ceiling, but only one, the one you entered from the stairs, had a light switch. So you can imagine being just 3.5 to 4, it was an impossibility to turn on a light. I was even too short to turn on the light switch. Even on the brightest of days, the basement was dark. It possessed a few small windows that provided some light. My father kept a guinea pig in the basement. His name was Pigger. Far from an original name, but it was cute, and it fit him well. Pigger was kept in a large, wooden cage whose door opened at the top. Only my father would retrieve Pigger from the cage for us to interact with, and only he put him back in his cage. One day I decided to venture down into the basement to visit Pigger. The lighting was far from adequate. After I literally climbed down the 2 flights of stairs, I wandered over to Pigger's place of incarceration. Much to my dismay, he was not in his cage. The door was secured, but he was not in it. I could not ascertain how he had gotten out. I began searching the basement for him. Size-wise, he was quite a formidable beast compared to my small stature. I wandered to the other side of the basement where we kept the washer, an antique that one had to feed clothes manually through rollers to wring the water from them. We hung our clothes on a clothesline outdoors or in the basement in winter. There was a good-sized drain the washer emptied into. There was a metal circular piece that fit over it to catch large particulate matter that was being sent down the drain. The cover had been removed. In the dark I saw something come darting out of the drain and vanish behind the washer. Of course this caused me to jump back and it frightened me. I realized it was Pigger. Whenever I would get close him, he would move away. At one point he charged me and bit me on the foot. I screamed and turned and started to run to the stairs. Unfortunately, Pigger began chasing me. He cut me off from the stairs. The only place I felt would be safe was in the cage. I crawled into the cage and shut the door. Instantly Pigger was at the bars of the cage. He seemed to want into the cage to get at me. As an adult now I can understand he probably bit me from fear or anger and quite possibly did want to be near me, but as a small boy that was bitten and bleeding and running from a guinea pig that has seemingly trapped me in a cage and is trying to get at me again to bite me, I was terrified. Unfortunately my mother was away as well as my 2 older sisters. My father was outside working on our tractor. I screamed for approximately 25 minutes until my mother came into the house returning from errands when she heard the ruckus. She turned on the light as she came down the stairs and upon seeing me in the cage began laughing. She had no idea what was going on. She pulled me out of the cage and I showed her where I was bleeding. She took me upstairs and cleaned and dressed my wound. She returned to the basement and caught Pigger and placed him back in his cage. She discovered that the door lever that locked it shut on the cage was broken. She attempted to assuage my pain and fear by explaining to me that Pigger had acted as he had because he was just as afraid as I was. That did not make any difference to a boy my age. Never again did I ever attempt to touch him. That lesson has stayed with me my entire life. I have been bitten over 100 times by dogs due to a particular occupation I was engaged in. I have been bitten by cats and rats and hamsters. Fear was never an emotion I felt nor anger. I took that lesson of another living thing being afraid, and it was just attempting to protect itself. Thank you, Mom. My buddy Mike and I were driving home from the club to celebrate the upcoming year with our families. Mike's family had already gathered at my place, where everything was set up and waiting for us: cake, candles, wall decorations, and balloons. Mike called them up and said we'd be there in about 40 minutes. I was behind the wheel, navigating the dark roads with only the headlights illuminating our way. It was freezing outside, so we kept the windows rolled up. Mike was just flipping through some songs. Suddenly, I spotted a man signaling for a ride up ahead. I pulled the car over beside him, and Mike rolled down his window. The man didn't have his shirt on, and he kept his left hand hidden behind his back. Then he said, "Hey, could you give me a ride up ahead?" Mike replied, "Sure, come on, hop in." As he slowly brought his left hand out from behind his back, he said, "I hope this isn't a problem." At the sight of his hand, our faces went pale, and we screamed as loud as we could. His left hand was severed from his elbow, and the stump was dripping with blood. Even more unsettling, the man seemed completely calm, showing no signs of pain. I hit the accelerator as hard as I could, and we raced to my house, which was about 30 miles away. We arrived in about 30 minutes. We quickly parked the car and locked the gate. It was 11:55 p.m., and everyone inside was eagerly awaiting the new year when suddenly we heard a knock on the gate. Mike and I went to the gate and were horrified to see the man standing there. How could he have traveled 30 miles on foot so quickly? With an otherworldly gaze, he looked at us and said, "You guys didn't help me out either, but that's okay." Then he disappeared into the darkness, and we heard everyone inside shouting, "Happy New Year!" I'm walking later than usual tonight. The evening air is warm, almost sticky, but in a comforting way that draws me toward the river. The city feels unusually quiet, like it's holding its breath. The air smells of rain, a premonition of a storm yet to break. I love losing myself in the little streets and alleys that most people ignore. Tonight, I find myself wandering through the back streets near the waterfront, behind the old warehouses that have been turned into trendy bars and restaurants. The night feels too good to rush, so I find an outdoor table at a bar, order a glass of wine, and settle in to watch the few people passing by. There's a man at the next table who catches my eye. He's attractive in a rugged, unconventional way, probably a few years older than me. His hair is a messy dark brown, framing a face that could be described as handsome if it wasn't for the lines etched around his eyes, hinting at a life lived with grit and intensity. He's wearing a worn leather jacket over a dark t-shirt, and his jeans are faded and ripped at the knees. From where I sit, I can see the faint outline of a tattoo on his forearm, a spiderweb design, perhaps, or maybe something more sinister. Our eyes meet at first in fleeting glances, then in longer, more intentional stares. I can tell he's undressing me with his eyes, making no effort to be subtle about it. I can't help but feel flattered, and the warmth of the night, mixed with the wine, gives me the confidence to flirt back, just a little. I raise my glass to him in a silent toast, and he smiles, a slow, predatory grin that sends a shiver down my spine. But suddenly, he downs his drink and leaves. I feel a pang of disappointment at the missed opportunity, the chance to learn a little more about him. It's getting darker now, so I finish my wine, maybe a little too fast, and decide to explore the narrow streets further. The air is heavy with the scent of salt and something else, something faintly metallic, like blood. I dismiss it as my imagination, but a prickle of unease runs down my spine. I wander deeper into the maze of tiny streets I've never ventured into before. Old warehouse buildings loom above me, casting long shadows. The alleys, with their chipped brick walls and steel fire escapes, are eerily quiet. The silence is broken by the distant rumble of a train, and the hiss of a rusty pipe leaking water somewhere in the darkness. But I love this hidden, grimy part of the city. There's something exhilarating about being out here alone, with only my thoughts and the occasional rustle of wind to keep me company. Suddenly, I hear a noise behind me. A soft, scraping sound, like metal on brick. I spin around, but there's no one there. My heart skips a beat, but my curiosity wins out over my fear, and I keep walking, a little quicker now. The sound has unnerved me, but I'm still drawn to venture deeper. Maybe it was just a stray cat, or maybe the wind playing tricks on me. Around the next corner, I come face to face with a dark figure. He's standing in my path, his stance deliberate, his chest puffed out in a way that makes him seem broader, more imposing. I inhale sharply, fear gripping my chest as he steps closer. The streetlight above casts a sickly yellow glow on his face, revealing the same rugged features I had noticed at the bar. But the eyes are different now. They are cold, hard, and predatory, and they hold me captive in their gaze. Before I can react, his hand is over my mouth, muffling my scream. The touch is rough, calloused, and he smells of sweat and something else, something metallic, like the scent I noticed earlier. He pulls me into a brick archway, spinning me around so I'm facing the cold, rough wall. His arm is tight around my throat, holding me still. My body presses against the brick, and I can feel the uneven surface digging into my flesh. "Don't make a sound," His voice is a low growl, raspy and threatening. You don't want to attract attention. I try to speak, but my voice is lost in his grip. I can only manage a strangled whimper. He tightens his grip, and I feel his breath on the back of my neck, hot and humid. He presses his body against mine, pushing me harder into the wall. His arm remains firm around my throat, while his other hand moves around to the front of my body. You're beautiful, he whispers, his voice a husky rasp against my ear. You know that, right? His words are laced with a dark kind of charm, a seductive cruelty that sends a shiver through me. I try to struggle, to break free, but his grip is too strong. He grabs the strap of my dress, pulling it off my shoulder. Then the other. Roughly and with urgency, he kisses my shoulders, biting down on the sensitive skin of my neck. I flinch, tears welling up in my eyes, but he ignores my discomfort, his lips moving down my back, leaving a trail of hot, damp kisses. With one swift motion, he yanks the dress down, his hand moving to cup my breast. His grip is hard and rough, and I can't help but wince at the mix of pain and pleasure as he squeezes. His fingers dig into my skin, and I feel a strange tingling sensation, a mix of fear and excitement, that I can't quite understand. His hands are everywhere, exploring my body with a brutal intensity. He lifts the front of my dress and grabs my inner thigh, squeezing and kneading as he forces my legs apart. His breathing becomes a snarl, his mouth and nose always in contact with my skin. He cups me between my legs, his palm pressing hard against me. I can't stop a moan from escaping my lips, and he tightens his grip on my throat in response, his fingers teasing my slit through the fabric of my underwear. We stay like this for what feels like an eternity, locked together, barely moving, the night around us silent except for the smallest of noises from under my dress. The smell of the damp brick walls and the metallic tang of the night air fill my nostrils. The air is thick with his scent, a mix of sweat and something else, something dark and unsettling. But then, he needs more. He yanks my underwear down to my thighs, lifting my dress from behind and forcing me forward against the brick. His fingers part my cheeks, then my lips, exposing me to the cool night air. I feel him spit in his hand, expecting to need the lubrication, but I'm already soaked. He tightens his grip on my throat and releases his cock, pulling me towards him before thrusting inside me with a guttural snarl. The back of my neck burns from his bites, his saliva cooling on my skin. With every stroke, he presses my face harder into the rough, unforgiving brick. He makes no attempt to be gentle. His movements are harsh and forceful, his thrusts deep and powerful. I feel a sharp pain, a tearing sensation, and a wave of nausea washes over me. But I'm frozen, trapped in his grip, unable to move, unable to escape. The sound of a train rattles overhead, shaking the ground beneath us. It roars and screeches, drowning out everything else. When it finally passes, I'm left lying in a heap on the cold ground under the railway arch, my underwear tangled around my ankles. My thighs are sticky with dried semen, and my body aches all over. I turn my head, wincing at the sharp pain in my neck. I gingerly touch the spot, finding 2 jagged holes at the center of the bruise, tender and throbbing. He's gone. Disappeared into the shadows as quickly as he appeared. I lie there, my body trembling, my mind reeling. The initial shock is fading, giving way to a cold, stark realization of what's happened. I was assaulted, ravaged, left to lie in the dirt like discarded trash. I try to pull myself together, to stand, but a wave of dizziness washes over me. My legs are weak, my body heavy with exhaustion. I manage to sit up, leaning against the cold brick wall, my head throbbing in time with the distant rumble of the train. I try to remember, to piece together the events of the night, to make sense of what happened. I remember the man at the bar, his predatory gaze, his slow, lingering smile. I remember the fear, the helplessness, the pain. And most of all, I remember the metallic scent, the unsettling feeling that something was wrong, something sinister, lurking in the shadows. Now, that feeling is all too real. I try to find my phone, but it's gone. I must have dropped it somewhere, maybe when he was pulling me into the archway. I drag myself to my feet, my body protesting with every move. I'm dirty, my clothes torn, my body bruised and aching. I feel violated, exposed, and utterly alone. I wander out of the alley, back into the street. The city feels different now, the shadows seem deeper, the silence more ominous. The air still smells of salt, but now there's a metallic tang, a sharp, acrid scent that clings to my clothes, a constant reminder of what happened. I make my way back to the bar, hoping to find someone, anyone, who can help. But the bar is empty, the lights are out, the doors locked. The city is asleep, and I am left alone, lost in the darkness, with my own thoughts to keep me company. I wander around, trying to retrace my steps, but everything looks different now, distorted by the fear that curdles in my stomach. The streets are empty, the shadows seem to writhe and shift, as if they are alive, watching me. I hear a noise, a rustling in the darkness, and I jump, my heart hammering against my ribs. I see a figure in the distance, standing beneath a streetlight. It's the man from the bar, the same rugged features, the same hard eyes. He's watching me, his gaze fixed on me, and for a moment, I think my mind is playing tricks on me. But then, he smiles, a slow, menacing grin, and I know with absolute certainty that it's him. I turn and run, scrambling down the street, my bare feet hitting the cold pavement, my breath coming in ragged gasps. But he's fast, and he's gaining on me. I can hear his heavy breathing, feel the fear that courses through my veins, and I know that I have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I turn a corner, hoping to lose him in the maze of narrow streets, but there he is, waiting for me, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. "You thought you could escape me?" he says, his voice a low growl. "I'm not so easily shaken." I stumble back, my body shaking with terror. I try to scream, but no sound comes out. His eyes are cold and calculating, his smile is predatory. He takes a step towards me, and I know that I'm trapped. There's no escape, no hope, only the cold, hard reality of my situation. He leans in close, his breath warm against my skin, and whispers, "Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. Not yet anyway." He grabs my arm, his grip like a steel trap. He pulls me closer, his body pressed against mine, and then, he kisses me. It's a cold, hard kiss, filled with a terrifying kind of intimacy. It's a kiss that speaks of domination, of power, of control. And in that moment, I know that I'm not going to escape him. I'm not going to escape this night, not this city, not this nightmare that is unfolding before me. He pulls back, his eyes glittering with a strange, unnatural light. "You're mine now," he says, his voice a low rasp. "And I'm going to have my fun." And then, he drags me away, deeper into the darkness, back into the maze of narrow streets, back into the night that promises only pain and anguish. The night is alive, and it's hungry. And I am its prey. The night was draped in an unsettling silence, broken only by the occasional shuffle of papers and the soft hum of the overhead light. I was alone in my apartment, nestled in the heart of a bustling city, a sanctuary of solitude where I could lose myself in the comforting embrace of my books. But on this particular night, the stillness was disturbed by a presence lurking just beyond the threshold of my door. As the hours stretched on and the hands of the clock crept closer to midnight, a faint growling sound reverberated through the stale air of my study. At first, I dismissed it as nothing more than the creaking of old pipes or the whisper of the wind outside. But as the growling grew more pronounced, clawing its way into my consciousness, I could no longer ignore the creeping sense of unease that washed over me like a cold, clammy wave. I peered cautiously through the peephole of my apartment door, heart pounding in my chest like a trapped animal. What I saw on the other side sent a chill down my spine, freezing the blood in my veins. There, illuminated by the dim glow of the hallway light, stood a figure cloaked in shadows. A woman, her face obscured by a curtain of tangled, matted hair that hung in greasy strands around her pallid features. She stood with her back to me, facing the wall opposite my door, her body swaying gently as if caught in some unseen current. The growling emanated from her throat in low, guttural tones, filling the air with a primal, otherworldly resonance that seemed to seep into the very walls of my apartment. I stood frozen in place, unable to tear my gaze away from the haunting spectacle unfolding before me. Who was this woman? What dark force had drawn her to my doorstep in the dead of night? Questions swirled in my mind like a tempest, but fear rooted me to the spot, rendering me powerless to act. Minutes stretched into hours as I watched, transfixed, as the woman continued her eerie vigil. Time seemed to warp and bend around her, the minutes dragging on like an eternity as I waited with bated breath for some sign, some clue as to her purpose. And then, without warning, she turned. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, her head rotated on her shoulders until her gaze met mine through the peephole, sending a jolt of terror coursing through my veins. Her eyes were empty, devoid of warmth or humanity, two dark pits that seemed to pierce straight through to the core of my being. I stumbled back from the door, heart pounding in my chest like a jackhammer. Panic surged through me like a tidal wave, threatening to overwhelm my senses as I grappled with the reality of what I had just witnessed. Was she real? Or some figment of my fevered imagination, born from the depths of my own paranoia? But even as I tried to rationalize away the encounter, a primal instinct warned me that she was no mere hallucination. She was real, all too real, and whatever dark purpose had brought her to my doorstep was a mystery that I dared not unravel. With trembling hands, I fumbled for the phone on my desk, fingers slipping against the smooth plastic surface as I struggled to dial the numbers for help. But before I could complete the call, a sudden gust of wind swept through the hallway, extinguishing the feeble light of the hallway bulb and plunging me into darkness. And in that moment of utter blackness, I knew with a bone-deep certainty that I was not alone. That she was out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The growling resumed, louder and more insistent than before, echoing through the empty corridors of my mind like a harbinger of doom. And as I huddled in the darkness, clutching the phone to my chest like a talisman against the encroaching night, I knew that my nightmare was far from over. I had always been fascinated by the supernatural, and my friends and I would often dabble in seances and Ouija boards. But little did I know that one fateful night, our innocent curiosity would unleash a horrifying entity upon us. We sat in a circle, our fingers resting lightly on the planchette as we whispered into the darkness. We asked the usual questions, seeking contact with the spirit world. At first, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move, spelling out words and answers to our questions. It was exhilarating, the thrill of speaking to something beyond the veil. But as the session went on, I felt a growing sense of unease. The entity we had summoned was not what we expected. It was malevolent, its answers growing more aggressive and menacing as the night wore on. And then, without warning, it lashed out. The planchette flew across the room, striking me in the chest with a force that knocked the wind out of me. I stumbled backwards, my heart racing as I tried to catch my breath. That's when I felt a searing pain in my neck, like nothing I had ever experienced before. I looked down to see a creature, its face twisted into a grotesque snarl as it clamped its jaws onto my flesh. It was a demon, its eyes glowing with a dark, malevolent energy as it drank deeply from my veins. The pain was intense, but there was something else there too, a pleasure, a rush, like nothing I had ever felt before. It was addictive, and I found myself unable to tear myself away from the creature's grasp. My friends screamed and tried to pull me away, but the demon held fast. It was only when the sun began to rise that it finally let go, leaving me weak and trembling on the floor. I was rushed to the hospital, where I received treatment for my injuries. But the demon's bite had done more than just physical damage. I could feel its presence inside me, a dark, seductive whisper that tempted me with its promises of pleasure and power. I became obsessed, spending every waking moment trying to contact the demon once again. I would sit in my room for hours, chanting and calling out to it, desperate for another taste of its intoxicating touch. And then, one night it answered. The demon appeared before me, its eyes glowing with a dark, seductive energy. It reached out a hand, beckoning me closer. I knew what I was doing was wrong, but I couldn't help myself. I stepped closer, my heart racing as the demon's touch sent waves of pleasure coursing through my body. But then, something changed. The demon's touch became more aggressive, its claws digging into my flesh as it forced itself upon me. I screamed, but there was no one around to hear me. I was alone, at the mercy of this twisted, malevolent creature. I fought back with all my strength, but the demon was too powerful. It overpowered me, its jaws closing around my throat once again as it drank deeply from my veins. This time, there was no pleasure, no rush. Only pain and fear as the demon consumed me from the inside out. When it was over, there was nothing left. I was a shell, a husk, my body and soul drained of all life and energy. And yet, even in death, the demon's hold on me was not broken. I could still feel its presence, a dark, seductive whisper that called out to me from the depths of hell. I was trapped, bound to this creature for all eternity, a helpless victim of its twisted desires. And so, I wandered the darkness, a lost soul forever seeking a release that would never come. The taste of blood still lingered on my lips, a constant reminder of the horrifying price I had paid for that one fleeting moment of pleasure. The Ouija board had unleashed a demon upon me, and I had paid the ultimate price. I had lost myself, my soul, my very essence, consumed by a creature that knew no mercy, no compassion, no love. All that was left was the darkness, a never-ending void where pain and pleasure intertwined in a way that left me forever addicted, forever tormented, forever damned. So if you ever think about dabbling in the supernatural, think again. You never know what you might summon, and once it's unleashed, there's no going back. The taste of blood still haunts me, a bitter reminder of the horrifying price I paid for my curiosity. And so, I wander the darkness, a lost soul forever searching for a release that will never come. And all because of a Ouija board, a simple game that unleashed a demon upon me and changed my life forever. Two friends and I got bored one summer night. The kind of bored that only a stifling, humid summer night in the mountains can bring. We weren't really doing anything, just killing time in our usual spot, the old, dusty porch swing on my grandma's house. The crickets chirped their monotonous song, the only sound that broke the oppressive silence. "Let's go find something to do," I suggested, already feeling the restlessness gnaw at me. "Yeah, this town is deader than a doornail," my friend John agreed. "How about we drive up to the overlook?" The overlook was a small clearing on a barely passable dirt road that wound its way up the side of the mountain. The road was treacherous, steep, and full of potholes, but it offered a breathtaking view of the town nestled below, like a collection of twinkling lights in the darkness. "Good idea," my other friend Chris chimed in. "Maybe we'll see some UFOs." We all laughed, but the idea of a night drive up the mountain, with the unknown possibilities it held, was a welcome break from the boredom. Our vehicle of choice for this adventure was my beat-up 1980 VW Rabbit, a car that had seen better days, but was still reliable enough to get us up to that treacherous overlook. It rumbled and sputtered its way up the narrow winding road, the headlights barely cutting through the thick darkness. The night air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. John, in the passenger seat, cranked the music up, filling the car with the raucous sounds of classic rock. The music seemed to somehow amplify the sense of unease that had started creeping into my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that unseen eyes were peering down at us from the dense, towering trees that lined the road. Reaching the clearing, we parked the car and emerged into the absolute blackness. The town lights below twinkled like a distant galaxy, their lights swallowed by the vastness of the night. The silence was more profound here, the world around us hushed and still. It was a different kind of silence from the one back at Grandma's, a silence that held a sense of mystery and unknowing. We stood there for a moment, awkwardly silent, just taking in the view and the strange, unsettling feeling that settled over us. "Well, this is creepy," John finally said, breaking the silence. "Yeah," Chris added, his voice slightly strained. "I don't like this." As if to punctuate his words, a twig snapped in the darkness behind us. We all spun around, adrenaline pumping through our veins. We could see nothing, just the dense wall of trees that bordered the clearing, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. What was that? John's voice was a tremor in the stillness. We stood there, tense, our eyes scanning the darkness. Then it happened. A flicker of light, barely perceptible at first, appeared near the edge of the woods. It seemed to move, a pulsing, ethereal glow that caught our attention. It was like a single, luminous point moving through the darkness, its light growing stronger as it came closer. We watched, transfixed, as the light moved towards us. In the darkness it was impossible to make out its shape, but there was something about it, a sense of urgency in its movement, that sent a shiver down my spine. Then it burst into view. It was a figure, a humanoid form, running through the trees, its body radiating a cold, luminous light. It was moving at an unnatural speed, its form a blur of light and shadow, branches snapping and leaves rustling as it pushed through the foliage. The light on its body was a milky white, like the glow-in-the-dark stars we used to stick to our ceilings as kids. The figure ran past us, no more than 30 feet away, before disappearing back into the darkness. We stood there, frozen, our minds unable to process what we had just seen. It felt like an eternity before John spoke, his voice trembling. What the fuck was that? We didn't have an answer. The only sound was the steady drumming of my heart in my ears. We got back into the car, each of us moving in a slow, deliberate motion. There were no words, just the silence that filled the car, heavy with the weight of what we had witnessed. It wasn't until we were driving back down the mountain that someone finally spoke. Do you think? John started, his voice hesitant. I know what you're thinking, Chris said, his voice barely above a whisper. We just saw a ghost. Or maybe it was an alien, John added, a touch of humor creeping into his voice. Don't be ridiculous, Chris scoffed. Aliens don't glow like that. Well, whatever it was freaky, I said, my voice still shaken. The rest of the drive back down was filled with an uneasy silence. We talked about the event in hushed tones, trying to make sense of what we had seen. We all agreed that it was real, despite the absurdity of it all. The next morning, we tried to put the experience aside, dismissing it as a trick of the light, a figment of our overactive imaginations. We went about our lives, but the memory of that night lingered, a strange and unsettling presence in the back of our minds. A couple of years passed, and the memory of that night had faded somewhat, though it still surfaced occasionally in my thoughts, bringing with it the same unsettling feeling of dread. One day, I was hanging out with my friend, Robert, whose older brother, Kevin, had been a friend of mine from high school. We were just shooting the shit, reminiscing about old times, when I decided to tell them about our encounter at the Overlook. I figured they would laugh it off, dismiss it as another one of my crazy stories. I was wrong. Hold on, Kevin said, his eyes wide with surprise. You're serious? Yeah, I replied. Why, what's wrong? I saw the same thing, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Years ago, when I was in high school. It was a dark night, just like that one, and I was driving home from my girlfriend's place. I was on the same road, heading up to the Overlook, and this thing ran right in front of my car. He described the figure in detail, mimicking the glowing light, the speed, and the almost frantic way it moved through the trees. It was a perfect match for what we had seen. We actually talked about it in my English class the next day, he continued. The teacher, Mr. Johnson, swore he saw the same thing running across the road in front of him one night. Said it looked like a ghost. I sat there, stunned, the memory of that night coming back with a rush. I was no longer just a crazy story. We had all seen it, and it was real. So, what do you think it was? I asked, my voice tentative. Kevin shrugged. I don't know, he said. But it was definitely real. And something about it, it felt wrong. Like something wasn't supposed to be there. That night, I went home with a different kind of fear than I felt before. It wasn't the fear of being alone in the dark, or the fear of the unknown. It was the fear of knowing. The knowledge that something alien, something out of place, existed on that mountain, lurking in the shadows, watching us. The memory of that night continued to haunt me, a reminder of the dark secrets that lay hidden in the mountains, waiting to be revealed. And I knew, deep down, that I would never forget what I had seen, or the feeling of unsettling dread that had accompanied it. I still go up to the overlook sometimes. It's not the same, it's not as dark, not as silent, and the feeling of dread is gone, replaced by a sense of curiosity. I want to know what that light was, what it represents. Maybe one day, I'll find out. But until then, the memory of that night will remain a constant presence in my life, a reminder that sometimes, the most terrifying things are the ones we can't explain. The morning shift at the supermarket always had an eerie stillness to it. Before the doors opened to the public, the aisles were silent, the only sounds being the hum of the refrigerators and the occasional squeak of my trolley's wheels as I moved from shelf to shelf, replacing old price labels with new ones. It was a monotonous task, but I didn't mind it, at least not until this past Wednesday. I was working in the personal care aisle, kneeling in front of the shelf of hand soap, peeling off outdated labels and sticking on the fresh ones. The fluorescent lights above buzzed faintly, their harsh white glow casting long, sharp-edged shadows along the linoleum floor. It was just another morning shift, until it wasn't. A loud clatter shattered the silence, and I jerked upright. About 2 feet away from where I was working, a bottle of hand soap had shot off the shelf and landed in the middle of the aisle. Not tipped over, not knocked slightly forward. It had been flung outward as if someone had thrown it. My heart pounded as I turned my head slowly toward the empty aisle. At the far end, my colleague Sophie, who was restocking toothpaste, looked up at me. She raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "Happens all the time," she said nonchalantly before turning back to her work. Her words sent a chill through me. All the time? I stared at the bottle, lying there, perfectly intact, as if waiting for me to pick it up. Cautiously, I approached and lifted it. It wasn't wet or slippery. There was no reason it should have moved at all, let alone with such force. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I'd bumped the shelf without realizing it. Maybe there had been a vibration from a delivery truck outside. But even as I placed the bottle back in its spot, a gnawing unease settled in my gut. The following morning, I arrived at the store just as the security shutters were rolling up. The manager unlocked the doors, and I stepped inside, inhaling the familiar mix of cold air and the faint scent of cleaning chemicals. As I made my way to the back, passing the aisles, something caught my eye. Items, dozens of them, were scattered across the floor. Boxes of cereal, bags of chips, bottles of shampoo, all lying in the aisles as if they had been swiped off the shelves in a frenzy. Sophie arrived a few minutes later and took one look at the mess. "Jesus," she muttered. "It's worse than usual." "Usual?" I asked, an edge of nervousness creeping into my voice. She sighed. "Yeah, stuff's always out of place in the mornings. At first, I thought it was just customers being messy before closing, but—" She trailed off, rubbing her arms as if she were cold. "I started noticing how some things are in the exact same spots, day after day. Always in the middle of the aisle. Like they're being placed there on purpose." A shiver ran down my spine. "Have you ever seen anything? Like, actually seen it happen?" Sophie shook her head. "No, but I've heard things. Whispers sometimes, when I know I'm alone. And once—" She hesitated, glancing around as if to make sure we were alone. "I swear I saw someone standing by the freezers. Just a shape barely there. But when I looked straight at it, it was gone." I swallowed hard. I wanted to tell her it was just her imagination, but the memory of that soap bottle shooting off the shelf stopped me. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The idea of something lingering in the store, unseen but active, made my skin crawl. I decided to do something I had never done before: check the security cameras. The next morning, when the manager wasn't paying attention, I slipped into the back office and pulled up the footage from the previous night. I fast-forwarded through the early hours, watching as the overnight stalkers worked, the janitor mopped, and then, nothing. The store was empty. Then, at exactly 3:14 a.m., the shelves in aisle 5 trembled. Not a vibration. Not a subtle shift. The entire row of items shuddered, as if an invisible force had run its hands along them. Then, one by one, bottles of hand soap actually lifted, off the shelves and dropped onto the floor. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. There was no one there. No one at all. And then, just before the footage cut off, I saw it. A shadow. Tall. Thin. Watching. Not a trick of the light, not a passing reflection. A figure, darker than the surrounding shadows, standing at the end of the aisle. And then, it stepped backward, into nothingness. I slammed the monitor off, heart hammering in my chest. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. That wasn't just a glitch. That wasn't my imagination. Something was in the store. That night, I stayed behind after my shift. I told myself I needed to see it for myself, to prove I wasn't going crazy. The store closed at 11 p.m. By midnight, the only people left were me and the janitor, who worked in the back. I stood in aisle 5, gripping my phone tightly, waiting. At exactly 3:14 a.m., the air changed. It grew colder. The humming of the lights dimmed to a whisper. My breath misted in front of me. And then I heard it. A rustling. A faint scrape of movement. I turned my head slowly, my stomach knotting with fear. And there, at the far end of the aisle, it stood. The shadow from the footage. Tall. Motionless. Watching me. A suffocating silence filled the space between us. My fingers trembled as I reached for my phone, but the second I blinked, it was gone. Except, it wasn't. A whisper, so close it brushed my ear, "You shouldn't be here." I spun around, heart pounding. Nothing. But the shelves behind me. All the items had been cleared. The floor was littered with bottles, boxes, and cans, as if something had swept them all away in an instant. I ran. I didn't stop until I was outside, gulping in the crisp night air, my hands shaking. I never told my manager what I saw, but the next morning, I quit my job. And now, whenever I pass by that supermarket, I can't help but glance through the glass doors. Because sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I see someone standing in the aisles, watching. My stalker ex leaked pictures of me in my underwear. It wasn't just some harmless teenage crush gone wrong, it was a calculated, venomous assault on my privacy, a deliberate attempt to humiliate and destroy me. The photos were sent to my friends, my family, even some of my coworkers. I felt violated, exposed, and utterly powerless. It was the first blow in a string of terrifying events that would scar me for life. But the leaking of those photos, as horrific as it was only the beginning. It was the prelude to a nightmare I couldn't have imagined, a nightmare that began with a chilling sense of unease and escalated into a fight for my very survival. The day it happened, I was sitting in my room, trying to ignore the relentless buzzing of my phone. It seemed like every notification was another message, another person I had to confront about the photos. My hands trembled as I scrolled through the messages, each one a fresh cut to my already bleeding heart. The world felt like it was closing in on me, suffocating me with its judgment and disapproval. My mother, recognizing the turmoil I was going through, tried to comfort me. She assured me that it was just a phase, that he would eventually move on, and that I would be stronger for having weathered this storm. I clung to her words, desperately seeking solace in her unwavering faith in me. But there was a growing sense of dread that I couldn't shake. The feeling of being watched, of being followed, intensified with each passing day. It was a constant whisper in the back of my mind, a gnawing fear that I couldn't escape. It was the kind of fear that makes your skin crawl and your heart pound, that turns ordinary shadows into lurking monsters. My ex, Ethan, was a master manipulator. He was charming, charismatic, and had a way of making you feel like you were the only person in the world that mattered to him. But behind that facade of warmth and affection lurked a darkness, a jealousy that festered like a festering wound. And as our relationship crumbled, that darkness spilled out, manifesting in a chilling obsession that bordered on insanity. After the photos, he started appearing everywhere. At my workplace, waiting by the entrance, his eyes burning into mine with a mixture of anger and longing. At the supermarket, lingering near the aisle where I was shopping, his presence a tangible weight in the air. Even at my favorite coffee shop, he would be there, sitting at a table near the window, watching me as I sipped my latte. The stalking was relentless, growing more brazen with each passing day. He would leave cryptic messages on my voicemail, his voice a sinister whisper in the quiet of my room. He would send me anonymous flowers, bouquets of lilies and roses that arrived on my doorstep with no sender. I became a prisoner in my own life, living in constant fear of encountering him. My once carefree life had become a minefield of paranoia and anxiety. I couldn't trust anyone, not even my own family. My mother, bless her heart, tried to protect me, but there was only so much she could do. I felt trapped, isolated, and utterly alone. One evening, I stayed late at work, desperate for the distraction of my job. I hoped that by keeping myself busy, I could forget about the constant fear that gnawed at my insides. But when I finally stepped out into the cool night air, the fear came rushing back. The street lights cast long, menacing shadows, and every rustle in the bushes sent a shiver down my spine. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. I could feel him there, lurking in the darkness, watching my every move. I saw his face, contorted in a mask of fury, his eyes like burning coals. I burst into the house, slamming the door behind me, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't bother to lock the door, forgetting my usual routine in my panic state. I was used to living with my mother, who always made sure the doors were locked at night. But this time, I was alone, and my fear had rendered me incapable of even the simplest safety measures. I needed a shower, to wash away the grime and the fear that clung to me like a second skin. As the water cascaded over my head, I momentarily forgot about Ethan. But as I stepped out, towel in hand, a strange feeling washed over me, a sense of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I turned slowly, scanning the room, but saw nothing. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, a trick played by my overactive brain. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with each passing second. I walked toward my bedroom, my heart pounding in my chest. As I reached the doorway, I saw it. A shadow, a shape under my bed, barely visible in the faint light emanating from the hallway. It was him. It was Ethan. My blood ran cold. I was trapped. There was no escape. I couldn't run to the bathroom, couldn't even reach the phone on my nightstand. I was alone. I was about to become his next victim. I knew I had to act quickly, but my mind was racing. I thought about calling the police, but what if he heard me? What if he attacked me before they arrived? Suddenly, an idea struck me. I grabbed the phone, my hands shaking. I dialed my mother's number, my voice trembling. "Mom, are you close? I might need you to pick something up," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Ma'am, you have contacted the wrong person," a woman's voice answered. "Mom," I asked, "are you close?" "I need help with something," I repeated, my voice growing desperate. "Ma'am, are you unable to talk but need help?" the voice asked. "Yes, Mom," I choked out. "Can you tell me your address?" "You'll need to put your name and street name and number on the envelope, Mom," I said, my voice gaining a little more strength. I had to stay calm, had to convince him I wasn't alone. "Thank you, ma'am. I'll send help immediately," the operator said. The second I put down the phone, I heard a rustle under the bed. Ethan was moving. I forced myself to turn and face him, pretending to be calm, pretending to be in control. "We need to talk, Inthawakiofkas," he said, his voice a menacing whisper. "Look, I don't want to disturb you, but did you get my letter?" "Yes," I said, my voice shaking, trying to buy myself time. "I need some time to think about it. Would you like some tea?" I forced a smile, my heart pounding against my ribs. I willed the police to come, my mind fixated on their arrival. It felt like an eternity, every second amplifying the fear that gnawed at my insides. Then, a knock at the front door. My heart leaped in my chest. My salvation had arrived. I ran to the door, tears streaming down my face. I threw it open, barely managing to stop myself from flinging myself into the arms of the 2 police officers standing on my porch. "He's here," I choked out, pointing at Ethan, who was standing calmly near the window. "He's been stalking me, threatening me. He was under my bed. I called you." Ethan began to protest, his voice smooth and persuasive. "She's lying. I came here to talk. She's being irrational. We just had a fight. There's no need for this." The police officers exchanged glances, but their expressions didn't waver. They searched Ethan, their hands moving swiftly and efficiently. A glint of metal flashed in the dim light of the hallway. "A knife," one of the officers said, his voice grim. "And a Beretta. You carrying a license for that?" Ethan's composure crumbled. His face twisted in a grimace of anger and fear. He could no longer maintain his charade, his facade of innocence shattering like a fragile mask. They arrested him, the handcuffs clicking shut with a resounding finality. He was charged with carrying a concealed weapon without a license, trespassing, and making threats. In the aftermath of the terrifying encounter, I was left feeling shaken and vulnerable. I was a survivor, yes, but also a victim of a man who had managed to infiltrate my life, poisoning it with his twisted obsession. The scars of that night, both physical and emotional, would remain with me for years to come. The restraining order granted against him offered a semblance of protection, a legal barrier against his attempts to contact me or come near me. But it didn't erase the fear, the constant sense of unease that followed me everywhere I went. I started to lock my doors, even when my mother was home. Every night, before I went to sleep, I checked under the bed, making sure there was nothing lurking in the shadows, nothing to remind me of the terrifying encounter that had almost cost me my life. I installed alarm systems, changed my routine, and learned to live in a world where I was always on guard. But despite my precautions, I could never fully shake the feeling of being watched, the knowledge that my life had been irrevocably altered by the actions of a man who had once claimed to love me. The nightmares came often, vivid and terrifying. In them, I would see Ethan's face, his eyes burning into mine, his voice whispering threats in my ear. I would feel the icy chill of fear, the sense of helplessness, as he closed in on me. I would wake up sweating, my heart pounding, my mind racing with the horrors of the night. It was a long and arduous journey, a painful process of healing and recovery. But with time, with the support of my family and friends, with the strength I found within myself, I began to rebuild my life. I learned to trust again, to open my heart to love, to find joy in the simple things. But the shadow of that night, the chilling memory of the man hiding under my bed, would forever linger in my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that can lurk in the hearts of those we love, and the fragility of the line between love and obsession. The scars of that night, both physical and emotional, would forever remain. But I would not let them define me. I would not let Ethan win. I would emerge from the darkness stronger, more resilient, more determined to live my life on my own terms, free from the shadow of his obsession. It was a night etched into my memory with the sharpness of a knife blade. As a young boy, I found myself cocooned in the warmth of my bed, oblivious to the horrors that were about to unfold. The gentle rhythm of my breathing was interrupted by the faint echo of footsteps outside my bedroom door. Stirring from my slumber, I opened my eyes just enough to peer into the dimly lit room. What I saw froze me in terror. The door swung open with a slow, eerie creak, revealing a figure shrouded in darkness. My heart thundered in my chest as I watched, paralyzed, as the intruder crept into the room, his movements silent and deliberate. In his arms, he carried the lifeless bodies of my parents, their faces pale and expressionless in the dim light. My breath caught in my throat as he gently placed them on a chair, their limp forms casting long, ghastly shadows across the room. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything to escape the nightmare unfolding before my eyes. But fear held me in its icy grip, rendering me powerless to move or cry out for help. With a steady hand, the intruder dipped his fingers into the crimson pool of blood that pooled around my parents' bodies and began to write on the wall. The metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air, suffocating me with its sickly sweetness. As he worked, I strained to make out the words taking shape on the wall, my heart pounding in my ears. And then, with a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized what he was writing. "I know you're awake." The words sent a chill down my spine, filling me with a primal sense of dread. How could he know? How could he possibly know that I was lying there, pretending to sleep, when every fiber of my being screamed with terror? But even as the weight of his words pressed down on me like a leaden weight, I knew I had to stay still, to play the part of the sleeping child until the danger had passed. For what felt like an eternity, I lay there in the suffocating silence of the room, the seconds ticking by like hours. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee from the darkness that threatened to consume me. And then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, the intruder slipped silently beneath my bed, his presence a looming specter in the darkness. I wanted to scream, to sob, to beg for mercy. But fear held me in its iron grip, rendering me mute and helpless as I lay there, trembling in the darkness. To this day, the memory of that night haunts me like a ghost, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the safety of our beds. And though I may never fully understand the horrors I witnessed that night, one thing remains clear. I was never truly alone in the darkness. I usually come home late at night from work, the city lights blurring into streaks of color as I weave through traffic. It was a Friday, the end of another long week, and I felt the familiar pull of exhaustion. But a voice inside me, a voice I usually ignored but tonight seemed to whisper louder than usual, urged me to break my routine. So, I changed out of my work clothes into something more casual, grabbed my keys and phone, and headed out. The weekend was calling, and I needed a distraction. I ended up at the Abyss, a dimly lit club that pulsed with a dark, seductive energy. It was the kind of place I usually avoided, too intense for my introverted nature. But tonight, I was ready to shake things up. As I pushed through the throng of bodies, I spotted her standing near the bar, alone and shrouded in a deep crimson dress that seemed more like a second skin. Her hair, a mess of dark curls, cascaded down her back, framing a face that was both beautiful and unsettling. There was an air of sadness around her, an unspoken story written in the lines around her eyes. Her name was Rachel, and she was unlike the other girls in the club. I found myself drawn to her, her quiet aura a stark contrast to the chaotic energy of the club. We talked, or rather, she talked, sharing fragments of her life, glimpses into a past that was filled with both pain and mystery. She spoke of her escape, of being trapped in a life she didn't choose, and a desperation to break free. Her words, laced with both vulnerability and fire, touched something deep within me, an empathy I rarely felt for strangers. She mentioned a small apartment near the river, a haven she had found after running away. It wasn't a place she could stay forever, but it was her sanctuary for now. I felt a protective instinct towards her, a desire to offer her the safety she craved. I wanted to help. As the night wore on, the line between friend and something more blurred. I found myself intoxicated not only by the music and the atmosphere, but by her presence. There was an undeniable magic in her, a captivating energy that I couldn't resist. She didn't drink, wouldn't touch the cocktails I offered. She was wary, keeping her distance even as we grew closer. I sensed a deep-seated fear in her, a fear that extended beyond the ordinary. It was as if she was running from something unseen and terrifying. Later, when the club was about to close, she leaned in, her voice a hushed whisper. "You shouldn't be with me." Her emerald eyes held a flicker of fear, a pleading that I couldn't ignore. "Rachel, what's wrong?" I asked, my concern growing with every passing moment. "There are things you don't understand," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I can't let you get caught in this." I was confused, her words shrouded in riddles. Before I could press her for answers, a figure appeared at the entrance, a man with a cold, predatory gleam in his eyes. He surveyed the room, pausing briefly at our table before his gaze locked onto Rachel. The air around her seemed to crackle with tension, her body stiffening as if she'd been struck by an electric current. "Rachel, it's time to go," the man said, his voice a low growl. He didn't look at me, his eyes fixated on her, a possessiveness that sent a chill down my spine. Rachel looked at me, her eyes pleading, then turned back to the man, her voice a mere whisper. "I told you I'm not coming." The man's smile was predatory, a wicked twist of his lips. "You have no choice, my dear. You're mine." His words sent a tremor of fear through me, the atmosphere turning heavy, thick with unspoken dangers. I instinctively knew this was no ordinary man, that there was something more to him, something sinister that lay just beneath the surface. He took a step towards her, reaching out to grab her arm. "Come on, let's go." "Leave her alone," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "She doesn't want to go with you." The man turned to me, his gaze cold and intense. "This doesn't concern you," he said, his voice a dangerous rasp. I stood up, a surge of adrenaline pushing away my fear. "She's with me," I declared, my voice echoing the defiance that rose within me. The man laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You have no idea what you're messing with, boy. You're playing with fire." His words were a threat, laced with the chilling promise of retribution. But I was determined to protect Rachel, to help her escape whatever darkness she was running from. "Leave," I commanded, my voice trembling but firm. "Get out of here." He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent a shiver down my spine. "You're brave, boy. But you're playing a dangerous game. You'll regret this." He then turned back to Rachel, his eyes burning with a possessive intensity. "Come on, Rachel. Let's go." She hesitated for a moment, fear etched on her face, but then she met my gaze, a silent plea in her eyes. She whispered, "I'll see you later," then walked out of the club, the man following close behind. The club lights seemed to dim, the music losing its rhythm, the air thick with a suffocating tension. My heart pounded in my chest, my mind racing with confusion and apprehension. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that the man was far more dangerous than he appeared. And Rachel, the mystery surrounding her, the fear in her eyes, it all screamed of something dark, something I hadn't fully grasped. I knew I couldn't let her go, not without knowing what was happening. I had to find her, to understand the truth about her and the man who pursued her. I rushed out of the club, the night air cold and sharp against my skin. I had no idea where she lived, only a vague description of her apartment, a small space near the river. The city lights blurred past as I drove, desperation churning in my gut. I had to find her, I had to help her. But what had I gotten myself into? I finally found her apartment, a small, dimly lit building tucked away on a narrow street. The windows were dark, the silence broken only by the murmuring of the river nearby. A chill ran down my spine as I approached the building. A sense of dread settled over me, a feeling that something was terribly wrong. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I tried the handle, and to my surprise it was unlocked. I pushed the door open, and a wave of cold air rushed out, carrying with it a scent that I couldn't place, a combination of damp earth and something else, something unsettlingly sweet. The apartment was small, barely more than a single room, but it was meticulously clean and tidy. There was a small kitchenette in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed pushed against the wall. There was a window overlooking the river, and the light from the moon cast a pale, ethereal glow on the room. Everything seemed undisturbed, except for one thing, a single red rose, lying on the table, its petals damp with an unnatural dew. I picked up the rose, its velvety softness a stark contrast to the chill that permeated the room. As I held it, I realized it smelled like the same sweet, cloying scent I had detected earlier. A sudden noise made me jump. It was a low, guttural growl coming from the bathroom. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I slowly walked towards the bathroom, my hand hovering over the door handle. I tried to recall the words the man had spoken, the chilling threat he had made. "You're playing a dangerous game, boy. You'll regret this." The growl came again, louder this time, and then a sound that made my blood run cold, a low, rasping whisper, barely audible, but unmistakable. "You should have stayed away." I realized then, with a horrifying certainty, that I was not alone in the apartment. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, narrow bathroom. I took a tentative step inside, my fear overcoming my hesitation. The sweet, cloying scent intensified, swirling around me like a suffocating fog. And then I saw it, a figure standing in the darkness, a silhouette that was both human and inhuman. It was a woman, but not a woman as I knew her. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes were black, bottomless pits that seemed to absorb all light. She moved towards me, her movements slow and deliberate, her body sleek and sinuous. She was a predator, and I was her prey. As she approached, her scent filled the room, a mix of sweetness and decay that made my stomach churn. My eyes widened, taking in the details of her horrifying beauty. Her lips, crimson red, were parted in a smile that was both alluring and terrifying. "Hello?" she whispered, her voice a soft, seductive murmur. "I've been waiting for you." And then she lunged. The world dissolved into a blur of motion and sound. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. My body, paralyzed by terror, was unable to move. As her lips met mine, I felt a jolt of energy, a surge of dark magic that pulsed through me. My mind, overwhelmed by terror and confusion, was unable to comprehend what was happening. The sweet, cloying scent enveloped me, its intoxicating sweetness mingling with the metallic taste of fear in my mouth. I felt a strange, intoxicating pleasure mixed with utter terror, a blend of sensations that left me confused and utterly helpless. Then, it was over. I stood there, unable to move, my body trembling uncontrollably. The bathroom was silent, the only sound the muffled roar of the river outside. I looked down at my hands, their skin felt cold and clammy. I could feel a faint pulsating energy, a strange warmth that seemed to emanate from within. The rose that I had picked up earlier was gone, vanished without a trace. I slowly backed out of the bathroom, my legs weak and unsteady. As I passed the window, I saw a faint, reddish glow on the river, a reflection of the moon that seemed to pulse with a strange, unnatural light. I rushed out of the apartment, the chill of the night air a welcome contrast to the stifling heat that permeated the room. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, but I didn't stop. I had to get away, to escape the horror that had unfolded in that small, seemingly innocuous apartment. As I ran, I caught a glimpse of myself in a shop window. My face was pale, my eyes wide and filled with a mixture of fear and something else, something I couldn't define but that seemed to cling to me like a second skin. I was no longer the same man I was before entering that apartment. Something had changed, something dark and unsettling had taken root within me. The city lights blurred past as I ran, the night air filled with the distant sounds of laughter and music. But for me, the world had become a silent, desolate place. I ran, until I found myself at the edge of the city, standing on a hill overlooking the vast expanse of the dark, undulating landscape. The wind whipped around me, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else, something sweet and unsettling. I knew then that I would never be the same again. I had been drawn into a dark world, a world of hidden secrets and ancient magic, a world that had claimed Rachel and now, it seemed, had claimed a part of me. And as I stood on that hill, gazing out at the vastness of the night, I knew with a chilling certainty that I was just beginning to understand the true nature of the darkness that had touched my life. After my wife's passing, I felt like my world had shattered into a million irreparable pieces. Left to pick up the fragments of our shattered lives, I and my daughter, Emily, embarked on a journey of healing, seeking refuge in the familiar yet unfamiliar embrace of the Tower City apartments in Cleveland. It was a decision made out of practicality, the convenience of its proximity to Emily's school and my home office outweighing any reservations I harbored about the building's ominous facade. The 7th floor became our new sanctuary, a haven where we could cocoon ourselves away from the prying eyes of the outside world, cocooned within the confines of our grief. Yet, despite the solace it offered, there was an underlying unease that permeated the very air we breathed, particularly whenever I stepped foot into the building's unsettling elevator. Its dimly lit interior and eerie silence seemed to echo with the whispers of the past, sending shivers down my spine with each ascent. But practicality prevailed over superstition, and I continued to brave the unnerving ride, if only for the sake of convenience. One ordinary morning, as I bid farewell to Emily, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air like an uninvited guest. It was a feeling I couldn't shake, a nagging sensation that something was amiss. Minutes turned into hours, and with each passing moment, my worry grew like a gnawing pit in the depths of my stomach. Then, like a bolt from the blue, I heard Emily's voice echoing from the depths of the elevator shaft. Panic seized hold of my heart, driving me to investigate. Racing down the corridor, my footsteps echoed in tandem with the pounding of my heart as I flung open the elevator doors to find Emily standing there, her usually vibrant demeanor replaced by an unsettling calm. "Emily, what are you doing here?" My voice trembled with concern as I reached out to her, desperate for some semblance of reassurance. Emily's eyes met mine, but there was something distant about her gaze, as if she were seeing through me rather than looking at me. "I don't know, Dad. I just felt like I had to be here." With a sinking feeling in my chest, I guided Emily back to our apartment, her steps slow and unsteady. As we entered, Emily collapsed onto the couch, her breathing shallow as she drifted into an uneasy slumber. Hours turned into days, and still, Emily remained in a state of eerie tranquility, her presence a haunting reminder of the inexplicable events that had unfolded. Then, one fateful morning, as I answered the doorbell, I was greeted by the sight of Emily standing on the other side, her expression a mask of fear and confusion. "Dad, can I come in?" Her voice was barely a whisper, but the urgency in her tone was unmistakable. I stepped aside, allowing Emily to enter, but as I turned to lead her to her room, my heart plummeted to the pit of my stomach. The room was empty, devoid of any sign of Emily's presence. Panic surged through my veins as I searched every corner of the apartment, calling out her name into the deafening silence that surrounded me. It wasn't until I received a phone call from Emily's school, revealing that she hadn't attended in 3 days, that the full weight of the situation crashed down upon me like a ton of bricks. My mind raced with a million unanswered questions, each more terrifying than the last. What had happened to Emily that fateful day in the elevator? Where had she gone, and why? Days turned into weeks, and still, there was no sign of Emily. My once peaceful existence shattered into a million pieces, haunted by the unanswered questions that lingered in the air like a specter. I found myself drawn back to the 7th floor of the Tower City apartments, the place where it all began, searching for answers that seemed forever out of reach. But as the months turned into years, I realized that some mysteries are never meant to be solved. And though Emily's absence left a void that could never be filled, I found solace in the memories we shared, forever etched in my heart. In the end, love was the only thing that mattered, transcending time and space, binding us together for eternity. When I moved into my new apartment, I wasn't scared of the rumors of it being haunted. In fact, I was excited at the prospect of living with a ghostly roommate. The first few nights were uneventful, but on the 3rd night, I felt a presence in my room. It was a cold, malevolent force that sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it watching me. I could feel its eyes piercing through me, examining every inch of my body. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I looked down to see deep claw marks, welling up with blood. I screamed in terror and pain, but no one came to my aid. The demon continued to tear into my skin, its brutal affection leaving me craving more. As the nights went by, the demon's visits became more frequent. I found myself looking forward to its arrival, the pain and pleasure it brought me. I was addicted to its violent touch, the way it left me battered and bruised. But one night, something changed. Instead of the demon's usual rough treatment, I felt a gentle touch on my face. I opened my eyes to see a figure standing in front of me, its red eyes glowing in the dark. It was the demon, but different. It reached out a hand to me, and I hesitantly took it. The demon led me to my bed, where it gently laid me down. It crawled on top of me, its touch still gentle and tender. I couldn't believe what was happening. The demon that had once brought me nothing but pain and terror was now making love to me. The sex was intense, but different from the violent encounters we had before. This time, it was slow and passionate. The demon worshipped every inch of my body, its tongue tracing every line and curve. I could feel the love and affection in every touch, every kiss. After what felt like hours, we lay there, tangled in each other's arms. I looked into the demon's red eyes and saw a vulnerability I had never seen before. It was then I realized that the demon wasn't just a monster, but a being with feelings and emotions. As the days went by, the demon continued to visit me, but its visits were different. Instead of the brutal attacks, it was now gentle and loving. I found myself falling for the demon, its violent past no longer scaring me. But one night, everything changed. I woke up to the feeling of something sharp slicing through my skin. I opened my eyes to see the demon standing in front of me, its eyes glowing with a sinister intent. It wasn't the demon I had come to know. This was a monster, a killer. It attacked me with a ferocity I hadn't seen before. I screamed, but there was no one to hear me. The demon continued its brutal assault, leaving me battered and bruised. I couldn't believe what was happening. The demon I had come to love had turned against me. It had shown me its true form, its true nature. I lay there, my body broken and bleeding, and realized that I couldn't stay in this apartment any longer. I couldn't stay with the demon that had once brought me pleasure but had now turned into my worst nightmare. I packed my bags and left, never looking back. I left behind the demon and the memories of our encounters. I knew that I could never forget the demon, but I had to move on. As I drove away, I realized that not everything is as it seems. Sometimes, the things we desire the most can also be our downfall. But I also knew that I would always be a thrill-seeker, always drawn to the dark and macabre. And who knows, maybe one day I would find another demon to call my own. It was the third day in my newly rented apartment. One night, I came home later than usual. As I approached the building, a chill wind whispered through the air, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. But amidst the quiet, I heard a faint, rhythmic thumping echoing from the terrace above. Ignoring the unsettling feeling in my gut, I brushed it off as repair work by the building's owner and headed inside. However, the same noise greeted me when I returned late again, this time sending shivers down my spine. It sounded ominous, like a warning of impending doom. Exhaustion weighed heavily on me as I stepped into my apartment. But the strange noise persisted, unsettling me further. With a sense of dread gnawing at my insides, I made my way to the terrace, the cold night air biting at my skin. As I emerged onto the terrace, the thumping grew louder, resonating through the darkness like a sinister heartbeat. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached the source, expecting the worst. And there, hunched over in the shadows, was a figure clad in tattered clothes, hammering relentlessly at the concrete wall with a fervor that sent chills down my spine. His movements were frenzied, almost inhuman, as if driven by some unseen force. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling with fear. The figure froze, slowly turning to face me with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. "I didn't mean to startle you," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. "What are you doing?" I demanded, my voice quivering with dread. He hesitated, his gaze darting around nervously before he spoke in a voice laced with desperation. "I can't stop," he whispered. "I have to finish before it's too late." A chill ran down my spine as his words hung in the air, ominous and foreboding. I backed away slowly, the sense of danger overwhelming me. But before I could escape, a deafening crack split the air, and the concrete wall crumbled before my eyes, revealing a dark abyss beyond. And as I gazed into the depths, a sense of dread washed over me, for I knew that something sinister lurked within, something that hungered for more than just concrete and steel. With a scream caught in my throat, I turned and fled, the echoes of the figure's haunting laughter following me into the night. As I reached the safety of my apartment, I trembled with fear, haunted by the memory of the figure on the terrace and the darkness that lurked beyond. And as I lay in bed, the sound of his relentless hammering echoing in my ears, I couldn't shake the feeling that something malevolent lingered in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victim. I had a friend stay the night. It was a humid summer night, the kind that makes the air thick and heavy, clinging to your skin like a second layer of clothes. It was the kind of night that whispered secrets in the wind, that felt pregnant with mischief and the unknown. My friend, Sarah, was sleeping over. We were 12 years old, perched on the precipice of adulthood, convinced we knew everything but mostly just terrified of the things we didn't. We had spent the evening giggling over silly jokes, sharing secrets whispered in the dark, and battling over whose turn it was to pick the next movie on my dad's ancient VHS player. The air hung heavy with the scent of popcorn and burnt sugar from the s'mores we'd devoured earlier. The house was eerily quiet. My parents had long retreated downstairs, leaving us to the muffled sounds of their murmuring voices and the occasional clink of glasses. The silence upstairs was punctuated by the occasional creak of the old floorboards, the rustling of the oak tree outside my window, and the frantic beating of our young hearts. Sarah, her face illuminated by the faint glow of my bedside lamp, was sprawled across my bed, her limbs splayed out like a starfish. I was curled up on my side, staring at the chipped paint on my ceiling, my mind flitting between the day's events and the vast unknown that lay just beyond the reach of the light. "Do you know what will make the devil mad?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible above the whisper of the wind. I turned to face her, my eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "What?" "No, why?" "Because," she said, an impish grin spreading across her face, "we can tell him that God loves him." I paused, pondering her words. It felt like a mischievous, exhilaratingly dangerous game, a secret code shared only between us and a being we'd only ever heard whispered about in hushed tones. "Okay," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "But what if he hears us?" Sarah laughed, a sound that seemed to echo in the vastness of the empty room. "He's probably too busy being evil to bother with us," she said, her tone light but tinged with a hint of fear. "But just in case, we'll say it really quiet." We huddled closer, our bodies touching, our breaths mingling in the still air. We looked at each other, a silent agreement passing between us. Then, in unison, we whispered, "Hey devil, God loves you!" The words hung in the air for a heartbeat, heavy with a strange kind of energy, before they were swallowed by the silence. We waited breathless, our hearts pounding in our chests. "Nothing." "See," Sarah whispered, her voice still laced with a nervous tremor. "He didn't even hear us." But then, just as the relief settled over me, a deep, guttural laugh, full of a primal, chilling joy, boomed from under my bed. It wasn't human laughter, not the kind that bubbles up from the chest, the kind that is born of shared amusement. It was the laughter of something ancient, something utterly alien, something that filled the room with a palpable chill. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, my eyes glued to the shadow beneath the bed. My gaze locked onto the silhouette of something dark, something that moved with a life of its own, just out of the reach of my terrified vision. Sarah had also frozen, her face ashen, her eyes wide with terror. The laughter continued, growing louder, more insistent, filling the room with a sense of utter dread. We didn't dare move. The laughter felt like an icy grip, holding us hostage, paralyzing us with fear. The seconds stretched into minutes, the laughter echoing through the silent house, a mocking reminder of our vulnerability, a testament to our childish naivete. The laughter subsided, replaced by a silence that was even more terrifying than the sound. The air crackled with tension, with the energy of something unseen, something ominous, something waiting. We huddled closer, my arm instinctively reaching out to touch Sarah's, seeking solace in the warmth of her trembling body. We dared not breathe, afraid that any noise, any movement, would shatter the fragile silence and call forth whatever lurked beneath the bed. The darkness under the bed seemed to throb, pulsating with an unseen energy, a presence that was both terrifying and alluring. I felt a tremor of fear mixed with an odd sense of excitement, a morbid curiosity that dared me to look closer. Then, a gentle tapping sound, like a child's finger drumming on wood, emanated from under the bed. The sound was so faint, so subtle, that it might have been imagined, but it was enough to send a jolt of terror through my body. We held our breath, our hearts pounding in our ears, as the tapping grew more insistent. It was like a slow, rhythmic heartbeat, a primal rhythm that beat in counterpoint to our own frantic pulses. The tapping stopped. Silence descended once more, heavier, more oppressive than before. Our bodies were stiff, our muscles aching from holding our positions for so long. We were frozen in a state of paralytic fear, our minds trapped in a labyrinth of terror. Then, a low, guttural voice, raspy and deep, filled the room. It was a voice that whispered of forgotten horrors, of ancient evils, of a power that transcended the boundaries of human comprehension. "You should have known better than to tempt me," the voice hissed, the words slithering through the air like venomous snakes. "You should have known that God has no power here." The voice seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, a chilling echo that reverberated in the recesses of our minds. The hair on my arms stood on end. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine. My breath caught in my throat, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. Sarah, her hand gripping mine tightly, whispered, "We didn't mean to tempt you, please don't hurt us." The voice chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Don't be afraid, little ones. I have no need for your petty souls. But I do need your fear." The voice grew louder, more powerful, as if the entity that spoke it was drawing strength from our terror. The floorboards beneath our beds creaked and groaned, as if the house itself was trembling in fear. "You are nothing but puppets, dancing to the tune of a forgotten god. You are insignificant, insignificant, insignificant." The word echoed in my mind, resonating with an unsettling sense of truth. The weight of the world seemed to bear down on me, suffocating me with its terrible truth. "But your fear," the voice continued, its tone now a low, seductive whisper. "Your fear is a gift that I can use." A cold, clammy hand, unnaturally large and cold, reached out from under the bed. It brushed against my leg, sending shivers of fear and revulsion through my body. Sarah screamed, a piercing sound that cut through the room, shattering the silence. The hand retreated back under the bed, leaving behind a lingering chill that seeped into my bones. We scrambled to our feet, our bodies trembling uncontrollably. We ran to the door, our fear lending us a sudden burst of energy. We flung the door open, the sudden rush of air a welcome reprieve from the suffocating atmosphere of the room. We stumbled out into the hallway, our bodies racked with sobs, our minds reeling from the horror we had just experienced. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon filtering through the window at the end of the corridor. We felt exposed, vulnerable, as if we were walking through a haunted forest at midnight. As we reached the top of the stairs, we heard a voice from below, a familiar, comforting voice that seemed to cut through the fog of fear. "What's wrong? You girls okay?" It was my dad's voice, his tone laced with concern. We didn't answer, too terrified to speak. We simply kept running, down the stairs and into the safety of the living room, where my parents were seated on the couch, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of the television. We collapsed onto the floor, our bodies shaking, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. We were safe for now, but the memory of the horrors we had witnessed, the chilling laughter, the cold hand, the terrifying voice, was etched permanently into our minds. My dad wrapped his arms around us, his embrace a source of comfort in the face of the unknown. "What happened? What's wrong?" he asked, his voice gentle but firm. We couldn't bring ourselves to tell him what had happened. The words, the laughter, the touch, were too terrifying, too real to be spoken aloud. We spent the rest of the night huddled together on the couch, trying to find comfort in the warmth of each other's presence. But the memory of the night we shared a secret with the devil, lingered in the shadows of our minds. The next day, we walked home from school, our hands clasped together, our bodies still trembling from the shock of the night before. As we passed my house, I glanced at the window of my room, the one that faced the street. I was struck by the thought that the devil could be watching us, waiting for the moment we would forget our encounter, waiting for the moment he could return. And as I walked away, I knew that I would never forget that night, the night I learned that sometimes the things we fear most are the things that are closest to us, the things that lurk in the shadows, the things that whisper their secrets in the darkness. From that day forward, I carried a newfound sense of fear and respect for the unknown. I learned to tread carefully, to be mindful of the shadows, and to never, ever, tempt the devil. My son is about 10 months old and absolutely hates sleep. He will sleep in his crib until about 3 to 4 a.m., then wake up screaming for a bottle, then spend the rest of the night in our bed. It's exhausting. My wife, Sarah, says I need to be tougher, to let him cry it out, but I can't stand the sound of his tiny, desperate wails. He's just a baby. How can I leave him crying in the dark? Friday night, just like every other night, the screaming started. I jumped out of bed, my heart thudding against my ribs. My wife mumbled something in her sleep, but she didn't stir. I tiptoed to the kitchen, the fluorescent light humming overhead, and began to prepare his bottle. I turned towards the night light so I could pour the water to the right level, and that's when I heard it. It was a hum. Not the low, steady hum of the refrigerator, but a distinct, melodic hum. Like a woman singing a lullaby, but without any words. It started soft and low, then slowly rose in volume, the sound filling the kitchen. I froze, my hand hovering over the bottle. My eyes darted around the room, searching for the source. Nothing. Just the familiar, sterile white walls and the sterile, stainless steel counter. "Sarah?" I whispered, my voice shaky. She didn't answer. I turned back to the bottle, my eyes still wide. The humming continued, now louder and more insistent. It filled the entire room, sending shivers down my spine. Then, as suddenly as it began, the hum stopped. My son, who had been silent for a few seconds, started screaming even louder. It was a desperate, raw scream that tore through the stillness of the house. I dropped the bottle, the glass clinking against the linoleum. I raced into our son's room, my heart pounding in my chest, the adrenaline forcing me forward. He was lying in his crib, his tiny face flushed, his eyes squeezed shut. He was fine. I ran to our bedroom, the adrenaline still pumping through my veins. Sarah was still asleep, her face peaceful in the dim moonlight coming through the window. The door was still closed, just like I left it. I had to wake her up. "Sarah, wake up!" I shook her shoulder, my voice cracking. She stirred, momentarily confused, then her eyes opened, widening in alarm. "What's wrong?" she whispered, her voice thick with sleep. I heard something," I stammered, my voice still shaky. "A woman humming. Right outside the kitchen." She looked at me, her eyes narrowed in disbelief. "You're dreaming," she said, her voice clipped. "You're just tired, that's all." "No, I'm not," I insisted, my voice rising in frustration. "I heard it. It was right there, behind me." My wife sighed, rolling over and pulling the covers up over her head. "Just go back to sleep, Michael. You'll feel better in the morning." I lay back down, my mind racing. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I had heard it, clear as day. The humming, the way it had filled the room, it was impossible to forget. The next day, I told Sarah about it again, but she just rolled her eyes. "You're so jumpy," she said. "Maybe it was just the refrigerator." I knew it wasn't the refrigerator. It was something else, something sinister. I started to pay closer attention to my surroundings. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was wrong. The humming started happening more frequently. Sometimes it was faint, just a whisper in the background. Other times, it was loud and clear, filling my ears with its unsettling melody. It always happened at night, when the house was quiet and I was alone with my son. I started to develop a strange anxiety. I'd catch myself looking over my shoulder, scanning the shadows for movement. I started to sleep with the lights on, unable to bear the thought of being shrouded in darkness. And the worst part was, the humming seemed to be getting closer. One night, it happened again. I was in the kitchen, making a bottle for my son, who had woken up screaming. He was crying louder than usual, his face contorted in pain. I was trying to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop. I turned my head, looking over my shoulder, searching for the source of the humming. It was there, right behind me. It was a soft hum at first, a barely audible whisper against the backdrop of my son's cries. But it grew stronger, louder, until it filled the room, drowning out every other sound. My son's cries stopped abruptly. I turned around, my heart hammering against my ribs, expecting to see someone standing behind me, a woman with a haunting smile, her lips moving silently, creating the hum that filled the air. But there was nothing there, just the empty kitchen, the white walls, the stainless steel counter. I took a step back, my body trembling, my mind reeling. I was alone. But the hum was still there, its melody now tinged with a hint of malice, a sense of urgency. It was getting closer, closing in on me, its warmth radiating like a heat wave. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my son's bottle and ran back to our bedroom, slamming the door shut behind me. I held my son close, his tiny body trembling against mine. He was still crying, but his cries were muffled by the sound of my racing heart. I looked at Sarah, who was still asleep, her breathing even and peaceful. I wanted to wake her up, but I was afraid. Afraid of what she might see, what she might hear. Afraid of what I might tell her. I sat on the bed, rocking my son back and forth, trying to soothe him. But the humming was still there. It was weaving its way through the walls, through the floorboards, making its way to me, to my son. It was relentless, inescapable. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to get out of the house. But where could I go? Who could I trust? I glanced at Sarah again, her face still serene in her sleep. Her hair was a mess, the white pillowcase smeared with smudges of mascara. She looked so peaceful, so oblivious to the darkness that was creeping into our home. I felt a wave of panic rise up inside me. I had to get her out of here, away from the humming, away from whatever was happening. But I didn't know how. I didn't know what to do. I looked at my son, his tiny face contorted in pain. He was so innocent, so vulnerable. I had to protect him, I had to keep him safe. Suddenly, I knew what I had to do. I had to get out of the house with my son. It didn't matter where we went, as long as we were far away from this place, far away from the humming. I picked up my son and headed toward the front door. I could hear Sarah stirring in her sleep, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I carried my son out of the house, into the cool night air, the hum resonating behind me, its melody a chilling reminder of the danger we had just escaped. I didn't know what was going to happen next, but I knew that I would do anything to protect my son, to keep him safe from the darkness that was creeping closer. "Mommy?" My son's little voice whispered in my ear, breaking through the silence of the night. "It's okay, my love," I whispered, holding him closer, trying to ignore the prickling sensation on the back of my neck. "Mommy's right here." The hum, however, was not right here. It was following us, its sound a constant, chilling presence in the air. It seemed to know where we were going, as if it was guiding us. I started running, my son clutched tightly in my arms. The cold night air stung my lungs, but I didn't slow down. I had to get away, away from the hum, away from the darkness. I didn't know where I was going, but I kept running, my legs burning, my lungs aching. The humming seemed to grow louder, more insistent, making its way through the streets as if it were following the rhythm of my heart. I ran and ran, until I couldn't run anymore. My legs gave out and I fell to the ground, my son still held tight in my arms. I looked around, desperate, searching for a place to hide, a place where the hum couldn't reach us. Then I saw it. A small, deserted playground, nestled between two towering apartment buildings. It was dark, shrouded in shadow, but it was empty, a haven in the midst of the city's frenetic energy. I dragged myself to the slide, collapsing on the cold metal. I sat there, my son in my arms, listening to the hum, its melody still echoing in my ears. It was closer now, its presence more tangible, more menacing. I knew it was coming for us. I knew we couldn't stay here. I have to get out of here, I thought, my mind racing. I have to get us somewhere safe. I stood up, my body trembling with exhaustion, and started walking. I didn't know where I was going, but I kept moving, my eyes fixed on the horizon, the humming a constant presence, guiding us, beckoning us, closer and closer to its unseen source. I walked for hours, through desolate streets and empty alleys, my son sleeping soundly in my arms. The hum remained constant, a low, insistent melody that pulsed through the air, growing louder and more intense with each passing moment. The city, once a place of life and vibrancy, now felt like a tomb, a silent graveyard filled with the ghosts of forgotten dreams. I knew we couldn't stay here, at least not for long. This place, this city, was no longer safe. I had to find somewhere else, somewhere hidden, where the hum couldn't reach us, where we could finally be safe. The city lights stretched out before me, a labyrinth of blinding neon signs and flickering street lamps, but I didn't dare turn back. I had to keep moving, keep walking, until I found the place, the haven I knew was out there, somewhere, waiting for us. And all the while, the humming followed, its melody weaving itself into the fabric of the city, a haunting lullaby that promised both comfort and destruction, a siren's song that whispered of both salvation and doom. I had just moved to another state. Everything about it felt different, from the way the air smelled to the unfamiliar sounds of birdsong that filtered through my open window. I stood in my new room, surrounded by unpacked boxes, staring at the sparse furniture. A single mattress lay on the floor, unadorned by a frame, and next to it, a digital alarm clock with large, glowing red numbers. It was my haven in this strange new world, a familiar anchor point in a sea of unknowns. I was 14, and though I was ecstatic about the fresh start this move promised, the reality of being alone in a new environment was starting to sink in. The silence in the house was deafening, amplified by the absence of my family, who were busy unpacking the truck downstairs. Exhausted from the long drive, I longed for the comfort of my bed. I pulled back the thin sheet covering the mattress, the scent of fresh linen bringing a wave of calm over me. I lay down, sinking into the soft surface, my head resting on a thin pillow. My eyes drifted shut, the familiar feeling of sleep pulling me down. Then, as quickly as it began, my mind snapped awake. Something was wrong. I opened my eyes, my gaze immediately falling on the alarm clock beside me. The red numbers glowed back. 10:24. But it was morning. The sun streamed through the window, casting a warm golden glow on the floor. Birds chirped outside, their melodic calls breaking the silence. It was a bright, cheerful morning, not the hazy darkness of night. My heart pounded in my chest. It was as if I had slept through the entire night. 10:24. I blinked, certain I was seeing things. The numbers on the clock remained the same. It's morning, I mumbled, my voice raspy with disbelief. It was a whisper, a plea for confirmation that my senses weren't betraying me. I scrambled out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold wooden floor with a thud. The room seemed different somehow. The shadows that had been cast by the setting sun were gone, replaced by the sharp, clear outlines of objects in the morning light. I rushed to the window, the cool air hitting my face. The sky was blue, a brilliant, cloudless blue, unlike the dusk-kissed sky I had seen before I closed my eyes. The sun was high in the sky, casting long shadows from the trees in the yard. It was as if I'd blinked and somehow, magically, the sun had shifted in the sky. Had I been unconscious this whole time? Had I fallen into a deep sleep, only to wake up 12 hours later? But I hadn't felt tired. I couldn't recall a single dream, a single moment of oblivion. I felt as if I had merely closed my eyes and then woken up, with the clock inexplicably displaying the same time it had when I first lay down. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. There was something inherently wrong, something unsettling about the entire situation. I checked my phone. The time displayed on the screen confirmed the clock's reading, 10:24 a.m. My heart hammered in my chest. The knowledge that I was somehow stuck in this time loop was terrifying. It wasn't just a simple anomaly. It was a glitch in time, a void that had swallowed an entire 12 hours of my life. I was caught in a bizarre paradox, trapped in a never-ending loop, repeating the same moment over and over again. I desperately wanted someone to talk to, someone who could explain what was happening. But my parents were still unpacking downstairs, oblivious to my predicament. The fear that had been simmering inside me now boiled over, its tendrils reaching out, wrapping around me like a cold, constricting embrace. I wanted to scream, to shout my fear into the void, to break free from the confines of this impossible reality. I sank down onto the floor, my back against the wall, clutching my knees to my chest. The world seemed unreal, a distorted reflection of the world I knew. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, my thoughts consumed by the strange incident. I tried to engage in normal activities, but every attempt was met with a jarring sense of dissonance. Conversations felt hollow, actions meaningless, all within the framework of this repeating loop. Days turned into weeks, the clock always displaying the same time, 10:24 a.m. I was trapped in a waking nightmare, the endless replay of the same moment, the same time, chipping away at my sanity. I tried everything I could think of to break free. I stayed up all night, hoping that exhaustion would break the loop. I slept for hours on end, hoping that a long, deep sleep would reset the cycle. I even tried counting the seconds, hoping to find patterns in the flow of time. Nothing worked. The loop persisted, an implacable, immutable force. And with each passing day, with each repetition of the same 24-hour cycle, my fear grew, gnawing at the edges of my mind. I felt an overwhelming sense of isolation, a chasm of loneliness separating me from the rest of the world. My family, unaware of my predicament, continued to live their lives, unaware of the silent terror I endured. I was a prisoner in my own life, trapped in a time loop that seemed to exist solely for me. The weight of the situation began to take a toll on me. My once bright eyes dulled, my once energetic demeanor turned into a weary apathy. The world around me seemed to blur, the colors muted, the sounds muffled, as if I were watching life through a thick, frosted glass. The only thing that remained constant was the clock, always displaying the same time, 10:24 a.m. It was a mocking reminder of my imprisonment, a symbol of the time I was losing, the life I was missing. Then, one day, something changed. It was a subtle shift, almost imperceptible at first. The air felt different, the light seemed to carry a different hue. I couldn't quite pinpoint it, but something felt off. My heart pounded in my chest, a desperate hope flickering in its depths. I rushed to the clock, my eyes glued to its red numbers. 10:24 a.m. The time hadn't changed. But the feeling was different. Suddenly, the familiar monotony of the loop was replaced by a sense of urgency. It was a subtle shift, a tremor in the fabric of time. I rushed to my window, my gaze scanning the horizon. The sky was still the same brilliant blue, the sun high in the sky. But the birdsong, the chirping melodies that had been constant through my ordeal, was gone. The silence was deafening, the absence of the birdsong a stark contrast to the vibrant sounds of the previous loops. The air felt heavy, as if a storm was brewing on the horizon. It was then, in that moment, amidst the mounting unease, that a faint, high-pitched ringing started to resonate in my ears. It was a sound I knew, one that had been absent in my loop, a sound that sent a wave of panic through me. My phone. The ringtone, a jarring discordance against the eerie silence, jolted me back to reality. I grabbed my phone, my trembling fingers fumbling with the lock. On the screen, it was my mother's name, her face illuminated by the screen. "Honey, where are you?" We're leaving in 5 minutes. Her voice, laced with concern, cut through the silence. The clock still displayed 10:24 a.m. But it was a different 10:24 a.m. The birdsong, the silence, the air, it was all different. The loop was gone, the prison bars broken. I was free. But why? What had happened? The answer to that question would remain a mystery, a fleeting whisper in the vast tapestry of time, a time I had nearly lost, a time I had nearly forgotten. But I would never forget the feeling, the terror, the loneliness, and the overwhelming joy of escaping the loop, of being free from the clutches of the impossible. It was a life-changing experience, a chilling reminder of the fragility of time, the uncertainty of reality. And I would always wonder, even now, years after the incident, if that strange, silent gap, those missing 12 hours, were a glimpse into a different reality, a parallel world, or simply a glitch in the fabric of time, a cosmic hiccup that would forever remain a mystery. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had been given a second chance, a chance to embrace life, to cherish the moments, to live each day as if it were the last. And I would never take that for granted. I was 13, she was 17. At first, I thought she was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen. She had long, curly brown hair, bright green eyes, and a smile that could light up a room. We met at the local community center, where I would go to shoot hoops after school. She would come in and watch, flirting with me from across the room. I was flattered by the attention, but I didn't think much of it. I was just a kid, and she was a high school girl. But she had other plans. She started seeking me out, talking to me, and making me feel special. She would tell me how mature I was for my age, how much she loved spending time with me, and how she couldn't wait to see me every day. I was flattered and overwhelmed by all the attention she was giving me. I had never had a girlfriend before, and I didn't know how to handle it. She was good at what she did. She knew just what to say and how to act to make me feel like I was the most important person in her life. But looking back, I can see now that it was all an act. She was manipulating me, playing with my emotions, and using me for her own entertainment. One day, she asked me to be her boyfriend. I was hesitant at first, but she convinced me that it was the right thing to do. She told me how happy we would be together, and how much she loved me. I was innocent, and I believed her. I thought that I had found my first love. But things took a dark turn quickly. She started to become more demanding, wanting to spend all of her time with me, and getting angry when I couldn't. She would make me feel guilty for wanting to spend time with my friends, telling me that I didn't love her if I couldn't make time for her. It wasn't long before she forced me into having sex with her. I was scared and confused, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to lose her, so I went along with it. But I knew it was wrong, and I regretted it immediately. I was just a child, and she took advantage of me. After that, she began to blackmail me. She told me that if I ever left her, she would tell everyone about what we had done. She said that I would be in big trouble if anyone found out, and that I would be labeled as a pervert and a predator. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do, and I felt like I had no way out. She also made me send her pictures of myself. She said that she needed them to prove that I loved her, and that I couldn't refuse. I was worried about what she would do with the pictures, but I felt like I had no choice. I sent them to her, hoping that it would be enough to keep her happy. But it wasn't. She continued to blackmail me, using the pictures to manipulate me and control me. I was trapped in a cycle of abuse, and I didn't know how to escape. I felt scared and alone, with no one to turn to. This went on for 7 long months. I missed out on so much during that time, as I was isolated from my friends and family. I was constantly on edge, waiting for the next demand or threat from her. I was living in fear, and it was taking a toll on my physical and mental health. But one day, my mother found her dragging me out of the front door. I was trying to leave, to escape from her, but she wouldn't let me go. My mother could see the fear in my eyes, and she knew something was wrong. She stepped in, confronting my abuser, and demanding that she leave me alone. My abuser, realizing that she had been caught, tried to deny everything. But my mother could see through her lies, and she knew that I was telling the truth. She called the police, and my abuser was arrested. I was relieved that it was finally over, but I was also terrified. I didn't know what would happen next, or how this would affect my life. I was afraid that people would judge me, or that they would think that I was to blame. I was scared that my abuser would come after me again, and that I would never be truly safe. But as time went on, I started to heal. I went to therapy, and I talked about what had happened to me. I learned that it wasn't my fault, and that I wasn't to blame. I started to rebuild my relationships with my friends and family, and I began to feel like myself again. I also learned that I wasn't alone. There were other people who had gone through similar experiences, and they were there to support me. I joined a support group, and I started to talk to other survivors. They helped me to understand that I wasn't alone, and that I could heal from this trauma. It's been several years now, and I'm still healing. I have my ups and downs, but I'm getting better every day. I've learned to trust again, and I've fallen in love. I have a bright future ahead of me, and I'm excited to see what it holds. But I will never forget what happened to me. I will always remember the fear and the pain, and I will always be an advocate for other survivors. I will speak out against sexual abuse and assault, and I will work to make sure that no one else has to go through what I did. I was 13, she was 17. She manipulated me into dating her, then forced me into having sex with her. She blackmailed me, using pictures to further control me. This went on for 7 months, but I survived. I am a survivor, and I am strong. I worked at a convenience store. It wasn't glamorous, but it was a job, and at 17, I was happy to have one. The pay was decent, the customers were mostly friendly, and the nights weren't too bad. The only downside was the constant influx of customers from the halfway house around the corner. The halfway house was a place for people struggling with various mental health issues. Many were on medication, others were unstable, and a few you could tell just weren't quite right in the head. They'd come into the store, their eyes glazed over, their minds somewhere else. Most were harmless enough, but there was one woman who always unsettled me. From a distance, she seemed normal enough. But up close, something was a little off. Her makeup was a bit weird. She'd wear bright red lipstick, sometimes yellow or bright pink, always a bit messy. Her clothes were always the same, a faded floral dress and a worn-out cardigan. And she walked around with a perpetual air of confusion, her eyes flitting from one thing to another. I remember the first time she entered the store. She bought a 30-cent pack of gum, handing me a $10 bill. As I was giving her change, she stared at me in a very creepy way, her eyes unblinking, her gaze fixed on my face. Then, she complimented me, her voice unnervingly saccharine. "You're so pretty and beautiful. I want to be like you." She spoke with an unsettling grin. "Haha, thanks, here's your change," I mumbled, feeling a chill run down my spine. "You know I have $1 million?" she continued, her voice a sing-song. "I'm also going to marry Ryan Seacrest, and we're going to live on a big house on the moon. I would tell you where I hid my $1 million, but I have the power to not tell you." She winked, a manic glint in her eye. "Okay," I said, utterly bewildered, and she drifted off into the night. "Ah, just one of the loonies from around the corner," I told my friend later, trying to laugh it off. "They never cause any harm." But it wasn't as simple as that. She started frequenting the store more and more, often just wandering around, her gaze fixed on me. She never spoke, just silently smiled at me, her eyes following my every move. I felt like I was being watched, scrutinized, judged. She seemed to delight in my discomfort, her presence like a cold, clammy hand on the back of my neck. "She's creepy as fuck," my friend said, rolling his eyes. "Like, seriously creepy. You need to watch out." My unease grew. She wasn't just in the store anymore. She started showing up everywhere. I would be walking my dog, and she would be staring at me from behind a car, her face a mask of unnerving intensity. I would be sitting on my balcony, enjoying the sunset, and she would shout, "Hey, Thought Factory! You look so pretty today!" She would follow me down the aisles of the grocery store, giggling and whispering to herself, her eyes glinting with a manic sparkle. When I'd turn, she would bolt away. I began carrying pepper spray, just in case. One day, she showed up at my door. It was late, almost midnight. I was in my pajamas, watching TV, when I heard a knock. I peeked through the peephole and saw her standing there, her eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and desperation. I hesitated, wondering what to do. "Hello?" she called out, her voice oddly quiet. I opened the door a crack. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice tight with apprehension. I wanted to see if you were in here," she said, her eyes scanning the interior of my apartment. "Do you have a phone I could borrow?" "Go use the one outside," I said, my voice a bit harsh. "It's only like 35 cents. "I don't have 35 cents," she mumbled, her eyes downcast. "Yeah, well, you can't be in here," I said, moving to close the door. "Wait," she cried, her voice suddenly frantic. "Please? I just need to make a call." I hesitated, torn between my fear and the nagging feeling that she might be in trouble. "It's important," she pleaded, her hands clutching the worn-out fabric of her dress. I sighed, feeling defeated. "Okay, but make it quick," I said, opening the door wider. She stepped inside, her eyes darting around the room, taking in every detail. She seemed to be looking for something, but I couldn't tell what. I felt a sudden urge to close the door again, but I was too late. "Where's your phone?" she asked, her voice tight with a strange urgency. I pointed to the kitchen counter. "Right there," I said, backing away slowly. She darted over to the counter, her eyes glued to the phone. She picked it up, her fingers fumbling with it. I stood by the door, watching her closely, my hand instinctively reaching for the pepper spray in my pocket. She finally managed to unlock the phone, her eyes darting around the room again. She seemed to be searching for something, her gaze falling on the pictures on the fridge. I felt a sudden chill run down my spine. "Who's this?" she asked, her voice a whisper, as she pointed to a picture of my family. "My family," I said, my voice tight with fear. She didn't respond. She just stared at the picture, her eyes wide with a strange intensity. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. This wasn't normal. "Do you have any more pictures?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Yeah, I do." "Why?" "I like looking at them," she said, her eyes still glued to the picture. "You can't just be in my house," I said, my voice rising in panic. "You need to leave now." She didn't move. She just stared at the picture, her eyes fixed on the smiling faces of my family. "I like you, you're pretty," she said, her voice a soft, melodic hum. "We could be friends." "No, we can't. You have to leave," I said, my voice cracking under the pressure. She finally looked away from the picture, her gaze falling on me. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, her expression a mixture of adoration and hunger. "But you're so beautiful," she whispered, her voice laced with a strange yearning. "I want to be you." I felt a cold wave of fear wash over me. Something was wrong. This wasn't a simple case of a mentally troubled woman needing a phone call. "Get out!" I yelled, my voice shaking. She took a step closer, her eyes fixed on me. I saw a flicker of something dark in her eyes, something sinister and primal. I knew I had to get her out of my apartment, and fast. "Why do you have to be so mean?" she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. "I just want to be your friend." I didn't answer. I just backed away, my eyes trained on her, my hands still gripping the pepper spray in my pocket. "Why don't you let me help you?" she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I can make you beautiful, like me." I felt a shiver run down my spine. This was beyond creepy. This was dangerous. "Get out!" I yelled again, my voice rising in panic. "Get out of my house!" She didn't move. She just stood there, her eyes locked on mine, a strange smile playing on her lips. "Why, Thought Factory?" she asked, her voice a seductive whisper. "Why don't you let me be your friend?" I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I looked around, desperately searching for something, anything to protect myself. My eyes fell on the kitchen knife, sitting on the counter next to the phone. I had to do something. "Get out!" I yelled again, my voice trembling. "Get out! Now!" She didn't move. She just stood there, her eyes fixed on me, her smile widening, a chillingly beautiful, disturbing smile. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the knife, my hand shaking, and pointed it at her. "Get out!" I yelled, my voice a strained whisper. "Get out! Before I hurt you!" The moment I grabbed the knife, the air seemed to change. Her smile vanished, replaced by a flicker of something I can only describe as fear. She finally turned and backed away, her eyes fixed on me, her face full of a strange mixture of terror and anger. "I'll be back," she whispered, a chilling threat. "You can't hide from me, Thought Factory. I'll find you." And then she was gone. I stood there, frozen, the knife still in my hand, my heart pounding against my ribs. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin, my breath coming in ragged gasps. What had just happened? I was in shock, my mind racing, trying to make sense of it all. A few minutes later, my parents came home. I told them what happened, my voice trembling, my words coming out in a rush. My mother hugged me tight, whispering soothing words of comfort. My father, always the pragmatist, took the knife from me, his face grim. "We need to call the police," he said. "This isn't normal." We called the police, and they came and took a report. They checked the apartment for any signs of forced entry, but there was nothing. The woman hadn't left any fingerprints, and all she took was a few of my father's socks. I was relieved that she hadn't taken anything more valuable, but it didn't make me feel any safer. The woman was still out there, and I knew she wouldn't give up. The police left, but the fear remained. I couldn't sleep. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every creak of the floorboards a warning. I felt like I was being watched, followed, hunted. I couldn't even go to work without looking over my shoulder, my heart pounding with each passing moment. I told my friends about it, and they were all horrified. They warned me to be careful, to stay away from the halfway house, to keep my doors locked. But I knew that wasn't enough. The woman was still out there, her obsession with me growing stronger with each passing day. With each passing day, my fear grew. She was everywhere, always there, watching, waiting, her gaze fixed on me, her manic smile a constant reminder of her presence. I couldn't escape her. She was in my dreams, my nightmares, my thoughts. I was trapped. The police were no help. They had taken my report, but they didn't seem concerned. They told me to keep my doors locked and be careful. But how could I be careful? I was being stalked, followed, haunted by this woman, and I didn't know what to do. I tried to ignore her. I tried to put it out of my mind. But I couldn't. The fear was too real, too intense, too constant. She was a shadow, a haunting presence, a constant threat. And then, one night I got a call. I recognized the number. It was the halfway house. "Hello?" I asked, my voice a shaky whisper. "We need to talk to you," said a voice on the other end. "It's about the woman who's been stalking you." I felt a chill run down my spine. I knew what was coming. "We found her," the voice continued. "She's dead." My breath caught in my throat. "Dead? How? Why?" She was found in her room," the voice said, a hint of sadness in its tone. "No one knows what happened. Or why." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. She was gone. She was finally gone. But I also felt a strange sense of unease, a feeling of guilt and sadness. She was a troubled woman, a victim of circumstance, and now she was dead. I couldn't ignore the fact that I had been terrified of her, that I had even threatened her with a knife. I had been scared, but I had also been cruel. It's a shame, I said, my voice barely a whisper. What happened? She was found in the middle of the night, sitting at her table, writing. There was a notebook next to her. She must have died during the night. They think she may have had a heart attack or a stroke, the voice said. The notebook? I asked, feeling an odd sense of curiosity. What was in it? You know, a lot of people think it was a journal. But it was just pages and pages of your name, over and over. It was like the obsessive way she wrote your name. It was like it was a spell or a chant or something. That's what we were trying to tell you in the first place. She was obsessed. I hope you're safe now, and I hope you go get some rest. I felt a shiver run down my spine. She had been obsessed with me, writing my name over and over, like a chant, a spell. It was both horrifying and pathetic. The fear finally started to subside. I had finally been freed from the clutches of that woman. But the experience had left a permanent scar on me, a reminder of the fragility of life and the power of obsession. The world was a stranger, more dangerous place than I had ever imagined. I never found out what had happened to her, but I knew her obsession with me had been real, her presence a constant threat, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of ordinary life. The notebook was never discussed, and her death was never explained. I still worked at the convenience store, and I still saw the people from the halfway house, but I never forgot the woman who had haunted my life. She was a ghost, a phantom, a reminder of the fear I had faced, the terror I had endured. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear her voice, whispering my name, her eyes filled with a strange, unsettling intensity. The terror, I thought, never truly goes away. It just hides, waiting for the right moment to resurface. I was a reasonably good-looking early-20s male, with a mop of unruly brown hair, a gap-toothed smile that seemed to disarm people, and eyes that, according to my mother, held a certain melancholy charm. I was also a decent personality, or at least that's what my friends and colleagues would say. I was witty, engaging, and had a knack for making people laugh. All of this had led me to a career in radio, which, to my surprise, I found I truly enjoyed. The job, working at KRML, a local station in the sleepy town of Millhaven, was a far cry from the fast-paced life I had envisioned for myself after college. But I was unexpectedly content, surrounded by the comforting hum of the control panel and the constant flow of music and talk shows. After a few years, I became a semi-regular on the airwaves, hosting a late-night show called The Midnight Hour. My show was a mix of music, witty banter, and listener calls, and to my pleasant surprise, it gained a following. Naturally, with popularity came a certain level of attention, the kind that made a young man like me feel a little bit special. I was flattered by the occasional fan mail, and the whispers of admiration from listeners who, through the magic of radio, felt like they knew me. Most of my fans were harmless, their admiration bordering on friendly obsession. But there was one, a woman named Sarah, who stood out from the crowd. She started by calling the radio program more and more often, her voice, a high-pitched, almost breathless whisper, becoming a familiar presence. She'd call to discuss song choices, share her opinions on upcoming events, or merely to tell me what her day had held, every detail narrated in a voice that resonated with a hint of desperate longing. Initially, I found her calls endearing. Sarah was a true fan, her dedication to the show touching. However, her calls became increasingly frequent, bordering on the obsessive. Sarah started calling not just during my show, but at random times during the day, leaving messages on the station's answering machine. It quickly became clear that Sarah's devotion had morphed into something unsettling. Soon, the calls were no longer enough. Sarah began showing up at the station, always around the time I'd be leaving. She'd be waiting in the parking lot, a small, unassuming figure clad in nondescript clothing, her face lit by the faint glow of her phone screen, her eyes, when they met mine, filled with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. If I was ever out and about, doing a live broadcast or attending a public event, she would always show up, her presence a constant, unwelcome shadow. Her presence began to feel invasive, a violation of my personal space. I started avoiding eye contact, my smile turning into a tight, nervous grimace. I grew increasingly anxious, fearing that she might follow me home, her presence lingering in the quiet of my apartment, a constant reminder of her unwanted attention. One day, I was doing a live broadcast from a local coffee shop when I felt her presence behind me. I was in the middle of a segment about the latest music releases when I sensed her gaze on the back of my neck. My voice wavered slightly, the familiar warmth that always accompanied my on-air presence replaced by a prickling sense of unease. When the broadcast ended, I was eager to leave, my every sense on high alert. I could feel her eyes on me as I walked to my car, the street lamp casting long, distorted shadows that stretched like accusing fingers. I wanted to run, just to be away from her, from the unsettling feeling of being watched. As I drove home, I decided to take a different route, a small act of defiance against my stalker's unwanted attention. But as I turned onto the unfamiliar road, a small, silver car, its headlights catching my rear-view mirror, followed closely behind me. Panic began to surge through me, my pulse quickening, my hands clammy on the steering wheel. I knew it was her. Her presence had become a tangible threat, a dark cloud hovering over my life. I couldn't understand why she was doing this. What had made her so fixated on me? Was she truly dangerous, or was this just a twisted form of admiration, a warped version of the fan devotion I had initially found charming? I started taking precautions, small acts of counter-surveillance that I had learned from the police. I varied my route home, making random turns, leaving work at different times, trying desperately to break the pattern, to disappear from her radar. But it seemed she was always one step ahead. She always found me. One evening, I was leaving the station, exhausted from a particularly long day of recording, my mind numb from the constant drone of the microphone. I was completely oblivious to my surroundings, lost in my own thoughts. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I saw her car in my rearview mirror. My heart sank, a cold dread settling in my stomach. I was tired. I wanted nothing more than to go home, to crawl into bed and forget about the world. But I knew I couldn't go straight home. I had to shake her off. I drove, following my usual route, my mind racing, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. But the silver car was always there, a steady presence in my rearview mirror. This time, I felt a new level of fear, a primal instinct that told me she was becoming increasingly bold, her obsession growing more dangerous. As I approached my apartment complex, I saw her car parked across the street, its headlights illuminating the facade of my building. I knew I couldn't go in. I had to get away from her, to escape her unwanted attention. I turned off the engine and left it running, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I drove around the complex, making several circles, my eyes scanning the parking lot for any sign of her. She was still there, watching me, her small, silver car a constant reminder of her presence. I couldn't shake off the feeling that she was watching me, her eyes burning into the back of my neck. I finally decided to make a run for it. I couldn't let her know where I lived. I couldn't risk her coming to my apartment, to becoming a part of my life, a constant threat that I couldn't escape. I turned the car around and drove away, my heart hammering in my chest. I knew I couldn't go back to my apartment. I was running out of options, my mind racing, trying to find a safe place to go. I drove towards the police station, a sense of desperation fueling my actions. I needed to report her, to get help, to stop her before she did something worse. I needed to break free from her grasp, to regain control of my life. As I approached the station, I saw her car in my rearview mirror again. She was still following me, her persistence unwavering. The only thing that mattered now was escaping her, leaving her behind. I drove a few blocks past the station before deciding to take a chance. I turned into a small side street, my tires screaming as I skidded around the corner, hoping to lose her. The street was dark, lined with dilapidated buildings, the silence broken only by the occasional distant car horn. I slowed down, my heart still pounding in my chest. I checked my rear view mirror, expecting to see her car. but the street was empty. She was gone. I parked the car and sat there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of unease. She was still out there, somewhere, watching me. I just didn't know where. I returned to the police station and reported the incident. The officers listened patiently, their faces a mixture of concern and skepticism. They took down my information and promised to look into it, but their words offered little comfort. I knew they were already dealing with far more serious crimes than a case of a stalker obsessed with a radio DJ. The next few weeks were a blur of anxiety and anticipation. I went about my daily routine, but I was always looking over my shoulder, my senses on high alert. I changed my habits, my routines, trying to keep her from finding me. But she was always one step ahead, her presence a constant shadow hovering over my life. One morning, I received a call from the police. The officer on the other end of the line informed me that they had run a license plate check on the silver car and had identified its owner, Sarah. They had also discovered that she was a regular caller to Carmel and that she had often mentioned her admiration for me. The officers said they had visited Sarah at her home, but she refused to speak with them. She had a clear alibi for the night of the incident at the apartment complex. She had been at a friend's house, watching a movie. The officer's words were a blow to my hopes. It seemed I was caught in a bizarre game of cat and mouse, with no clear resolution in sight. The knowledge that Sarah was a real person, a person with a life outside of her obsession with me, was both terrifying and confusing. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't live my life in fear, but I also couldn't shake the feeling that she was out there, watching me, her obsession simmering just below the surface. Then, one day, it just stopped. No more calls, no more appearances, no more sightings. She simply disappeared from my life. It was a strange and unsettling feeling, like a cloud lifting, revealing a world I had almost forgotten. A few weeks later, I overheard a group of employees at the station discussing a new DJ at a rival station across town. He was apparently a charismatic young man, with a voice as smooth as velvet, and a smile that had the entire female staff swooning. When I asked about him, one of the employees told me that Sarah, the woman who had been stalking me, was now a regular caller to the rival station's late-night show, making frequent calls, gushing about the new DJ in the same breathless whisper that had once sent chills down my spine. I was relieved. It was like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only a temporary reprieve. The feeling that someone was watching, waiting, kept lingering in the back of my mind. That evening, I decided to call the new DJ, to give him a friendly heads-up about Sarah, to warn him about the strange and dangerous affection she could hold for a man she barely knew. I told him about the calls, the appearances, the eerie feeling of being watched, the fear of becoming entangled in her obsession. He listened intently, his voice a mix of amusement and concern. "Thanks for the heads-up, man," he said. "I'll be careful." I hung up the phone, feeling a strange mixture of relief and unease. Sarah was gone from my life, but the experience had left a permanent mark on me, a deep scar that I knew would never fully heal. The world felt a little less safe, a little more uncertain. And I knew that even though she was gone, she was still out there, somewhere, lurking in the shadows, waiting for her next target. The thought made me shudder, a shiver running down my spine, and I knew that this was a story that would stay with me forever. I had a couple of stalkers, but the worst one was the guy that raped me a few years back. He was a monster, and the police never found him. His name was David, a name I can never bring myself to say out loud. I can still see his face, his piercing blue eyes filled with a mixture of rage and lust. He was a hulking man, almost 6 feet tall, with a thick build and a face that could crack stones. I was only 22 when it happened. I was studying for my finals in the library, late at night, when I heard a noise behind me. I turned around to see David, his face shrouded in shadows. Before I could even scream, he grabbed me, his grip tight and unrelenting. He dragged me to the back of the library, into the dark and silent depths. I fought him, but it was no use. He was too strong. I remember the raw fear, the desperate pleas for mercy that were met with his chilling silence. The pain, the violation, the utter helplessness. The memory is a gaping wound in my mind, a constant reminder of the night my life was shattered. After the attack, I reported it to the police. I told them everything, the date, the time, the place, the details of David's appearance. They investigated, but they couldn't find him. They couldn't even get a lead. They told me to move on, to forget about it. But how could I? How could I forget about the searing pain, the constant fear, the feeling of utter vulnerability? The nightmare didn't end there. In the months following the attack, David began to stalk me. I'd see his truck, a beat-up Ford F-150 with a dented bumper, parked behind me at the grocery store, or following me on the highway. It would creep along slowly, almost taunting me. I'd see it parked across the street from my apartment building, or lingering in the parking lot of the coffee shop where I worked. I would drive home, my heart pounding against my ribs, my mind racing, wondering if he was watching me from somewhere in the shadows. He was particularly fond of haunting the two places I worked, a local bakery and a small bookstore. He seemed to take pleasure in driving by slowly, as if to remind me of his presence. The fear started to consume me. Every time I heard a loud noise, I'd jump. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every car that passed my house looked like his truck. I began to avoid going out, staying indoors as much as possible. I even considered leaving the city, but I was afraid to run. If I left, wouldn't he find me somewhere else? The police could do nothing. My case was closed. The investigation was over. They told me he was probably just a nuisance, a guy with a fixation on me. They said he wouldn't hurt me again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that they were wrong. I knew in my gut that he was capable of anything. One day, I was driving home from work when I saw him. He was sitting in his truck parked across the street from my apartment building, his face obscured by the shadows of his baseball cap. I slammed on the brakes, my heart pounding like a drum. I knew that I was in danger. I had to get out of there. I turned the car around and drove in the opposite direction, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't know if he was following me, but fear froze me into inaction. I ended up driving for hours, just trying to get away, trying to put distance between myself and him. As the hours went by, my fear began to dissolve into a cold, hard resolve. I couldn't live like this anymore. I couldn't run from him. I had to confront him, to fight back. I drove back to my apartment building, my hands shaking as I pulled into the parking lot. I grabbed my keys and ran inside, my heart pounding as I searched for my phone. I had to call the police. I dialed 911 and reported what had happened. I told them that I had been stalked, that I feared for my life. They promised to send someone over, but I knew it would be too late. I had to get out of there. I grabbed a few essentials, stuffed them into a bag, and ran out the door. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away from him. He would find me if I stayed. I drove all night, my eyes blurry with exhaustion and fear. I kept the radio on, trying to distract myself, but my thoughts kept returning to him, to his menacing face, his cold eyes. I finally stopped at a gas station a few hours away from my apartment. I needed to figure out what to do next. I couldn't stay in the state. He might find me here. I needed to disappear. I drove for another hour before I came across a sign for a motel. It looked like a rundown place, but it was better than being out on the road. I checked in, my hands shaking as I signed the register. I had to do something. I couldn't keep running. This was just a temporary fix. I needed to make a long-term plan. I called my sister, who lived in California. She was horrified when she heard about what had happened. She told me I had to come stay with her. It was the best thing I could do. I could start over there. I could make a new life. The next day, I packed my car and drove to California. I left everything behind, my apartment, my job, my friends. It was a fresh start, a chance to rebuild my life. But the fear didn't go away. It never did. It lived inside me, a constant shadow. After I moved to California, I felt like I had escaped my nightmare. I found a job, started going to therapy, and slowly began to put my life back together. I started to date again, trying to find some semblance of normalcy. But the fear was always there, lurking beneath the surface. I was always looking over my shoulder, waiting for him to reappear. Over a year after I moved, I started to get strange phone calls, voicemails, and texts from numbers I didn't recognize. Some of the calls were just heavy breathing or loud noises, then hang-ups. Sometimes I'd get a text that just said, "Who is this?" or nothing at all. The fear came back with a vengeance. It was like he was back in my life, tormenting me from a distance. The voicemails were the worst. I listened to them over and over, trying to make out words, trying to find some clue as to who was calling. I could never quite make out the voices, they were distorted and muffled, but I could feel the menace behind them. I could feel the chilling familiarity. The phone calls came at all times of day and night, sometimes interrupting my sleep, sometimes jolting me out of a meeting. It was a constant reminder that I was not safe. And it was a constant torment. It was then that I started to suspect that it was David, calling from some anonymous, untraceable number. I started to document everything, the phone calls, the texts, the times of day they came. I kept a journal, a meticulous record of every encounter. I was determined to find out who was harassing me, to expose them, to find justice. One night, I was doing my usual late-night ritual of checking my phone for any new messages when I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a new call from a number I didn't recognize. The number looked similar to one of the numbers that had been calling me before, but with a slight difference. I hesitated, my heart pounding against my ribs. I knew I should just ignore it, but I couldn't resist the urge to answer. "Hello?" I said, my voice trembling. There was no answer, only heavy breathing. I hung up quickly, my mind racing. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. I knew that I had to do something. I couldn't live with this fear, this constant feeling of threat. I had to figure out who was harassing me, who was calling me from these anonymous numbers. I started to investigate. I looked up the numbers online, but I couldn't find any information. They were untraceable. I called the police, but they said there was nothing they could do. They told me to ignore the calls, that it was probably just some prankster. But I knew in my gut that it wasn't a prank. I knew that it was someone who knew me, someone who wanted to hurt me. I had to find out who it was, no matter what. I spent weeks trying to track down the callers, following every lead, every hunch, but it was like chasing a ghost. The calls continued, sometimes more often, sometimes less, but they never stopped. It was like they were taunting me, tormenting me, reminding me that I was never safe. I felt trapped. I felt like I was losing my mind. I was becoming paranoid, seeing threats everywhere, in every shadow, in every noise. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't focus. I was living in constant fear. Then, one day, I was driving home from work when I saw a truck. It looked familiar. It was a beat-up Ford F-150, with a dented bumper. A chill ran down my spine. It was his truck. I had seen it before. I had seen it in the parking lot of the bookstore, outside my apartment building, following me home. I knew then that he was back. He was in California. He was watching me. I drove past the truck, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. I knew that I couldn't just ignore it anymore. I had to find a way to protect myself. I pulled over into a parking lot, my hands trembling. I grabbed my phone and called my sister, my voice trembling as I told her what I'd seen. I told her that it was him, the man who raped me, the man who stalked me, the man who had haunted my every waking moment for years. I knew he was watching me, and I was terrified. My sister listened, her voice calm and reassuring. She told me she'd come over right away. She told me to stay safe, to lock all the doors and windows, to stay inside until she got there. I hung up the phone and pulled myself together. I had to do something. I had to find a way to protect myself. I drove home, every muscle in my body tense, my mind racing. I made sure all the doors and windows were locked, and I sat down on the couch, my eyes scanning the room, looking for any sign of danger. I couldn't leave the house. I was trapped. I sat there for hours, waiting for my sister to arrive, the phone glued to my ear, constantly checking for a call from her, the sound of her voice the only thing that could calm the storm raging inside me. I watched the clock, each tick echoing the thud of my heart. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me, that he was waiting for his chance. Finally, I heard a knock on the door. I jumped up, my heart pounding. It was my sister. She rushed inside, her face pale with concern. I threw my arms around her, clinging to her as if she were my last lifeline. "He's here," I whispered, my voice choked with tears. "He's back." She didn't say anything. She just held me tight, her touch a source of comfort in the storm of fear that had engulfed me. We sat there, talking for hours, trying to make a plan. I knew I had to leave California. I had to disappear. He would find me if I stayed. We decided to move to a different state, a place where I could start over, where I could finally feel safe. We packed my car, my sister helping me to carry boxes, her presence a shield against the fear that still gnawed at my soul. We drove for hours, the miles stretching out before us like a promise of a new life. We talked about everything and nothing, just trying to keep my mind off the fear that shadowed my every thought. We finally arrived at a small town in the Midwest, a place my sister had found online. It was a quiet, unassuming place, far from the hustle and bustle of California. It was a place where I could hopefully find a fresh start, a place where I could begin to heal. We found a small apartment on the outskirts of town and started unpacking. As I unpacked, I tried to find a sense of hope, a sense of peace. I had to believe that this was a new beginning, that this was a place where I could be safe, where I could finally escape the nightmare that had haunted me for so long. But the fear, the paranoia, the constant feeling of being watched, didn't go away. It still lingered, a shadow that followed me everywhere. I tried to ignore it, to push it down, but it was always there, just beneath the surface, ready to resurface at any moment, reminding me of the danger, reminding me of David. I started to see him everywhere. I'd see a truck that looked like his, parked across the street from my apartment. I'd see a man who resembled him, walking down the street. I'd hear a voice on the phone that sounded familiar, a voice that sent chills down my spine. The fear was becoming unbearable. I couldn't sleep at night, afraid that he was lurking in the shadows outside my window. I couldn't go out, afraid that he would see me and follow me home. I couldn't even look at a truck without a wave of panic washing over me. I started to withdraw from the world, shutting myself in my apartment, my only contact with the outside world through the television. I was becoming a prisoner in my own home, a hostage to the fear that had taken root in my soul. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't live like this, afraid of my own shadow. I had to find a way to overcome the fear, to find a way to reclaim my life. I started therapy again. I had stopped going a few months after moving to California, but I knew I couldn't live with this fear any longer. I needed help. I started to talk about my experiences, about the rape, about the stalking, about the phone calls, about the fear that had consumed my life. I talked about everything, pouring out my soul to the therapist, hoping for some kind of relief, some kind of understanding. The therapist listened patiently, offering empathy and support. She helped me to understand that the fear I was experiencing was a normal response to the trauma I had endured. She helped me to develop coping mechanisms, to learn how to manage the fear, to find ways to reclaim my life. It was a long and difficult process, but slowly, I started to feel better. I started to go out more, to engage with the world again. I started to feel like myself again. I started to feel like I was healing. I started to feel safe again. The phone calls stopped. The fear started to fade. The nightmares began to disappear. I got a job at a local bookstore. I made friends, joined a book club, and started to feel like I was finally putting my life back together. I no longer lived in fear. I was finally free. Or so I thought. One day, I was working at the bookstore when I saw a truck pull into the parking lot. It was a beat-up Ford F-150, with a dented bumper. My heart stopped. I knew it was him. I knew he was back. I turned to run, my legs trembling, but I was frozen in place. My eyes met his, and I saw the same cold, menacing look that had haunted my nightmares for years. He was smiling, a cruel, predatory smile that sent a wave of terror washing through me. I knew they had been following me, driving past my apartment, watching me. They had been there all along, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance. I knew I had to run. I ran, my legs pumping, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest, but it was no use. He was faster. He grabbed me, his grip tight and unrelenting. He dragged me to the back of the bookstore, into the dark and silent depths. And the nightmare began all over again. I dated a girl in high school. We lost our virginity to each other. Once we started having sex, things took a dark turn. She became possessive, trying to control my every move. She forbade me from hanging out with my friends and demanded that I spend all my free time with her. At first, I tried to brush it off as a sign of her love for me. But her demands became increasingly unreasonable, and I realized that I couldn't continue living my life under her suffocating grip. So, after a few months, I broke up with her. That's when the real crazy began. She started showing up at my house, standing outside for hours on end, staring at me through the windows. She followed me everywhere I went, showing up at my work, my favorite restaurants, and even my gym. It was as if she had become obsessed with me, and there was nothing I could do to shake her off. Her mother called me, demanding that I take her daughter back. She told me that we were meant to be together because we had sex, and that it was my duty to marry her. I was shocked and disgusted by her words, but I knew that there was no way I could ever get back together with my ex. Things escalated quickly after that. My ex started leaving threatening messages on my phone, telling me that she would kill herself if I didn't take her back. She keyed my car, leaving deep scratches along the sides. I was afraid to leave my house, knowing that she could be waiting for me anywhere. My mother called the police several times, but they couldn't do much to help. They told me that I needed to get a restraining order, but even that didn't seem to stop her. She would show up at my house, skulking in the shadows, waiting for her chance to strike. I became a prisoner in my own home, too afraid to leave except for the most essential errands. I stopped hanging out with my friends, knowing that she would be there, watching me, waiting for me to slip up. I felt like I was losing my mind, trapped in a nightmare that I couldn't escape. And then, one day, it all came to a head. I was leaving the mall, my arms loaded with shopping bags, when I saw her standing there, in the parking lot. She was waiting for me, her eyes burning with anger and hatred. I knew that I had to get away from her, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in fear, paralyzed by the thought of what she might do. She started walking towards me, her fists clenched at her sides. I could see the rage in her eyes, the sheer madness that had taken over her mind. I knew that I had to defend myself, that I couldn't let her hurt me. And so, I did something that I never thought I would do. I raised my hand and struck her, knocking her to the ground. She lay there, motionless, for several long moments. I wasn't sure if she was alive or dead, but I didn't dare go near her. I just stood there, my heart racing, my mind spinning. And then, slowly, she started to stir. She sat up, her eyes blazing with fury. "How could you do this to me?" she screamed, her voice echoing through the parking lot. "How could you hit me?" "I didn't have a choice," I said, my voice shaking. "You were going to hurt me. You're a monster," she spat, her eyes filled with tears. "A monster who deserves to die." And with that, she got up and stumbled away, leaving me alone in the parking lot. I watched her go, my heart heavy with dread. I knew that this wasn't the end, that she would be back, that she would never let me go. But I also knew that I couldn't let her control me any longer. I had to take back my life, to break free from her grip. And so, I started making plans. I changed my phone number, quit my job, and moved to a different town. I cut off all contact with my old friends, knowing that she would use them to find me. It wasn't easy, starting over from scratch. I had to build a new life, to create a new identity for myself. But it was worth it, knowing that I was finally free. Years went by, and I started to think that maybe she had finally moved on, that maybe she had forgotten about me. But then, one day, I got a call. It was her voice cold and distant. "I know where you are," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "And I'm coming for you." I hung up the phone, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew that this was it, that she had finally snapped. I grabbed my keys and ran from my car, knowing that I had to get away before it was too late. But it was already too late. She was there, waiting for me, her eyes filled with a madness that I had never seen before. I knew that I had to defend myself, that I couldn't let her hurt me. And so, I did something that I never thought I would do again. I raised my hand and struck her, knocking her to the ground. She didn't get up this time. I stood there, my heart racing, my mind spinning. And then, slowly, I walked away, leaving her there, alone in the darkness. I never heard from her again, but I knew that she was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for her chance to strike. And so, I lived my life in fear, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering if she would come back. Years went by, and I started to relax, to let my guard down. I thought that maybe she had finally given up, that maybe she had moved on. But I was wrong. One day, I got a call from the police. They told me that she had been found, dead in an alleyway, her body beaten and bruised. I knew that it was him, the monster that she had become, the monster that I had created. I went to her funeral, my heart heavy with guilt and regret. I knew that I could have done more, that I could have saved her. But I also knew that it was too late, that she was gone forever. As I stood there, among the mourners, I realized that I had made a terrible mistake. I had let fear control me, let it take over my life. And in doing so, I had lost the one thing that I had always wanted. After I broke up with my abusive ex, Liam, the world felt like it was spinning. It was a relief, a weight lifted, but it was also terrifying. The constant fear, the tension, the feeling of being trapped, it was gone, but replaced by this new, insidious fear. The fear of what Liam might do next. He wasn't the kind of man who took rejection well. He was manipulative, possessive, and had a dark streak that terrified me. I'd known it was wrong from the beginning, but his charm had blinded me. It had taken months, but I finally had the courage to leave. His initial reaction had been explosive. He'd grabbed my arm, his grip like a vice, and snarled, "You can't leave me! You're mine!" He hadn't struck me, not physically, but the threat was there, palpable in his eyes, in the way he held me. I'd fought back, my voice shaking. "Let me go! I'm leaving!" I pulled at his hand, trying to break free. His face contorted in rage. He shoved me hard against the wall, the air knocked out of me. I crumpled to the floor, my knees hitting the cold hardwood. He stood over me, towering, his face an ugly mask of fury. "You think you can just walk away?" he hissed, his voice a low growl. As I scrambled to my feet, he did something I'll never forget. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen counter, the blade glinting under the dim light. He held it to his neck, the point pressed against his skin, a thin line of crimson appearing. "I'll kill myself!" he screamed, his voice cracking. "If you leave, I'll do it! I swear I'll kill myself!" That was it. The turning point. The moment I realized this wasn't love, it was a cage, and I was trapped. That night, I stayed with a friend, unable to go back. The next morning, I moved my belongings, my every step filled with a sense of dread, of what might happen. I was terrified that he'd follow me, that he'd hurt me, that he'd make good on his threat. He did come after me, though not as I expected. It wasn't a physical confrontation. It was a campaign of harassment. He'd turn up at places I frequented, lurking at the fringes, his eyes fixed on me. I'd see him across the street, his face twisted into a sneer, his hands clenched into fists. He'd call me, leave cryptic messages on my answering machine, sometimes just silence, punctuated by the sound of his heavy breathing. He'd send flowers, bouquets of blood-red roses, with his name scrawled on a card. "I love you, come back to me." It was a constant reminder, a constant threat. He'd even sent me an email, a chillingly calm message. "You've made me lose my mind." It read, "If you don't see me, if you don't talk to me, I'll make you regret it. I'll make sure you never forget me. You've always loved my cat, right? Maybe you'll feel differently about me when you know what it feels like to lose something you love." The email sent a shiver down my spine. I knew what he was capable of. He was unpredictable, and he could be violent. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. I didn't respond. I was scared, but I was also determined. I wouldn't let him win. I wouldn't let him break me. I knew I had to do something to stop him, to protect myself. I contacted Liam's parents. It was a difficult decision, but I knew they would be concerned. I told them about the email, about the threats, about the fear he had instilled in me. They were shocked and horrified. They never believed me about Liam's abuse, claiming it was all in my head, that I was overreacting. But this time, the evidence was undeniable. They promised to help. They confronted Liam, his parents pleading for him to stop. I don't know what they said, what happened. I didn't want to know. I just wanted it to be over. And it was. For a while. The calls stopped, the messages ceased, the flowers no longer arrived. The fear, though, remained. It lingered like a shadow, reminding me of what had been, of what could be. I began to rebuild my life. I moved, found a new job, made new friends. I tried to move on. But there was a part of me that remained frozen in time, haunted by the memories of what had happened. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Liam was still out there, watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. It was a year later when the fear resurfaced. It was a normal day, like any other. I was at work, going through emails, when I spotted one from Liam. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath catching in my throat. It was a short, simple message. "You're safe," it read. "For now." My hands trembled as I reread the email. It was a taunt, a threat, a reminder that he was still watching me, that he could still hurt me. I knew then that I wouldn't be able to live like this, constantly looking over my shoulder, fearing for my safety. I had to do something. I had to find a way to stop him. But how? How could I stop a man who was obsessed with me, who was consumed by rage and jealousy, and who had threatened to harm me and those I loved? I started making changes, taking steps to protect myself. I changed my phone number, my email address, and my routine. I moved again, to a more secure building with a doorman. I joined a self-defense class, learning how to protect myself in case Liam ever came after me. I also started carrying a pepper spray, its small size offering a false sense of security, but a security I desperately needed. I knew that I was making myself into a prisoner in my own life. I was afraid to go out, afraid to be alone, afraid to trust anyone. The fear was a constant companion, a relentless shadow that never left my side. I thought I was safe. I thought I was finally free. Until I saw him again. It was a rainy afternoon. I was walking home from work, the city's slicker reflecting the gray sky, the street lamps casting eerie shadows. I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings, lost in my thoughts, when I saw him. He was standing across the street, his face hidden in the shadows of his hooded jacket. He was just a silhouette, but I knew it was him. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. My breath caught in my throat, my legs suddenly weak. He was closer now, the distance between us shrinking with every step. I started to run, my breath ragged, my feet pounding on the wet pavement. But he was faster, his long strides covering the ground with ease. He was gaining on me. The fear was a cold hand gripping my heart, constricting my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I could only run. I found myself in a narrow alleyway, the smell of garbage and dampness filling my nostrils. There was nowhere to go. He was behind me, his footsteps echoing off the brick walls, his shadow growing longer, darker. I turned to face him, my hands shaking, my voice trembling. "Leave me alone," I whispered. "Please, just leave me alone." He didn't say anything. He just stood there, his eyes burning into me, his face a mask of hatred. He was close, too close, his body filling my vision. I could smell his scent, a muskiness mixed with something metallic, like blood. He reached for my arm, his fingers brushing against my skin. I flinched away, my body trembling with fear. "I just want to talk," he said, his voice a low growl. "I just want to explain." "There's nothing to explain," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Just leave. You don't get to walk away," he said, his voice rising, the anger palpable. "You don't get to forget." His hand snaked around my wrist, his grip tight. I tried to pull away, but he was stronger. He was dragging me towards a dark corner of the alleyway, his face contorted in a grimace, his eyes burning with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. The fear was overwhelming. It consumed me, choked me, threatened to suffocate me. I couldn't fight back, couldn't scream, couldn't think. I was paralyzed by fear. He shoved me against the wall, the cold brick against my back, the rough surface digging into my skin. He was so close his breath was a hot, stinging blast on my face. I closed my eyes, waiting for the impact, waiting for the pain. And then I heard it. A screech of tires, a loud crash, a deafening roar. The sound of a car horn blaring. I opened my eyes, my vision blurry, my body trembling. He had let go of me. He was staring at the street, his face twisted in confusion. I took my chance. I pushed against him, my legs pumping, my feet pounding on the concrete. I ran, my lungs burning, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't dare look back. I didn't dare stop. I ran until my legs gave way, collapsing on a curb, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my body shaking with exhaustion and fear. I was safe for now. I had escaped. But I knew that this wasn't over. Liam was still out there, and he was still obsessed with me. I knew he wouldn't give up. As I sat there, catching my breath, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trapped in a nightmare. A nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The fear was real, the danger was real, and Liam was still out there, waiting. I knew I had to fight, to protect myself, to survive. But how? How could I fight a man who was consumed by hatred? A man who had threatened to destroy me? A man who had already taken so much from me? I looked up at the gray sky, tears blurring my vision. The rain was starting to pour, the drops cold on my skin, mirroring the chill of fear that had settled in my bones. I had to find a way to stop him. Somehow, I had to survive. I had to find a way to live. It was a cold and dark Halloween night, and I wanted to take a girl on a date. She really wanted to go and see a new movie at the cinema that was getting a lot of hype at the time. It was called The Blair Witch Project and centers around students struggling through a combination of disorganization, paranoia and supposed supernatural forces deep in a forest. One of our local cinemas was keen to make an event of the movie launch, so decided to hold a Halloween midnight showing. We were met at the doors of the cinema by cinema staff who grouped us all together in the foyer. All the cinema lights were off. Whilst the main snacks booth was closed, we could buy bottles of water or packets of Kindle Mint cake and Mars bars hiking snacks, and we were shown into the large auditorium by torchlight. Inside the theater, the heating was off and we could see our breath hanging in the air like a phantom. The movie began with no trailers and we were straight into it from the off. Once the film had finished, I drove my date back to the train station only to find that there had been a downed electricity line and all trains were being delayed several hours. I offered to drive her home some 30 miles out into the countryside, and as we drove, we joked about the film and talked about what we would do if we were stuck in that situation. As we got closer to her house, the landscape surrounding us was more forest than city, and it became denser and denser with every mile. As we were driving through a particularly thick holloway, the lights to my car cut out along with the engine and the car coasted to a halt. The engine was completely dead. Turning the key in the ignition did nothing. We were stuck there. After a few minutes of trying to get the car started, we could see our breath freezing in the air. We sat in the car for a few moments before I decided to get out and look at the engine. My date was starting to freak out a bit and asked me to stay in the car, and I assured her that everything was going to be all right. She remarked that this was exactly the sort of reassuring thing someone would say in a horror movie. I popped the bonnet and got out to take a look at the engine. My eyes had adjusted a little to the darkness around us, but it was still pitch black. The trees grew so tall they blotted out the inky sky above with their thick branches. As I walked around to the front of the car, I was very aware of the back of my neck. I wasn't wearing a scarf and a chill ran through me. As I leaned forward to examine the engine, I felt very vulnerable, as if something or someone was approaching me from out of the murky dark. I could see nothing wrong with the engine, but as I stood up I could hear a noise behind me. It was a way off, but in my heightened state I could hear it quite clearly. It sounded like someone muttering. It was definitely a person. What sort of person was out here in the middle of nowhere at 3 a.m. on Halloween muttering to themselves? I got back into the car and locked the door. I didn't want to say anything to my date about it, but she also looked like she had spent some time with her mind playing tricks on her, so she had a wild look in her eyes and a stiletto in her pale hand. I reached under my seat to grab my tire iron. Even though it was a completely impractical weapon to use when sitting in a car, just gripping it was reassuring enough for me to turn to her and coolly admit that I had absolutely no idea what was wrong with the car. My date said that she knew the road that we were currently on and that there was a garage about 11 miles further down the road. She went on to explain that, essentially, the road ahead was in the shape of a giant C and that we could cut straight through the forest to our right and be there in under half an hour. Both of us looked at each other, then at the dark and beckoning forest, and then back at each other and mutually decided that we would rather sit up in the back seat for a bit. We sat there together, warming one another in the chilly gloom that surrounded the car. We smiled at how scared we had made ourselves. We shared a little kiss. We laughed again at how silly it all was and the cruel tricks our own imagination had played on us. There we were, kissing and then smiling and gazing into one another's eyes. Then we saw them. Shadowy, murky figures in the near distance, lurching towards the car like drunks. We looked back through the other windows and saw more figures. Now 5, now 7. Surrounding the car. As they got closer we could see that they were carrying guns. At this point it's probably fair to say that my adrenaline went into overdrive and everything suddenly seemed slow. I didn't feel afraid of these figures lurching toward us. I grabbed the tire iron and ripped the door open, swinging up onto the roof of the car the better to leap at those surrounding us. The figures stopped and a torchlight stabbed out of the night and hit me on the chest. The warm, friendly Norfolk voice that followed it was a huge relief as it apologized for startling me and asked me if I was okay. The figures surrounding me were farmers and gamekeepers. I could see that clearly now. And, even though my adrenaline was dialing back a bit, I wasn't surrendering my fort on top of my car until I knew why they were there. They told me that yesterday a young lad parked up his car about 200 meters back and blew his own head off with a shotgun. Police had rolled the car out of there around about midnight, and one of the gamekeepers had spotted another car parked up at the side of the road all quietly only a few hours later, so they'd geared up and come down to have a look. They were as startled as I was when someone leapt out of the car and onto the roof brandishing a crowbar. They offered to give us a tow down to the garage to get the car looked at. When I got back in the car I was met with the now familiar sighting of wild eyes and a stiletto. I reassured her that we were going to be okay and turned the key in the ignition. The car purred into life like nothing had happened, and we both jumped out of our skins. We drove home in relative silence. All the way back, it felt like something was in the shadowy back seat. Neither of us could turn around, but we knew something was there. It was our fear. And it was laughing at us. In the desolate expanse of a winter night, amidst the barren landscape cloaked in a thick blanket of snow, I found myself awakening to an eerie tapping sound that seemed to resonate through the frigid air. Initially dismissing it as a mere trick of the elements, perhaps a tree branch gently brushing against the frost-covered window, I soon realized the source of the disquieting noise. It emanated from the mirror, its icy surface reflecting the pale moonlight in a haunting dance. As I lay there, the chill of the night seeping into my bones, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that gripped me, intensifying with each echoing tap against the glass. With hesitant steps, I approached the mirror, the icy tendrils of fear curling around my heart as I gazed into its depths, half expecting to confront a spectral apparition lurking within. Yet, all that greeted me was the stark reflection of the wintry landscape outside, bathed in an ethereal glow that seemed to amplify the sense of isolation that permeated the night. Meanwhile, the distant wail of the wind outside seemed to merge with the haunting memory of my daughter's screams, her voice echoing through the corridors of my mind like a ghostly lament. Ever since her passing, the nights had become a battleground of sorrow and despair, her absence casting a pall over every moment. Seeking solace amidst the icy solitude, I ventured out into the biting cold, the snow crunching beneath my boots with each hesitant step. The graveyard, shrouded in a veil of winter's embrace, lay silent and desolate, the tombstones standing as silent sentinels in the pale moonlight. Approaching my daughter's grave, now a somber mound of snow-covered earth, I felt the weight of grief pressing down upon me, threatening to engulf me in its icy embrace. Falling to my knees before the frozen ground, I whispered her name into the silent night, the words hanging in the air like frosty breath. Yet, there was no solace to be found amidst the wintry stillness, only the empty expanse of the graveyard stretching out before me, a silent testament to the finality of death. It was then, in the depths of that frozen silence, that I heard it, a faint scraping sound, like the whisper of ghostly fingers against the icy earth. Startled, I turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, its form obscured by the darkness of the night. With trepidation, I watched as the figure drew closer, its movements slow and deliberate, as if guided by some unseen force. As it neared, I saw the glint of metal in its hand, a shovel gleaming in the pale moonlight. In that moment, fear gripped me like icy tendrils, paralyzing me as the figure drew nearer, its intentions unknown. With a sense of dread creeping over me, I backed away, the snow crunching beneath my feet in a cacophony of sound. And then, as if sensing my fear, the figure halted, its gaze fixed upon me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. For a moment, we stood locked in a silent tableau, the icy air thick with tension. And then, without warning, the figure spoke, its voice a low, guttural whisper that seemed to echo through the night. "I have come," it said, its words carrying on the wind like an ancient curse, "to claim what is mine." With those chilling words, the figure raised the shovel high above its head, the moonlight glinting off its icy surface. And then, with a swift motion, it brought the blade down, the sound of metal striking earth echoing through the silent graveyard. In that moment, terror overcame me, and I turned to flee, the icy wind biting at my heels as I raced through the snow-covered landscape. Yet, no matter how fast I ran, I could not escape the feeling of impending doom that hung heavy in the air. For in the heart of that frozen night, amidst the silent graves and the whispering wind, I knew that something sinister lurked, waiting to claim me as its own. I was a home health nurse for many years, and one bitterly cold winter night, I had to visit a new patient. The biting wind whipped against my face as I trudged through the thick snow, making my way to his secluded home in the heart of the forest. The icy chill seemed to seep into my bones, and I pulled my coat tighter around me, shivering despite my best efforts to keep warm. When I finally reached his house, nestled among the frost-covered trees, I hesitated for a moment in the darkness outside. The moon cast eerie shadows across the snow, and a sense of foreboding washed over me as I stood there, the cold night air stinging my cheeks. Summoning my courage, I approached the door and knocked softly. The sound echoed through the stillness of the night, sending a shiver down my spine. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open, revealing the dimly lit interior of the house. My patient greeted me with a weary smile, his breath forming frosty clouds in the frigid air. He ushered me inside, and I stepped into the warmth of his home, grateful for the reprieve from the bitter cold outside. The fireplace crackled with life, casting a flickering glow across the room and chasing away the shadows that lurked in the corners. As I settled in at the dining table, my patient went to wash his hands in the kitchen, leaving me alone in the cozy glow of the fire. But as I sat there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and a sense of unease settled over me like a heavy blanket. And then, I heard the soft crunch of footsteps on the snow outside, the faintest whisper of movement in the darkness. My heart leaped into my throat, and I turned to see who or what was there. But there was nothing, only the endless expanse of the winter night stretching out beyond the window. I tried to shake off the feeling of dread that gripped me, chalking it up to the chill of the night and my overactive imagination. But as I turned back to my work, I felt a presence looming behind me, cold and insistent. With a sudden jolt, I realized that I was not alone in the room. Someone or something was standing right behind me, their icy breath sending shivers down my spine. I turned slowly, expecting to see my patient or perhaps a wandering animal, but there was nothing there, only the empty expanse of the room. My patient chuckled softly from the kitchen, his voice breaking the tense silence that hung in the air. "Are you feeling all right?" he called out, a hint of amusement in his tone. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a smile, trying to brush off the creeping sense of unease that had settled over me. "Just the cold getting to me," I replied, my voice unsteady. But deep down, I knew that it was more than just the cold that chilled me to the bone that night. As I finished my visit and bid my patient farewell, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving something behind, something dark and unsettling that lurked in the shadows of the winter night. And as I made my way back through the snow-covered forest, the sense of unease lingered, a cold hand gripping my heart and refusing to let go. I was in deep sleep, in my warm blankets on a frosty winter night. The chill outside seemed to seep into my bones, making the coziness of my bed all the more inviting. Suddenly, I felt a slight shift, a gentle tug, and then the unmistakable sensation of my blanket slipping off me and falling to the floor with a soft thud. I stirred, half asleep, and instinctively reached out to pull the blanket back up, but it was already too late. The icy air bit at my exposed skin, sending shivers down my spine. Blinking away the sleep from my eyes, I glanced around the dimly lit room, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The darkness seemed to press in on me, suffocating and oppressive, as I struggled to shake off the lingering tendrils of sleep. As I lay there, trying to gather my thoughts and piece together the events of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt heavy with anticipation, as if the very walls of my room were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. And then, just as suddenly as before, it happened again. The blanket slipped off me once more, despite my best efforts to keep it in place. Panic surged through me, icy fingers of fear clutching at my heart as I grappled with the realization that I was not alone in the room. Trembling, I reached out a hand to switch on the bedside lamp, casting a feeble glow across the room. But the light offered little comfort, illuminating only the empty space around me and leaving the shadows lurking in the corners undisturbed. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I was not dealing with a mere accident or trick of the mind. There was something else in the room with me, something unseen and unknown, lurking just beyond the edges of my perception. As I lay there, paralyzed with fear, I felt a strange sensation wash over me, a sensation that was not entirely unpleasant, but rather tinged with a sense of otherworldly curiosity. It was as if whatever presence was haunting my room was reaching out to me, beckoning me to acknowledge its existence. Summoning all the courage I could muster, I tentatively called out into the darkness, my voice trembling with uncertainty. But there was no response, only the echoing silence of the night. Hours seemed to pass in agonizing slow motion as I lay there, trapped in a limbo between wakefulness and sleep, haunted by the unknown specter that lurked just beyond my sight. And then, as the first faint light of dawn began to filter through the window, I heard a soft rustling sound, like the whisper of snow falling gently outside. Slowly, cautiously, I turned my head to look towards the source of the noise, my heart pounding in my chest. And there, in the dim light of dawn, I saw them 3 male cats, their fur glistening with frost, lounging casually in the corner of the room as if they owned the place. Confusion and relief flooded through me in equal measure, as I realized that the source of my fear was nothing more than a trio of curious felines, seeking shelter from the bitter cold outside. As I watched them, a sense of calm washed over me, dispelling the last lingering traces of fear and uncertainty. The mystery of the night had been solved, and in its place was a newfound appreciation for the quiet beauty of a winter's night. It was one of those nights when the rain wouldn't let up, a cold, relentless downpour that soaked everything in its path. I had just finished a long day at work, the kind that left me drained, physically and mentally. The humid air of the city seemed to close in on me, making me feel claustrophobic despite being outside, as if the night itself was closing in. I was late, running late to be exact. The train ride was usually my time to unwind, to block out the madness of the city and just sink into the rhythmic clatter of the subway. But tonight, nothing seemed to go right. The rain had been coming down in sheets, causing a cascade of traffic jams, turning the normally efficient New York City streets into a crawling mess of honking cars and frustrated commuters. I was used to the unpredictability of the city, but tonight felt different. I was exhausted, my nerves frayed from the day's challenges, and now the rain seemed like the last straw. My usual calm had given way to a bubbling sense of dread. I reached the subway station with only a few minutes left before the last train. I wasn't sure why I cared so much. It wasn't like the apartment was much of a sanctuary anyway, but there was something about that train ride, the routine of it, that made me feel like I was still tethered to something normal in the midst of the chaos. I sprinted up the slippery steps of the station, my dress shoes barely holding on to the slick concrete, heart pounding in my chest. I could hear the unmistakable sound of the train's horn in the distance, a reminder of just how much time I had wasted. Every muscle in my body screamed as I threw myself down the staircase to the platform. The doors were starting to close, but somehow, through sheer luck, I managed to grab the pole at the rear car and haul myself inside just before they slammed shut. The moment the doors closed behind me, I let out a long, shaky breath. I pressed my back against the cool metal of the door, my hands resting on my knees as I tried to slow my heartbeat. I looked around, my exhaustion pushing me into a dazed state of mind. The train was empty. Not a soul in sight, which was strange for the last train of the night, but I didn't think too much of it. The rain was tapping against the windows in a soft, rhythmic beat that somehow calmed me, and the chill air that rushed through the car helped to clear the fog from my mind. For a moment, I simply stood there, letting the sounds of the train and the rain mingle together in a hypnotic pattern. There was something soothing about it, something that made me feel as though the world was moving, but I was momentarily still. The train's constant hum vibrated through my bones, lulling me into a half-daze. My eyes grew heavy. The next thing I knew, the train had stopped. My eyes shot open, but before I could fully comprehend what was happening, the doors slid shut again, and the train began to move. The sudden motion was jarring, and I blinked several times to shake off the grogginess. Something was off. The train was now packed with people. The car that had been empty just moments ago now seemed completely full, every seat taken, people standing, some leaning against the poles. I was confused. I hadn't heard anyone board the train, not a single footstep, not a single sound. How had they all gotten on without me noticing? My mind raced, trying to piece it together. I blinked again, trying to focus. The woman sitting across from me caught my eye. She was staring at me with a strange, intense gaze. Her lips were pursed, but she didn't speak. She looked familiar, but I couldn't place her. I glanced around, my heart starting to race. Something wasn't right, but the exhaustion weighed on me. I closed my eyes, wanting to slip back into sleep. When I opened my eyes again, the train car was empty. Completely empty. The eerie silence hit me like a punch to the gut. No sound. No people. Not even the rustling of clothing or the murmur of voices. The train hadn't stopped. It was still moving. My breath hitched as I scanned the car, my chest tightening. The smell, something faintly burnt, almost metallic, clung to the air. I frowned, my stomach churning. My gaze moved from the empty seats to the back of the car. And that's when I saw him. A man, sitting at the far end of the car. My pulse quickened. The man was casually puffing on a cigarette, his face obscured by the smoke, the glowing ember of the cigarette the only thing visible. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My gut instinct screamed at me to get away. "Hey, you're not supposed to smoke in here!" I called out, my voice unsteady. The man didn't respond immediately. He took another long drag, exhaling the smoke slowly, the gray mist curling up toward the ceiling. My skin prickled with unease as the man turned his head and glanced at me. His eyes were dark, hollow, as if they held some deep, unspoken knowledge. I moved closer. "Did you see all those people? Where'd they go?" The man's lips curved into a twisted grin. He chuckled softly, the sound low and gravelly, as though he had heard this question 1,000 times before. "You're new, huh? I've been riding this train for 30 years, pal. Midnight rolls around, and this car? Let's just say folks don't stick around for long." I frowned, a sense of confusion mounting. "What are you talking about?" I asked, though my voice wavered slightly. The man shrugged, as if indifferent to my skepticism. "Think what you want. A year ago, I was sitting right where you are now. Dozed off like you did. Woke up to see someone sitting across from me, reading a newspaper. Thought it was weird, who reads the paper at 1 a.m. But then he lowered the paper." His voice trailed off as he took another drag from his cigarette, his eyes narrowing. I felt a cold shiver snake down my spine. "What happened?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The man exhaled, shaking his head. His face, it was messed up. Crushed on one side like someone taken a sledgehammer to it. Blood dripping down, one eye all. The man paused, inhaling sharply. His face twisted into a grimace as he flicked the cigarette away. "Anyway," I screamed. "Thought I was losing my mind. But then he just fixed himself. Like nothing ever happened. Told me I looked like I needed a drink and handed me a bottle of water." I stared at the man, my blood running cold. I opened my mouth to say something, but no words came out. Before I could speak, the man added, "I'm just saying, you better stay awake. Things get strange when you fall asleep on this train." A jolt of panic surged through me. The train rattled into the next station, and my gut instinct screamed at me to get off, to leave this strange, unnerving ride behind. But my legs felt like lead. My body refused to move, frozen in place by the creeping sense of dread that had taken root in my chest. As the doors closed and the train started again, I glanced at the man, who was no longer sitting in his seat. Panic clawed at me. I looked around frantically, but the man was nowhere to be found. My heart raced as I scanned the train, every inch of it seeming to close in on me. Then, through the fog of my panic, I caught sight of something that made my blood run cold. The man was standing at the door, staring at me. My breath caught in my throat. I froze. I couldn't move. Couldn't even blink. My eyes locked onto the man's dark gaze as the train sped on, the sound of the wheels grinding against the tracks almost deafening in the tense silence. Then, with a sudden, unnatural fluidity, the man stepped off the moving train. I was still frozen, my body numb with shock. My heart slammed against my chest as I stared at the spot where the man had just been. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. The man had stepped off the train, at full speed. Impossible. Yet, the tracks beneath me remained empty. No sign of the man. Then, as if my mind had betrayed me, a voice whispered from behind me. Forget something? I whipped around, my heart nearly stopping. The man was holding out the same bottle of water, that twisted grin still on his face. The very same bottle from the story the man had told me. The bottle I had never seen until now. The world seemed to tilt. My vision blurred, and the air around me grew thick with the weight of something unseen, something unfathomable. The train continued to rattle down the tracks, but for me, it was as though time had stopped. It was a foggy winter morning, the kind where the world feels muffled and far away, wrapped in a heavy, suffocating blanket of mist. I'd just finished my first night shift as a park ranger and was looking forward to a few hours of peace and quiet on my usual patrol. The fog clung to the trees like damp, ghostly hands, making the trail seem even more isolated than usual. The air was sharp, biting, but I hardly noticed. It was the kind of chill I'd grown used to after spending so many years working in the Cascades. The crunch of leaves beneath my boots was the only sound that accompanied me as I trekked deeper into the wilderness. It was oddly soothing, the solitude. The calls of birds, distant and faint, created an almost serene atmosphere, with the fog muting the rest of the world. I had my thoughts to myself, my mind wandering between the long shift I'd just endured and the cold, lonely landscape ahead. But then, in the midst of the stillness, I heard it. A faint cry. Soft, sorrowful, almost pitiful. I paused, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. I wasn't sure if it was real at first, maybe just the wind playing tricks with my tired senses, or perhaps an animal in distress. A fox, maybe, or a deer. But no, this was different. This was the unmistakable sound of a child. My heart sank, a knot of unease tightening in my chest. The fog was so thick now that the trail ahead seemed to disappear into nothingness. I squinted, trying to peer through the haze. And then I saw him. A small figure, standing motionless in the middle of the trail. At first, I thought I was seeing things, maybe a trick of the fog, but no, there he was, a boy, no older than 6 or 7, wearing a ragged coat that barely reached his knees. His hair, dark and matted, hung in tangled strands around his face. He was clutching something in his hands. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but as I approached, I saw it was a stuffed animal, worn and frayed, its threadbare fur barely holding together. The boy was crying, but his sobs were almost too quiet to hear clearly, like he was trying not to be heard, or perhaps too weak to cry out louder. His face was pale, ghostly almost, and his eyes were wide, vacant, as if he wasn't even fully aware of the world around him. My first instinct should have been to turn back, to follow my gut that screamed something was wrong. But I didn't. Instead, I felt a strange compulsion, something that pulled me closer, against every rational thought in my head. He was just a child, alone in the wilderness, and he needed help. Didn't he? Hey there, I called out softly, trying to mask the unease creeping into my voice. Are you okay? The boy didn't respond. His cries were softer now, more pitiful, but still, he didn't move. It wasn't until I took a few cautious steps forward that he finally looked up at me. And when he did, I froze. His eyes weren't the innocent, fearful eyes of a lost child. No. They were empty, hollow. They seemed to stare right through me, as if he didn't even see me standing there. His lips trembled, and he looked down at the stuffed animal in his hands before back up at me. Help me, he whispered, his voice barely audible, carried away almost immediately by the mist. I should have known better. Every bone in my body was telling me to step away, to leave him there and report it later. But something about his voice, so fragile, so full of desperation, kept me rooted to the spot. I'm here to help, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The boy didn't move. Instead, he simply pointed deeper into the fog, down the trail that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Please come with me. I hesitated. The trail was dangerous this time of year. The fog could easily disorient you, especially for someone so small. But then again, he was alone, and I was the ranger, trained to handle situations like this. Where are your parents? I asked gently, my concern deepening. Where did you come from? But he didn't answer. Instead, he slowly turned and began walking down the path, his small feet barely making a sound. His pace was slow, dragging, as if he were weighed down by some invisible burden. I glanced around, trying to shake the unsettling feeling crawling up my spine. The fog had thickened so much that I could barely see my own hand in front of me. The world had become an eerie, indistinct blur. The boy led me further into the trail, his footsteps quiet, but the cries seemed to grow louder with every step, now unmistakable in their sorrow. My breath grew heavier, each exhale visible in the cold air. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the silence became, broken only by the boy's occasional sobs and the steady crunch of my boots on the frost-covered ground. We walked for what felt like an eternity, the fog thickening around us, swallowing the trail. The world outside this strange bubble of fog and sorrow ceased to exist. Eventually, I stopped, my hand trembling as I placed it on the boy's shoulder. Where are we going? I asked, my voice shaking now. The unsettling sense of being led into something I didn't understand pressed down on me. The boy didn't answer. He just turned his head slightly, his hollow eyes locking onto mine once again. There was something in his gaze, something dark, as if he were trying to convey something I couldn't quite grasp. Something that chilled me to my core. Without warning, he let go of the stuffed animal and took a few steps toward a shadowed area in the trees. I followed, my heart pounding now, my instincts screaming for me to turn back, but I couldn't. Not when the boy needed help. He stopped beside a large tree, its gnarled roots exposed above the ground like twisted fingers clawing at the earth. The air grew colder, heavier, and the cries, they were no longer faint. They echoed around me, coming from every direction, as if the very forest itself were crying. Do you hear them? The boy whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. I looked around, my skin crawling. The cries were no longer just the boy's. They were everywhere. In the wind. In the trees. In the ground beneath my feet. Who are they? I stammered, my voice barely audible over the rising cacophony. The boy turned to face me, and for the first time, I saw something in his expression, a twisted, malicious grin that didn't belong on the face of a child. You shouldn't have followed me, he whispered. You shouldn't have come here. Before I could react, the world seemed to collapse in on itself. The cries grew deafening, and the ground beneath me seemed to shift. The tree beside me groaned, its branches creaking as if alive. I stumbled back, panic rising in my chest. The boy, he was gone. Disappeared. But the cries remained. Louder. Closer. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my ears, the fog pressing in from all sides, suffocating me. And somewhere behind me, I heard the boy's voice, still echoing through the fog. You shouldn't have followed me. There's a trail near our town that runs deep into the woods, winding around hills and passing through dense trees, leading to a small clearing by the river. It's a place many of us used to hike as kids, but none of us go there anymore, not after dark. Every night, without fail, someone walks that trail. I've heard the stories, rumors that get passed around like they're nothing but urban legends. But they're not. I know better. It started a few months ago when my friend Mark told me about it. We'd been hanging out at the local diner after work when he mentioned hearing screams late one night, the kind of scream you'd expect from someone in real pain, desperate for help. I heard it too, I said, not wanting to sound like I didn't believe him, but I was skeptical. Mark always had a flair for drama, but something in his voice made me second guess. What happened? Well, he said, lowering his voice, like the mere mention of it made the room darker. I went out to the trail to check it out. I didn't want to be the one to just ignore it, you know? What did you find? I asked, leaning forward. Nothing. I waited there for hours, but it was just silence. No one. But the next night, it happened again. Another scream, just as loud. That night, I decided I would check it out myself. I'd never been one to shy away from things like that, and besides, it was just a noise. A person in trouble, sure, but why couldn't they just call for help? The next evening, I drove out to the edge of town, where the trailhead begins. It was late, well after sunset. The air was thick with fog, and the moon hung like a pale lantern in the sky. As I parked my truck, I noticed the hair on the back of my neck standing up, but I shook it off. It was just nerves. I stood at the start of the trail for a long time, listening. The sounds of crickets and the rustle of leaves in the wind were all that greeted me. It felt peaceful at first, but I couldn't shake the unease growing in the pit of my stomach. Then, just as I was about to turn around, I heard it. A scream. It cut through the night air like a blade, sharp and frantic. My heart skipped a beat. I froze. The scream was followed by frantic shouting, desperate calls for help, as if someone was begging for their life. Help! Please! Someone please help! I felt a chill run through me, but I was already moving, taking steps toward the sound, my feet crunching against the dry leaves. The screaming continued, the panic and the voice unmistakable. I had to help. I had to. I pushed forward, the sound of my boots on the path the only thing louder than the screams. But then something strange happened. The screams started to fade. Just like that. As if the person had been pulled away from me. Hey! I called out, hoping someone would hear me. But there was nothing, just the eerie silence of the woods. I stood there for a long time, listening, trying to make sense of it. But I knew deep down something wasn't right. It wasn't just a lost hiker or some prankster. There was something more to it. Something sinister. I left the trail that night, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next day, I met with Mark again. You went out there? He asked, his face serious. I did, I said. I heard the screams, but when I went looking, there was nothing. I think it was... I don't know. I don't think it was real. Not in the way we think. Mark nodded, as if he already knew that. Yeah. That's how it is. It always happens at night. Different person. Same scream. I stared at him, confused. What do you mean? You said it happened the other night. You think someone's out there for real? Let me show you something, Mark said, pulling his phone out of his pocket. He scrolled for a minute before showing me a video. The picture was grainy dark, but I could make out a person in the distance, walking along the trail. It was the trail. And the person was yelling for help. Where did you get this? I asked, my voice shaky. I heard the scream last week, and I went out there. Same thing. I found someone on the trail, yelling for help. But just like you, when I got closer they disappeared. I didn't know what to do, so I just filmed it. I felt a wave of dread hit me. You didn't try to help them? I couldn't, Mark said quietly. You're not supposed to. What do you mean, not supposed to? There's a rule. The people on the trail, they aren't really there. You can't help them. No one can. I stared at him, trying to process what he was saying. That's insane. What are you talking about? Mark shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Look, I don't know who started it, but for as long as I can remember, it's been like this. Every night, someone walks the trail and screams for help. But if you try to help them, you disappear too. The trail, it has its own rules. And we don't get to break them. I felt the weight of his words settle in. What happens if you don't help? Nothing, Mark said. But if you try, if you get too close, you're lost. Like them. No one talks about it, but it happens. I sat back, trying to wrap my mind around it. I wanted to deny it, to pretend like we were just talking about a prank or a weird coincidence. But the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Those screams weren't just random. They were a warning. A curse. Something dark. And yet, every night someone else would go out there. I didn't go back to the trail after that night. Mark didn't either. We told people about the scream, but no one believed us, not really. It became one of those things people joked about, something to tell the new people who moved into town. But deep down, I knew it wasn't a joke. Every night, I would hear it again, the scream for help, echoing through the trees. But I couldn't help. No one could. And every night, someone new would walk the trail, only to be swallowed by it. The morning was crisp, the kind of early autumn chill that makes you pull your jacket tight around your shoulders, even as the sun tries to warm the earth. I was out on one of my usual hikes, a long trek through a lesser-known trail that wound its way up a ridge, deep into the dense woods. The kind of place most people avoid, where silence is broken only by the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of leaves disturbed by a passing animal. I'd been a park ranger long enough to know when something was off. This trail, especially, had a history. People wandered into these woods, thinking they could handle the isolation, but they didn't always make it back. I wasn't concerned for myself. I'd seen it all, from lost hikers to bizarre wildlife encounters. But there was always a sense of vigilance that you couldn't shake. As I hiked up the familiar path, the sound of my boots crunching over the dry earth was the only noise I could hear. The trees around me were beginning to lose their leaves, their once vibrant greens shifting into shades of amber and gold. The serenity of it all felt like a sharp contrast to the heavy silence that had begun to weigh on me, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, though I couldn't pinpoint why. The trail took a steep incline, leading me into a dense thicket of pines, their boughs heavy with mist. It was in this section of the hike where I found him. I saw him first from a distance. A man, standing at the edge of the trail, swaying slightly. His backpack hung loosely from his shoulders, and he wasn't facing me. He was staring off into the trees, as if he'd heard something I couldn't. I immediately assessed the situation. A lost hiker, likely disoriented and probably in need of help. But as I approached, something in my gut twisted with unease. There was an unfamiliar presence about him, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. "Hey, you alright?" I called out, my voice cutting through the quiet of the forest. He didn't respond at first. His head jerked towards me slowly, and his eyes, wide and glazed over, locked onto mine. He blinked a few times, as if trying to refocus, before a slow smile spread across his face. I think I'm lost," he said, his voice quiet, almost a whisper, as if the forest itself might be listening. "Can't find my way back." I approached him cautiously, my instincts telling me to be careful. The air felt heavier, charged in a way that made me hyper-aware of every rustle in the trees around us. I took a few more steps, but something wasn't right. I'd been trained to recognize when a person is disoriented or in distress, but this man, he wasn't just lost. His demeanor was unsettlingly calm, like someone who had been out there too long, or worse, someone who didn't want to leave. "You've been out here for a while?" I asked, trying to keep the conversation light. "What's your name?" His smile never wavered, though his eyes darted to something behind me, off to my left. The hairs on my neck prickled. I followed his gaze, expecting to see some wildlife, maybe a deer or a bear, but there was nothing. Just more trees. "Name's Ben," he said, his voice now lower, almost blending with the rustling of the wind through the trees. "I've been here longer than I should have been, but it's not me you should worry about." I froze. The hairs on my arms rose. "What do you mean?" Before he could answer, a shift in the air made my heart skip a beat. The forest, which had been eerily still, seemed to hold its breath. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a shadow, long and thin, moving between the trees, just beyond the edge of the trail. I snapped my gaze back to Ben, but he was staring at it too, his body tense. He didn't seem alarmed. In fact, he seemed almost relieved, as if whatever was out there was something he'd been expecting. "Do you see it?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "It's always with me. Watching, waiting." The fear crept up my spine as I glanced over at him, struggling to make sense of his words. Was he hallucinating? Was this a psychological break brought on by dehydration or exhaustion? "I don't see anything," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady, though my instincts were screaming at me to run. Ben let out a slow, shaky breath. It's always there. No matter where I go, it follows. But it's not something you can see. Not unless it wants you to. The forest seemed to close in around us, the silence growing suffocating. I took a step back, my mind racing through the possibilities. Could there be some sort of animal stalking him? Or was it something else, something unnatural? I wasn't sure, but something told me I didn't want to stay to find out. Ben, I said, my voice firm now, you're coming with me. Let's get you out of here. He nodded slowly, but there was something in his eyes, a mixture of sadness and acceptance. You don't have to worry about me. You'll see it too soon enough. It's already watching you. I took another step back, unwilling to take any chances. It wasn't just the man who made me uneasy, it was the sense of being observed. As if the trees themselves were shifting, not by wind, but by something deliberate. I turned my back to Ben, signaling for him to follow me. He didn't move at first, but then he took a slow, deliberate step forward. Behind me, the shadow and the trees moved again. And this time, I could feel it, cold, like a presence, hovering just beyond my vision, watching me. I glanced over my shoulder to check on Ben. He was still there, but his expression had changed. It was no longer the calm, serene look he'd had before. His eyes were wide, frantic now, and his mouth moved in a whisper I couldn't hear. Suddenly, the air grew colder, and I felt a pressure on my chest, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. I glanced around, every sense on high alert. But when I looked back at Ben, he was gone. Panic surged through me as I spun in a circle, scanning the trees, calling his name. Ben! Ben! But there was no response. Just the silence of the forest, deeper now, more profound. I was alone. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to calm myself, but the sensation of being watched was too overwhelming. I had to get out. I had to leave this place. With a final glance at the now emptied trail, I turned and began running back down the path, my legs moving faster than they ever had before, my heart racing in my chest. And even as I sprinted away from the place where I'd last seen Ben, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, something that had followed me from the moment I saw the lost man on the trail. Something that was still watching. And deep down, I knew it wasn't just a man I had found that day. It was something else, something far worse. It was one of those rare summer weekends when all of us managed to sync our schedules and head out for a hike. I had always been one for the outdoors, and the mountains of Kentucky were as familiar to me as the back of my hand. This time, though, the trail we chose was different, nestled deeper into the foothills where the land seemed untouched and untouched by time. A perfect escape from the everyday. There were 5 of us, me, Jason, Emily, Tabitha, and Mike. We were all friends from college, and our plan was to camp for the weekend. We had all been on hikes before, but this one felt different. The moment we stepped off the well-worn trail into the more secluded path, a quiet hung in the air, almost like the forest was holding its breath. The path was overgrown, the dense trees leaning in, as if trying to keep us from going any further. We laughed it off, thinking it added to the adventure. But something in the back of my mind made me uneasy. Maybe it was the way the sunlight barely filtered through the canopy, casting shadows on the ground like dark, creeping fingers. We set up camp after a couple of hours of hiking. The clearing was small but beautiful. The fire crackled as we set our tents up, the smell of pine and fresh earth mixing with the smoke of the fire. We ate, drank, and joked, the noise of the forest around us slowly fading into the background as we focused on our small circle. By the time the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a pale orange light over the camp, something had changed. It wasn't obvious at first, but I started to notice it, the quietness. The usual sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects, had all but vanished. Even the wind had stopped. It was like the forest had decided to freeze in time. I shook it off, trying to enjoy the evening, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was wrong. Tabitha, who had been sitting near the edge of the firelight, had disappeared. "Where's Tabitha?" I asked, trying to peer into the darkness of the trees beyond the firelight. Jason looked around too. "She was right here a second ago." We all stood, scanning the surrounding forest, calling her name. But there was no answer, not even an echo of her voice. We searched for what felt like hours, the darkness closing in around us. It wasn't like her to wander off without saying anything. "She probably went to take a walk, guys. She's done that before," Emily said, trying to ease the growing tension. But even as she spoke, a cold feeling crept into my chest, something I couldn't explain. It was the kind of feeling you'd get when you know something isn't right but can't put your finger on it. We didn't sleep that night. We stayed up, taking turns watching the camp. The fire flickered weakly as the hours dragged on, and we tried not to let the silence of the forest freak us out too much. Then, just before dawn, Tabitha returned. She stepped out of the woods like she had just woken up from a nap, but something about her was off. Her clothes were torn, and her hair was matted with dirt and leaves. "Tabitha!" Mike shouted, rushing over to her. "Where have you been?" She didn't answer. She just stood there, staring at us with a blank expression, her eyes wide and unblinking. "Are you okay?" I asked, walking up to her cautiously. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Instead, there was a sharp, metallic taste in the air, a lingering tang that seemed to cling to the back of my throat. The silence was deafening, and all I could hear was the rustling of leaves underfoot, as if the forest itself was breathing with us. Tabitha finally spoke, but her voice wasn't her own. It was flat, hollow, as if something else had taken over her. "I'm not the same," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. We all exchanged uneasy glances. Something about her words sent a chill down my spine, but I couldn't put my finger on it. We tried to comfort her, but there was no warmth in her eyes, no recognition. It was like she wasn't really there. We didn't know what to do. It felt like everything was spiraling out of control. Mike and Jason wanted to go back to the car, but Emily and I were hesitant. There was something about the woods that felt wrong, like it had taken Tabitha and was now trying to take the rest of us. After hours of arguing, we finally decided to pack up and leave. But as we were breaking down the tents, Mike went missing. We searched for him, calling his name, but there was no sign of him. Just the same empty, eerie quiet that had descended upon the camp when Tabitha had disappeared earlier. Emily and I were frantic now. Tabitha, who had been standing by the fire just moments before, was now gone too. It was like they had vanished into thin air. The woods had swallowed them up, just like it had with Tabitha the night before. By the time we realized what was happening, it was too late. Emily and I were alone in the woods. We tried to leave, but the trees seemed to close in around us, the path we had walked on earlier now completely obscured. It wasn't until the third day that I saw it. I was walking ahead of Emily, my nerves on edge, when I heard something in the distance, a low growl that rumbled through the trees. I turned to Emily, but she wasn't there. I called her name, my voice trembling, but there was no answer. Then I saw it. Just beyond the trees, in the dim light of the setting sun, stood a figure. It was tall, its head unnaturally large, its arms too long. It was like a distorted version of a person, its body stretched and contorted in ways that shouldn't have been possible. The taste of metal was in the air again, thick and suffocating, and I felt my stomach churn. I didn't know what this thing was, but I knew it wasn't human. I ran, stumbling through the dense underbrush, calling for Emily. The figure followed me, its silhouette flickering in and out of sight, always just behind the trees, never fully revealed. I don't know how I made it out. When I finally reached the edge of the woods, gasping for breath, I turned back to see if Emily was behind me. But she never came. It took me days to find my way back to civilization. I don't know how I did it, but I somehow stumbled upon a road and flagged down a passing car. They took me to the nearest town, where I reported what had happened, but when the search teams went into the woods, they found nothing. No sign of Emily, no trace of Mike, no sign of the creature. I couldn't help but think back on all those warnings my Grams had given me, warnings I thought were just superstitions. Now, I'm not so sure. There's something in those woods, something that shouldn't be, something that waits for those who wander too far. And I've learned the hard way that when you step into the hollow, you might not come back out. The woods have always been my refuge. I grew up with towering trees as my companions, their whispers in the wind a kind of solace when the chaos of life got too loud. Hiking alone had never been a cause for concern. I was cautious, carrying a sturdy knife, a whistle, and a fully charged phone. But nothing could have prepared me for the night I met my stalker, and why I'll never forget them. It started like any other hike. The late autumn air was crisp, tinged with the scent of decaying leaves. The trail I chose led to a deep, secluded part of the forest, far from the more frequented paths. It was my escape, my secret pocket of solitude. By the time I parked my car and hit the trailhead, the sun was already dipping low, casting a golden haze over the world. I had a couple of hours before sunset, plenty of time to reach the old creek and loop back. Or so I thought. About a mile into the hike, I noticed something odd. The usual forest sounds, birds chirping, squirrels rustling through the underbrush, had dimmed. It wasn't silence, exactly, but a tension in the air, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. I chalked it up to overthinking. Maybe the oncoming dusk was playing tricks on me. But when I paused to adjust my pack, I caught it, the faintest crunch of leaves behind me. I froze, listening. The sound stopped. "Hello?" I called out, my voice steady but wary. No answer. Just the whisper of the wind through the trees. Shaking it off, I resumed my hike, quickening my pace. Yet, the uneasy feeling clung to me, a prickle at the back of my neck that refused to fade. The trail narrowed as it twisted deeper into the woods, the canopy thickening overhead. By the time I reached the creek, the sun was barely a sliver on the horizon. I paused to drink from my water bottle, scanning the area. That's when I saw it, a shadow shifting among the trees. At first, I thought it was a trick of the fading light, but the movement was deliberate, purposeful. Someone was there, watching me. I called out again, louder this time. "Is someone there?" Still no reply. But the shadow remained, a dark blot against the golden light filtering through the branches. My pulse quickened. I wasn't alone, and whoever it was didn't want to be seen. Dusk settled fast, and I knew I needed to head back. The return hike felt infinitely longer, every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves amplified in the growing darkness. The shadow, my stalker, didn't stay hidden. They followed me, always just far enough away that I couldn't make out their features. Once or twice, I thought I heard breathing, low and heavy, but when I turned, there was nothing there. I tried to stay calm, rationalizing the situation. Maybe it was another hiker who didn't want to startle me. Maybe it was some lost teenager unsure how to approach a stranger. But deep down, I knew better. This wasn't coincidence. This was intentional. I was about half a mile from the trailhead when I heard the footsteps behind me quicken. They weren't trying to stay hidden anymore. Panic surged, and I broke into a run, my boots pounding against the dirt path. The footsteps matched my pace, closing the distance. I've never felt fear like that, primal, all-consuming. My breath came in ragged gasps as I ran, the weight of my pack slowing me down. The trailhead was so close, but it felt impossibly far. And then I tripped. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, the air knocked from my lungs. Scrambling to my feet, I turned to face whatever was behind me, clutching my knife with shaking hands. But there was no one there. I didn't waste time questioning my luck. Stumbling forward, I finally reached the parking lot, collapsing against my car. Relief washed over me as I fumbled for my keys, my hands trembling so badly I almost dropped them. That's when I saw him. A man stood at the edge of the trail, just where the trees began. He was tall, his face obscured by the shadows. Something about the way he stood, motionless, watching, made my skin crawl. I didn't wait to find out what he wanted. I threw myself into the driver's seat, locking the doors and peeling out of there as fast as I could. It wasn't until later that night, safe in my apartment, that I realized the full extent of what had happened. While washing up, I noticed scratches on the back of my pack, as if something sharp had grazed it. My mind flashed back to the shadow, the footsteps, the man in the clearing. He hadn't just been following me. He'd gotten close enough to touch me. But here's the thing, as unsettling as the encounter was, I can't shake the feeling that he saved me. The scratches on my pack weren't random. They were deep and deliberate, the kind an animal, a large one, might leave. Looking back, I remember the strange silence in the woods, the way the birds had stopped singing. Something had been out there with me, something more dangerous than any man. And whoever my stalker was, they kept it at bay. Maybe he scared it off. Maybe his presence alone was enough to protect me. I don't know. What I do know is that without him, I might not have made it out of those woods alive. I've been back to that trail since, though never alone. I've tried to make sense of what happened, scouring forums and talking to locals. Some say it was a cougar or a bear. Others hint at something more supernatural, stories of spirits and guardians of the forest. But none of that feels quite right. Whoever he was, my stalker didn't just follow me. He stayed with me, shadowed me until I was safe. And while the memory of that night still haunts me, I can't bring myself to hate him. If anything, I'm grateful. Because sometimes, the scariest things in the woods aren't the ones you can see. It was a foggy winter morning, the kind where the world feels muffled and far away, wrapped in a heavy, suffocating blanket of mist. I'd just finished my first night shift as a park ranger and was looking forward to a few hours of peace and quiet on my usual patrol. The fog clung to the trees like damp, ghostly hands, making the trail seem even more isolated than usual. The air was sharp, biting, but I hardly noticed. It was the kind of chill I'd grown used to after spending so many years working in the Cascades. The crunch of leaves beneath my boots was the only sound that accompanied me as I trekked deeper into the wilderness. It was oddly soothing, the solitude. The calls of birds, distant and faint, created an almost serene atmosphere, with the fog muting the rest of the world. I had my thoughts to myself, my mind wandering between the long shift I'd just endured and the cold, lonely landscape ahead. But then, in the midst of the stillness, I heard it. A faint cry. Soft, sorrowful, almost pitiful. I paused, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. I wasn't sure if it was real at first, maybe just the wind playing tricks with my tired senses, or perhaps an animal in distress. A fox, maybe, or a deer. But no, this was different. This was the unmistakable sound of a child. My heart sank, a knot of unease tightening in my chest. The fog was so thick now that the trail ahead seemed to disappear into nothingness. I squinted, trying to peer through the haze. And then I saw him. A small figure, standing motionless in the middle of the trail. At first, I thought I was seeing things, maybe a trick of the fog, but no, there he was, a boy, no older than 6 or 7, wearing a ragged coat that barely reached his knees. His hair, dark and matted, hung in tangled strands around his face. He was clutching something in his hands. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but as I approached, I saw it was a stuffed animal, worn and frayed, its threadbare fur barely holding together. The boy was crying, but his sobs were almost too quiet to hear clearly, like he was trying not to be heard, or perhaps too weak to cry out louder. His face was pale, ghostly almost, and his eyes were wide, vacant, as if he wasn't even fully aware of the world around him. My first instinct should have been to turn back, to follow my gut that screamed something was wrong. But I didn't. Instead, I felt a strange compulsion, something that pulled me closer, against every rational thought in my head. He was just a child, alone in the wilderness, and he needed help. Didn't he? Hey there. I called out softly, trying to mask the unease creeping into my voice. Are you okay? The boy didn't respond. His cries were softer now, more pitiful, but still, he didn't move. It wasn't until I took a few cautious steps forward that he finally looked up at me. And when he did, I froze. His eyes weren't the innocent, fearful eyes of a lost child. No. They were empty, hollow. They seemed to stare right through me, as if he didn't even see me standing there. His lips trembled, and he looked down at the stuffed animal in his hands before back up at me. Help me, he whispered, his voice barely audible, carried away almost immediately by the mist. I should have known better. Every bone in my body was telling me to step away, to leave him there and report it later. But something about his voice, so fragile, so full of desperation, kept me rooted to the spot. I'm here to help, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The boy didn't move. Instead, he simply pointed deeper into the fog, down the trail that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Please come with me. I hesitated. The trail was dangerous this time of year. The fog could easily disorient you, especially for someone so small. But then again, he was alone, and I was the ranger, trained to handle situations like this. Where are your parents? I asked gently, my concern deepening. Where did you come from? But he didn't answer. Instead, he slowly turned and began walking down the path, his small feet barely making a sound. His pace was slow, dragging, as if he were weighed down by some invisible burden. I glanced around, trying to shake the unsettling feeling crawling up my spine. The fog had thickened so much that I could barely see my own hand in front of me. The world had become an eerie, indistinct blur. The boy led me further into the trail, his footsteps quiet, but the cries seemed to grow louder with every step, now unmistakable in their sorrow. My breath grew heavier, each exhale visible in the cold air. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the silence became, broken only by the boy's occasional sobs and the steady crunch of my boots on the frost-covered ground. We walked for what felt like an eternity, the fog thickening around us, swallowing the trail. The world outside this strange bubble of fog and sorrow ceased to exist. Eventually, I stopped, my hand trembling as I placed it on the boy's shoulder. Where are we going? I asked, my voice shaking now. The unsettling sense of being led into something I didn't understand pressed down on me. The boy didn't answer. He just turned his head slightly, his hollow eyes locking onto mine once again. There was something in his gaze, something dark, as if he were trying to convey something I couldn't quite grasp. Something that chilled me to my core. Without warning, he let go of the stuffed animal and took a few steps toward a shadowed area in the trees. I followed, my heart pounding now, my instincts screaming for me to turn back, but I couldn't. Not when the boy needed help. He stopped beside a large tree, its gnarled roots exposed above the ground like twisted fingers clawing at the earth. The air grew colder, heavier, and the cries, they were no longer faint. They echoed around me, coming from every direction, as if the very forest itself were crying. Do you hear them? The boy whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. I looked around, my skin crawling. The cries were no longer just the boy's. They were everywhere. In the wind. In the trees. In the ground beneath my feet. Who are they? I stammered, my voice barely audible over the rising cacophony. The boy turned to face me, and for the first time, I saw something in his expression, a twisted, malicious grin that didn't belong on the face of a child. You shouldn't have followed me, he whispered. You shouldn't have come here. Before I could react, the world seemed to collapse in on itself. The cries grew deafening, and the ground beneath me seemed to shift. The tree beside me groaned, its branches creaking as if alive. I stumbled back, panic rising in my chest. The boy, he was gone. Disappeared. But the cries remained. Louder. Closer. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my ears, the fog pressing in from all sides, suffocating me. And somewhere behind me, I heard the boy's voice, still echoing through the fog. You shouldn't have followed me.